distributes 457,000 LPG stove soon. Remarks at press briefing lands OSP in 20 million Ghana cedis defamation. IGP denies neglecting ailing police officers. Finance Minister throws numbers around from 2026 budget.
All
On the
right.
front page of Herald newspaper. I think today the Herald, I still can see some figures here. Yeah, like you've
Like I always
observed.
say.
So
A lot of
yeah, a lot
figures,
of figures. Anyway, that's it on the front page of the Herald newspaper.
All right, so my last paper here is the Inquisitor. And on the front page of the Inquisitor, search for new Chief Justice. Paul okayed by Parliament after vetting. Napomon's victims of Elwak Stadium tragedy calls for urgent reforms. Julius Debra unveils government-private sector agenda for 24-hour economy. NPA bus calls on Kufuor ahead of MPA at 20 celebrations. And the last one here, GSA hosts to import and export firms. And that's what we have on the front page of the Inquisitor.
On the front page of the Insight, government scraps COVID-19 levy. Ghana's investment delegation concludes successful tour of India. EPA Deputy Director hails Mahama, applauds government united front against Galamsey. That is Eugene Ng vows to restore discipline in NPP. This is coming from the NPP side. A true pillar of dedication, celebrating Alhaji Osman Abdullah's service to Ewutu Senya East NDC. Over 1 million years of children. Is that 1 million years? Yeah, 1 million years of children's life lost in Gaza during Israel's genocide, steady finds. Also, finally, political war erupts in Senegal between President Faye and Prime Minister Sonko. Yeah, this is what you can find on the front page of the Insight newspaper. And before you just come in quickly with the online one, let's do this with a Custodian. It says the minority accuses Atuforsen of illegal 1.4 billion Ghana cedis DACF withdrawal. Invitation, yes, on the 13th Adwa for late VIP Abdullah Aliu Mahama. This is happening on November 16th, this Sunday. Government to suspend over 357 billion Ghana cedis government to spend over 357 billion Ghana cedis in 2026. And the minority demands suspension of military recruitment exercise, dragging Ahafo residents to Kumasi and fair and unjust. This is from the Tana North MP who held a press conference yesterday, Dr. Gideon Bwako. And Mahama unveils Nkokon Ketin initiative to reduce poultry import. But this one, yesterday, from the reports we had at the various centers where the recruitment exercise was ongoing, that is the military. Some applicants indicated that it's going on smoothly and all that. I think that the military may have put all the correct things in place, may have dotted their I's and crossed their T's to ensure that at least the right things are done so that people would go through the process seamlessly, so that at least there wouldn't be challenges again. Because what we saw a day before yesterday was really an eyesore that led to the casualties. So if really some actions have been put in place to ensure that what is best is done, it's a step in the right direction.
And you know, apart from, you know, those who lost their lives and the families that are mourning, it's actually very traumatic for a lot of people that were present, a lot of people that also saw, you know, how some of these events turned out. If you head to TikTok, you know, people are using the platform to share their experience. And if you hear some of the stories, I can imagine the sort of trauma one will be going through. There will be sleepless nights, definitely. There will be some PTSD when the person sees crowd. There will be some sort of anxiety. I just pray everyone gets through this, honestly.
Yesterday, some government officials visited some of the victims, the families, and one of the deceased mother indicated that she actually didn't hear of the news. She didn't hear from her daughter again because when she was calling, her daughter's phone was off, just to be told by somebody that, oh, your daughter has been stepped on at Elwak Sports Stadium and all that, which was very sad. And from the way she narrated the story, you can tell that, oh, this is a very, very, very sad situation that should never happen again. I keep saying that you are going in to look for what you would feed on or what you survive on just to lose your life. This should never be the story of anyone, and it shouldn't happen in this country again. But I like the fact that at least the government officials are putting in all needed measures to ensure that the individuals who are receiving treatment at the 37 military hospital get the best, and also consoling the various families that have lost their loved ones. 6 lives were lost in that process, which shouldn't happen. But Chris, what do you have on the news portals?
All right, so on the portals, we're going to be starting with channel1newsonline.com. The big one here, a divided house won't win power. Afinyo Markin cautions minority. Then on the back of, what happened at Elwak, government won't abandon survivors of military recruitment tragedy, and that's by the gender minister. Mahama commissions phase 1 and 2 of Tema Port expansion project. $31 billion transferred abroad with no goods imported, Atoforsen reveals. Parliament approves Ghana Scholarships Authority bill. 24-hour economy to boost agro-industrialization and jobs, and that's by the Finance Minister Atoforsen. 2026 budget, government allocates over 400 million Ghana cedis to Women Development Bank. And still on the 2026 budget, government allocates 110 million to boost 24-hour economy, and that's by the Finance Minister still. 150 million Ghana cedis allocated for Black Stars World Cup participation. And still on that, agriculture remains the heartbeat of Ghana's economy. This is Atoforsen asserting. Accra Kumasi Expressway to feature 8 interchange and 20 lanes automated toll plazas. And still, that's by Atoforsen. And still on what Atoforsen said, government to complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals in 2026. And lastly, government to build 1,200 MW state-owned thermal power plant.
Okay.
There you have it.
So on citynewsroom.com, 2026 budget prioritizes digital skills, creative arts to boost economy. This is very important because the creative arts industry, they've been complaining.
I'm suffering.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
when you made mention of the Kumawood, that's what we've been seeing then on TV, and that is what we love, and that is who we are, bringing it to our level and also trying to promote what we have in this country. So on the 2026 budget, government to equip 50 districts with over 4,000 machines. This is from the Finance Minister. Peace Council mourns victims of the Ghana Armed Force recruitment stampede, calls for reforms. Very important. KKD appointed Ghana's special envoy to the Caribbean region. And also 2026 budget, government setting up $500 million oil palm development finance facility. This is also coming from the Finance Minister. Still on the budget, 200 million Ghana cedis allocated for construction of mini stadiums. This is coming from the Finance Minister as well. Mahama commissions phase 1 and phase 2 of Tema Port expansion. 24-hour economy lacks clarity in 2026 budget, and that is coming from the minority leader, that is Alexander Apenyo Markin Shakespeare, criticizing government on that. And also review recruitment strategy. This is from Baumia, that is a former vice president who is actually hoping to be the flag bearer of the 2028 elections that is on the ticket of the NPP. He's telling the Ghana Armed Forces after the deadly stampede. Parliament passes Ghana Scholarship Authority Bill. Let's move back to the budget. 24-hour economy to drive job creation and agri-business growth in Ghana. Still on the budget, government allocates 110 million Ghana cedis for 24-hour economy project or programs. Then 2026 budget again, government rolling out 2-year initiative to end double track. This is from the finance minister. Government again to build 600 new schools, provide free textbooks for basic learners. Still on the budget, government to complete 10 abandoned Agenda 111 projects. This is from the finance minister. And of course, like we indicated, the finance minister will be breaking down a number of things here on the show later in the morning, both on radio and on TV. But Chris, I can see an article here that has been written by Juliana Odaming on President Samia Hussein, asking whether it's test or affront to gender advocacy. I'm sure what happened on social media, and a number of people are actually
everybody's talking about it.
People are actually using a win-win-win-win song in a powerful.
Yeah,
and they're asking that will she come and arrest them after they are done use.
No, but you know, I actually like the solidarity that everyone doing the challenge is standing for, because obviously there's no sane country or a sane environment where someone will actually be, you know, convicted like that because of a dance challenge. I mean, a death penalty because of a dance challenge doesn't, like, it doesn't gel. She didn't steal, she didn't do anything, she just danced. And the dance that we even saw was such a cute dance. She's such a good dancer. She didn't make any signs of violence, nothing.
I'm really thinking, let me just give you excerpts of what the article is saying. This is really written by Juliana Odaming. When Samia Hussein assumed office as Tanzania's first female president, her increase or her momentum was hailed, and across across Africa and beyond as a milestone for women's political representation. A Muslim woman ascending to the highest seat of power in the country with a deep patriarchal traditions was seen as a powerful symbol of change and a beacon of gender equality in leadership. However, the euphoria that once surrounded her leadership was given away to unease and disappointment. Recent political development in Tanzania have raised serious questions about the president's commitment to democracy, inclusivity, and the very values that propelled her to historic prominence. So, except of just what the article is, you would want to go in there and read more details of the article. Then you see what we are talking about it when it comes to what is really trending on social media and all that, and how people are saying that, well, she has changed. She has really changed.
The true color has come out.
Really? Let's bring you more. What do you have on Ghana Weekend?
All right, so on Ghana Weekend, our portal for everything entertainment, let's check out some of the headlines that we have here. Government to rehabilitate the National Theatre, build second in Kumasi. 2026 budget, government to establish film fund to support Kumawood. I think it should go all around, not just Kumawood. That's what I think.
Do we have a movie industry now?
Oh, yes.
I think you are in it.
Yes.
Is it Gollywood?
Yes. We've always had a movie industry, but what I think is that we don't have the right investment.
I feel
we don't have the right investment.
Nollywood is trying to pull most of our good actors.
It's not that it's trying to pull most of your good actors. The good actors need Nollywood to survive and their craft to survive. Because they need to be paid, don't they? They need to feed their families, don't they? So sometimes you even see very good actors acting very subpar movies. YouTube films. I'm not saying YouTube films are not great. Some are actually very shot with good quality, but some of them are shot in a day. Some of them are shot in a rush. But some of these great actors are on net, obviously, because they need to feed their families. That's their craft. That's what they know. That's how they get money.
But you think that much attention have not been paid, or we've not paid much attention to the movie industry in this Ghana?
I think the private sector, it's not really included in the film industry, because at the end of the day, every investor wants to know, what's my return in investment? If you can explain that, then the investor will definitely put money inside. But I think the problem is they don't even know how to explain that. Okay, this is how we are going to get our money back.
Yes, I was about asking you that. How is the producer going to make money? Because you know, in the past, you sell CDs, you sell cassettes, and people will buy. But now, as soon as you are done with the movie, it's on YouTube. People are now streaming on YouTube. I knew YouTube is going to pay you some amount of money. But how do you get substantial enough or an amount of money to do other productions?
So you see, when you look at Ghana, there's just how many cinemas? Like 2 cinemas. Silverbird and the other one.
Which other one?
West Hill Mall. I think it's still Silverbird.
Silverbird?
Yeah,
yes,
so
Silverbird.
it's just 2 cinemas. Yeah. So one in Accra Mall and then one in West Hill
Mall.
But it shouldn't be like that. We should have more. We should actually have more than that. Do you understand? So that's how people actually make money in Nigeria. Because if you see most of the movies in Nigeria, let me just go through some of the highest grossing movies in Nigeria. Everybody Loves Jennifer. That's by Funke Akindele.
Okay. And
that one went into billions.
Oh, we're into billions?
Yeah, into billions in Naira.
Oh, okay.
So that's definitely millions.
Millions in CDs.
In CDs and millions in dollars. Okay. Do you understand? A Tribe Called Judah, by the same person again.
Okay.
But the same person again went into billions too. So Battle of Booker Street, she is part again.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's like 3 or 4 of her movies are just like highest grossing, and it's shown across all cinemas. It's shown across all cinemas. So before it even gets on some of the platforms that we watch them on, the streaming platforms, she's made money through the cinemas. Wow. Like she's made the film money. She's made the money that she used to pay all the actors. She's made extra.
Wow.
There's so many cinemas everywhere in Nigeria. So I think that's what's helping them. So now, after that, they now start working with the streaming platforms. Sometimes some of these movies are actually, discussed with the streaming platform already to know that, okay, you're not even going to show it on cinema. This is where it's going to come. So everyone has to come here.
Wow.
So some movies are not in the cinema. Some movies are just right on that streaming platform, and you will not even see it on YouTube.
Anyway. So I think enough financing or enough investments must be pushed into the movie industry so that people would be able to at least get the best.
And I think producers need to find very innovative ways to market their movies and start letting investors, especially investors from the private sector. People want to invest, but the problem is, if I invest, how am I getting my money back?
It's true. Maybe we will have further conversation on it, but let's move away from this. Just because we need to do the sector on the railway thing. We go for a quick break. When we come back, definitely we are going to bring you the sector conversation on the railway. This week has been very frustrating. People throwing stone at the train and all that. The train hitting a boy on the railway line and all that. It's sad.
Weird.
It's sad.
It's weird, and you wonder why people also want to cross railway lines.
I'm asking questions.
And then you can see the train coming on.
Yes.
Like you can literally see it from far. But it still hits.
By the way, the boss is in studio. We'll have conversations on that. But we have this one there, win-win challenge. We will just use it to go on a break quickly, and then that's it. Okay, so stay with us. We'll be back with more on the show.
While Ghana. So you people know Miss Brother Man Small. If you it's your boy. Kill them all, kill them all. But this time, I'm not only killing mosquitoes, I am killing the grades. See? This wouldn't have been possible if I didn't have the perfect mosquito-free atmosphere. Thank you, Out Insecticide. And yeah, Out Mosquito Coil. For a mosquito-free atmosphere, trust Out to... You are not serious.
Out Insecticide. So ya boa, faha.
Christmas, my favorite time of the year.
This festive season, Volta Serene Hotel invites you to experience the magic of Christmas and New Year like never before. From 20th of December to the 1st of January, step into a world of joy, music, laughter, and celebration. We begin on the 20th with a soulful carols night, filling the air with warmth and melody. Then, on 23rd and 24th of December, arrive in style as we welcome you with fresh coconut and local treats. Christmas Day brings pure delight, exciting moments for kids, relaxing escape for adults, and an elegant all-white dinner under the stars, crowned with a spectacular fireworks display. On Boxing Day, embrace culture and rhythm, from picnics and traditional dance to an unforgettable high life and old school night. As the week unfolds, enjoy movie night, live music, karaoke, and endless fun, until we welcome 2026 with a breathtaking fireworks show on New Year's Eve. Special Christmas packages starting from 4,050 for individuals, 5,250 for couples, and 8,900 Ghana cedis for a family of 4 for 2 nights. Call or WhatsApp 0541 539 867 or 0362 025 243 to book your experience today. Volta Serene Hotel. Feel the serene touch.
Making and selling. In Africa too hard? Not anymore.
Afro quality.
Buy African, build Africa.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm
the second coming.
Into all this tension, just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa, dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it so would the coming of the son of man be.
Hey.
Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, a simple direction. Mr. Goodluck no check me well.
Yeah,
man.
Easy car. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his baby.
Oh, how romantic!
And he followed the prompts. Yes, and then boom, confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, be your family permission. Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
And of course, we are grateful that you stayed with us here on Channel 1 TV on Breakfast Daily. It's a Friday. And on Fridays, we enter into some of the sectors. Yes, last week, we brought you what was happening in the agri sector, where farmers have been complaining about the food glut and all that, asking the government to do the needful. Again, this week, we've seen a number of issues with the railway line and the Tama in Pakadan railway line that is in operation now. Some individuals have just taken the railway line to themselves and they are doing what they want. But then again, we are going to get into details with these issues and conversations around it. And in studio, of course, is no other person than Dr. Frederick Apho, who is the Chief Executive Officer for the Ghana Railway Development Authority, for us to delve into issues like this and all that. Doc, good morning.
Good morning.
I trust you are doing well.
Doing well, thank you.
Before we enter into the conversation proper, let's give our viewers some bit of understanding what happened. We have a report that has been put together concerning what happened on Tuesday, the accident that happened on the Tema in Pakadan railway line.
Was reportedly walking along the edge of the track with earphones in his ears, which may have prevented him from hearing the train's repeated warning horns as it approached. Despite several attempts by the train operator to alert him, the young man failed to respond before being struck.
Jesus!
Since the start of commercial operations on October 1, 2025, the Tama Impakadan train service has recorded 4 separate stone-throwing incidents, the latest on Tuesday, November 11, which damaged the windscreen of one of the DMU trains. There have also been ongoing concerns about encroachers occupying sections of the railway corridor and ignoring safety precautions when trains are in motion.
We've had 4 stone attacks on our train services. The first incident occurred in the first week of the service, where we had a stone thrown from a Shiaman area into the windscreen. The damaged windscreen has been replaced, was replaced at the time. And the subsequent weeks was followed by attempted attacks as well as stones parked on the rail. When stones are parked on the rail, it can derail the train. And normally we are taking passenger numbers of up to about 250 or in some cases 370 passengers on board. This could lead to catastrophic accident or incident and possible loss of life.
Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Railway Development Authority, Frederick Apho, told Channel 1 News that removing residents who have illegally settled along the railway line is essential to prevent further incidents and ensure the safety of both passengers and railway staff.
We have given, soft notification that they have to move away from there. So yes, the possible cause of this might be the encroachers who are basically living there in temporary structures, and we are working with Tema Metropolitan Assembly and the TDC to remove all of them. We have to. Failure to do that will put the passenger services at risk.
Now, for the Railway Authority, it is still investigating these attacks. But one thing is certain: it will evict encroachers along the railway line in order to prevent a similar incident, just like an individual was being hit, from repeating. Reporting for Channel 1 News from the Tema Railway Station, I am Manuel Aye.
So, of course, the CEO is in studio for us to delve deeper into it. CEO, how are you handling all these issues? 4 stone thrones to the very DMUs that we've been using on the railway line.
Yeah, good morning to your viewers. It doesn't surprise me because I've seen it all before. But I think the intentional attacks makes it worrying. For once, I thought we as citizens will be happy to see the railway services in operation. But here's the case that we've had 4 stone attack. First one to the windscreen, we have replaced it. The next one was to the side windscreen. On Monday was to the shield, and on Monday again we had another one straight to the windscreen again. So We are working with the police services and the national security to ascertain the root cause of all these. But like I mentioned earlier in the week during my interview with Manuel, we think that having illegal encroachers is also posing a massive risk to the safety of the trains.
Have you been able to identify or arrest these individuals?
Yes, we have made, in the first instance, we made an arrest of a minor who was paid 20 cedis to do what he did.
Was paid?
He was paid to do what he did.
Why?
I don't know. And the possible cause is for the police, the Tema Divisional Police, to assist us in the investigation. Who paid him and what was the motive behind it, I cannot tell. But for once, you know, I am surprised. I've been in this industry for a very long time, but I'm very surprised to see that, you know, the physical asset, or the asset that we have operating on the railway infrastructure, is being attacked by individuals. Yes, you can allude to, you know, we have alleged report of possible root causes, but I am not going to sit here to preempt. I would want the investigation body to investigate who are behind these things and how we can prevent them in the future.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm still amazed. 20 Ghana cedis being given to an individual to do this.
Yes,
anyway.
Yeah.
But how is operation on the line going?
Oh, fantastic. I think basically we have reached in terms of the DMUs that we have for the standard gauge, we've reached capacity. We are making over 370 because the train has got a seating capacity of 284 with additional 100 standing capacity. Okay. Every morning we are reaching capacity on the Afenya to Temahabo route in terms of each sort that we are doing. On the evening, we have increased it to about 7:30, 8 o'clock because of the workers at the Tema Industrial and the Temahabo. So the passenger service is going well. And so far, I'm amazed as to what I'm seeing. And I'm hoping to, working with the board and the management as well as with the ministry, we need to look at how we can also improve services and introduce what I call the more trains on the line. But the future is bright on the Tema to Mpagadan. The passenger has been tested, it has passed. Now we need to, the focus has to be on how we are going to move the cargo. And that is because this is an intermodal transport system and it's a misuse line, which means that it caters for both the passenger service and also the bulk transportation. But the passenger service in most cases are social policy, you know, and the bulk cargo is what the focus is on in terms of revenue generation. And I'm optimistic in the coming year or maybe months, let's say early 2027, we should be seeing at least cargo transport on the Tema to Mpagadan.
So now you fully operational?
We are fully operational on the Tema to Mpagadan. Yes, Tema to Mpagadan railway line.
But you have to use the card system and all that in terms of the payment and how people are going to put money on the card. How is that one also going?
You see, the most important thing is that whilst passenger service is a social policy, we must also ensure that there is loss of revenue leakages, because whilst the government is trying to sustain this service, we must also try to maximize every revenue that we can get. So to avoid revenue leakages, we, the management, decided to introduce a cashless system and as part of the operational strategy, and that has been excellent. Basically, I can tell you today how many, in terms of revenue, what we have straight on my phone. Okay. I don't have to, based on the passenger numbers, I can tell you that this is the amount of money that we got. And based on my fuel usage, I know that what I'm looking at in terms of my overhead for next week and everything. So it helps to also ensure that we don't have revenue leakages in the system. Most importantly, it also gives confidence to the passengers. You know, you can use it's an app, okay? You don't have to go and stand in line to buy the ticket. You can just do it on your app, show it on your phone, Google Play Store, or basically you can also have Apple Store to use it. And we also offer card for people that are not tech savvy. So you can buy the card at the ticket station, and you can use it anytime you go to the ticket station. So these are some of the what I call innovative ideas that we are introducing to make passenger service much more friendly. The next one we are looking at as management is to introduce a Wi-Fi system on board, so you can also be able to connect to Wi-Fi and be able to use it as well while you are online, while you're on board the train, and to also provide experiences for students and other what we call it religious bodies who want to also have an experience on the train. So these are all ideas coming up, and with the Tema to Impagadan, it was properly planned. And in terms of personalization, we plan it properly to ensure that we cater for all manner of passengers. So when you come there, you can see that your Lolo bar is packed. Okay. So it means that we are not just providing a train service from station to station. We are providing a door-to-door service. So once you get to the train station, you can take the Lolo bars. We've also got the, let's say, those who can afford a little bit. So if you can afford Uber, boat, they are there. You can just do your boat and Uber. If you have your car and you want to park, you park for a mere 5 cedis for a day. Okay, then you just park and ride, and you take the train and you go there. So we are being a bit innovative and trying to provide what I call a friendly service to the very good people of the Tema to Adomi corridor.
Wow, that's a fantastic idea, but I'm sure that there will be some challenges you are really dealing with on the line, if not for the stone chew and other things with the encroachment and all that. What are some of the key challenges you are dealing with, and how are you managing these challenges?
I think, as reported by Manuel and your very good friend, it is the encroachment is an issue. We have unfortunately we have exposed lines. And exposed lines means that, simply put, you have the train on the ground, no fencing, people can cross the line as and when they desire. That is a problem. So when you have exposed lines, the tendency of accident or incidents is high. So the challenges that we have is also we have illegal encroaches along the right of way.
Wow.
People living in temporary structures or illegal structures. And in some cases, you have herdsmen bringing cow and cattle, whatever, sheep's crossing, and the train is moving. So, and we've spent a lot of money as an authority to educate people through our community sensitization program. But unfortunately, it's not sticking. Okay, I have particularly been part of that exercise where we go to schools, churches, and religious institutions and businesses to talk to them about the level of encroachment. But unfortunately, you have school children crossing the line in most cases, especially in the morning and the evening. So this makes the whole running of the train service quite difficult. But nonetheless, we have augmented the security. We have a railway security team that occupies the right of way. So we protect the line. But at the moment, we have 54 people every day. And we are also working with Tema Metropolitan Police, who have basically given us augmented our security forces, our security teams, by providing additional men and women to support in that.
So what the men and women are stationed
along the right of way.
Wow, that's a lot of work.
Yes, because unfortunately, if we don't do that, we might end up getting a lot of casualties. And whilst it doesn't surprise me, I don't want us to be having that, because at the moment I want the service to be of an experience, not of a tragedy. So it is important that we need to augment it. Like I mentioned before, passenger service is a social policy. Now this line is designed for cargo, and I'm talking about 200 tons. So imagine being struck by a 200 tons train traveling at 50 miles an hour, 50 kilometers per hour. It will destroy you. It will literally destroy you. So the short-term mitigation action is just deploying what I call the railway temporary staff, working with the Tema Metropolitan and Ashaman Divisional Police Commanders to help us to man the line physically whenever we are running. We are also basically, we have embarked on our community sensitization program, which we are doing now. And the medium to long term is that we are going to do fencing to fence off the line. But of course, that is very expensive and require. But what we are going to do immediately this year is that we are going to fence section of the high-risk areas like Tulaku, where they do Tulaku area. We are going to fence it, and we are going to work with the Tema Metropolitan Assembly to remove all the illegal encroaches, just to save lives. It's important that we save lives and protect livelihood. We are not here to basically, we are determined as an authority to run a safe service, but I'm also very cautious not to to prevent any incident or accident on the line. Yes.
But the individuals who are living along the line, ideally, they are not supposed to be there.
Yes, they are not supposed to be there. So we have given the notices. But of course, as a central government agency, we have to rely on the Metropolitan Assembly or the local assembly to do the eviction by law.
Aren't we wasting too much time?
Yes, I am talking to my colleagues over there, and we are going to embark on it. And I'm very confident that it will be very soon. We are going to move everybody who are occupying the right of way. If you can show to, what happened on Tuesday was a tragedy, and we share and we have conveyed our sympathy to the family. We will be paying our respect to them, but it shouldn't happen. You cannot walk on the railway line with earphones.
Yes,
you cannot, and you cannot jog on the railway lines. So we need to just try as much as possible to do what is needful to save lives, while also providing passenger service to the very good people all along the corridor.
We also understand the stealing of components of the rail line. Has it stopped, or is it still ongoing?
It has now minimized, because if you look at it, if you remember, back in March we did our first inspection, and this line was commissioned last year, but in November thereabout, and when we came into government and we did our first inspection of the line, we realized that we couldn't run the passenger service then. Most of the point machines and safety features have been taken by scrap dealers on the line. So we had to then do all the rectification work, which took us nearly up to October to complete. So theft is, compared to what we had in Q1 and Q2 of this year, since we started running the service, the situation of theft and in terms of our metal scraps has gone down, and we are also, with the help of the railway security team, with the help of also the track maintenance team, and we've got station masters, ticketing officers, platform attendants, and I think we are now also gaining the support of the community in terms of protecting the access. So I can confidently say that we are doing well in terms of that aspect.
Beautiful. And I'm sure that we're moving away from the Tema in Pakadan railway line. Have you done audit on other railway lines that eventually will be coming up and will be benefiting other regions as well?
Yes, I think with Western region, we are working, we are now looking into the preparation of works, and I'll be working with my colleague at Ghana Railway Company Limited, as well as the union. There's an exercise ongoing at the moment. Once that is complete, we will look at how to resume the Kojokrom service for the very good people of Western region. And that is where the whole railway started. And I am determined that the 2 DMUs must be put in use. So I'll be working with my colleague in terms of looking at how we can adopt the Tema to Pakadam model similarly on that line. Okay, and we are going to then run. So together with the board, we will make a plea to the minister to allow the authority to work with our sister company so that we can then resume services on the Western region. But talking about Western region, the key activity on the Western region is the Western Railway Line. At the moment, the new standard gauge railway line development. Our contractor is on site. I was there yesterday. Work is ongoing at the moment. We are now at, we have laid the sub-ballast, the first layer, the second layer for the sub-ballast, and we are about to lay the rails all the way to Esueso. So once we get to Esueso, we are only 13.1 kilometers from Insuta, and the focus is to haul the 10 million metric tons of manganese from Isuta to Takoradi Port. You can see that at the moment, this government is spending a lot of money on infrastructure, on the roads and everything like that. But if we spend all this money on the roads and we still keep the over 100 tons of trucks on our roads, it will not last beyond 3 years. So the railway is there to take the burden of the road so that our road can last, whilst we can then take all the dangerous goods and the tons to the rails. We are making progress, and I'm very happy to see the progress myself yesterday during the site visit, and I'm very confident of this government intention to complete the Western Railway line, if not at all, to Isuta.
But have you visited what's the name, the one at Insawam, the Kotoku one? Recently we've had issues of people stealing the railway lines and all that, stealing all the steels and all that. Have you seen it for yourself?
I have seen it for myself. We've been there, and at the moment, in terms of Insawam line, let me be clear. You know, the Insawam line was part of the rationalization exercise that occurred last year for the removal. We were not in government. And most people who live in Insawam can attest to this, that the lines were removed last year. The focus is that now, if you look at the narrow gauge from Tamahabo to Accra, we are looking at the rehabilitation of that. That is a narrow gauge. So, but what we have from Tema to Impagadan is a standard gauge. So what it simply means is that you cannot run the same trains that we are having on the, let's say, it's Tema Harbour to Insawam line. You cannot run it. So you need the old trains to run that. So we are making a rehabilitation of that line, and soon you are going to see that we are running the service. The service are being run by our sister company, Ghana Railway Company Limited, on the 6:30 and the 5 o'clock train services once a day. Once a day. Yeah, so which is not great. But we are looking at how to improve that. But from Insawam, you see, it is important that that policy directive has to come from the minister. And I wouldn't want to preempt that at the moment.
But even though it has to come from the minister, there will be some ideas that at least you'll be cooking. Is there any plan for Accra Kumasi?
Oh, Accra Kumasi is have you looked at the budget? Read the budget is there. Yes, and the Accra to Kumasi, it will be one of what I called, in terms of suburban rails. I wouldn't talk about high-speed rail. Let's talk about suburban rail for the benefit of the doubt, because at the moment high-speed rail, in terms of its construction, you know, is very expensive. You are looking at about $32 million per kilometer. But for the suburban rail, you are looking at a speed of up to about 125 kilometers per hour that can be implemented. Yes, there has been a feasibility study done already on the Eastern Corridor. That's the Accra Kumasi is the Eastern Railway line, and at the moment we will be in discussion with the Minister of Finance so that we can open that for PPP, private partnership. And we are looking. We've met a lot of investors since we came, and the potential is there for the Accra Kumasi route in terms of passenger numbers as well as haulage, and it's something that is in the pipeline. We are looking to meet potential investors, but officially it has to go to the PR office, and also working with the PPP committee to officially launch this for tender.
Recently, the president made mention of the expansion of the Tema Port to Dawa. That is the railway line there. What is the update with that?
Oh yes, at the moment we are working on that. At the moment we have communicated officially to yes, it's a directive that we have to follow through. You see, we are building a new industrial city at Dawa, and the idea is that we need to connect the line to Afia to provide the what we call a connecting line from Dawa all the way to Temahabo, as well as to Accra. This is strategically important, because if you look at the number of people who will be working at Sagleme and Dawa, most people will be residing in Afia. How do you expect these people to go to work? You know, you need the railway services to be able to ease the transport. Now, if I told you about, I made mention about Tema to Impakadan. Now, you see that Afia to Temahabo, we are always over capacity. Sometimes we can't take the passengers. because normally people have to wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning, travel to Tema, industrial area of Tema Harbour. Now the same person is waking up at 6:30 in the morning, and by 6:52 he is at Tema Harbour, 22 minutes. Okay, so productivity goes up. He is much more happier. Okay, and they are enjoying family time. Similarly, the Dawa industrial area is a very strategic area. So we are in the process of doing an assessment of how we are going to acquire the land. That is the first thing. Once we've done the land acquisition, we will then have to look at the possibility of the construction in terms of costing and how we are going to also develop it. That is not the problem. The problem now is to be able to acquire the right of way, and we are working with all stakeholders concerned to make sure that we can acquire the right of way. Once the acquisition has been done, then you are going to, of course, hear about the future development of the line to Afienya. What it also simply means is that once we connect the line to the Tema Harbour to Impakadan line, we need to also look at possible expansion of the line. Okay, it cannot be a single track. We need to look at the possibility of increasing or adding another layer of a rail track to augment the capacity on the line. So that is something that we are going to look at that. So that is also in the pipeline, and we are working on it.
Okay, beautiful. I'm sure from all what you said, that means it's a very capital-intensive venture. And you've made mention of the fact that we cannot really sustain this without the private sector.
Yes, it is capital intensive. So what it means is that for a railway of this kind, it must be strategically. I would say, let me rephrase this. It's very important. An average railway line costs in here, we are looking about $5 million per kilometer.
Really?
Oh yes.
Wow.
$5 million per kilometer. So if it's $5 million per kilometer, it means that for even 20 kilometers, you are looking at about over $100 million. Yes, $100 million. $100 million. So railway is a very expensive thing. That's why you need a political decision. It's a political decision to do so. But if we are then looking at a private engagement, or you want to engage the private sector to spend, let's say, $3 billion on an investment like a railway, for us as a developing nation, our focus has to be on what can we guarantee for that private sector to be able to fund that infrastructure. What will be the ROI, return on investment? So the focus for us is that now, working with the board, we are coming up with something, what I think is a Ghana Railway Master Plan, which will be accepted by the public. We call it, we are now looking at working with our sister company, our mineral sites. Okay, we've got, for example, Western Region, we have Inquisitor Mines.
Wow.
We have Opomansi.
Wow.
We have Awaso. You have Inenjini. These are all mining sites. And you have iron deposit, you have manganese deposit, you have bauxite, you have that. The total volume, consecutive, you are looking at 35 million metric tons per annum. Please, I will urge all of you, go to Western Region, just go and look at the number of trucks moving from Inenjini, Awaso, what we call it, Insuta, to Takra Depot. Over hundreds. Okay, no matter how much, I don't know, how you build a road in terms of structural integrity, it cannot last beyond anything.
It won't.
So the focus is the rail.
Yeah.
And we as a developing nation needs to be very tactical about it. You see, passenger service is great, but passenger service everywhere, they are all subsidized. Okay, so we need to then focus on how we are going to connect the railway lines first to our mineral site, take all those heavy goods and what we call it, tons of vehicles from our road to the rail. Once we've done that, then we can then phase in passenger transport.
Wow. Doc, thank you so much for your time. It's been a fantastic one coming in studio for us to have conversations on the railway sector. You've heard it from the horse's own mouth, what they are doing about the sector. And please, the individuals who are just crisscrossing the Tema Impakadan railway line, please, you are risking your lives, and it's just not appropriate. Thank you so much, Dr. Frederick Apo, who is the Chief Executive Officer for the Ghana Railway Development Authority. Amazing conversation we had there. This is still Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. We'll be back with more.
Love the Premier League? Your DSTV premium subscription could get you there in real life, Charlie. Stay connected for your chance to watch the Premier League live. Man U versus Man City at Old Trafford or Arsenal versus Man U in London. Stay connected to score with DSTV Premium. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply.
The National Petroleum Authority hereby cautions persons engaged in illicit storage and trading of petroleum products to comply with the regulatory requirements to operate in the downstream petroleum industry. The NPA Act clearly stipulates that no individual shall engage in any commercial activity related to the importation, exportation, re-exportation, shipment, transportation, processing, refining, storage, distribution, marketing, or sale of petroleum products in the downstream industry without first obtaining a license from the NPA board. Failure to secure the necessary license and properly regularize operations will result in confiscation of petroleum products, prosecution under the law, and decommissioning of facility. For more information, contact the National Petroleum Authority on 0302 550 380. You can also visit our head office located at Jolu off the N1 highway or any of our regional offices.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm
The second coming.
Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trot from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go be the luckiest. Go be from Georgia be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame! Send your God the apple boom! If you put it toye, so would the coming of the son of man be.
Hey.
Is that his car? Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Good Luck no check me way.
Yeah, man. Easy cry. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm a baby deal.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompt, yes. And then boom, confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like service.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family payment? Before December, maybe release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
This November, something amazing is coming to Accra. Are you a farmer with fresh produce? Are you into fish farming, poultry or livestock? Then get ready for the November edition of the AgriFair 2025. Yes, AgriFair 2025. It's happening on Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November. It's happening at the A4 Southern Children's Park and it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's the ultimate weekend marketplace. From fruits and vegetables to poultry, livestock and fish to agri-inputs and processing machinery. All at unbeatable farm gate prices. Whether you're selling or buying, this is your chance to connect, trade and grow. Enjoy the freshest farm produce, sizzling kebabs, and a vibrant marketplace atmosphere all in one space. Register now and secure your spot. Call 0558-973-973 for more information. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. Agri Fair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Horticulture Business Platform, Development Bank Ghana, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, Gressol, and the Ghana Exim Bank.
And of course, you're welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. We promised you that we were bringing you the finance minister's thought on the budget. Well, he presented the budget yesterday, and he's live on City 97.3 FM. We are crossing over to the studios at City 97.3 FM to join the feed there.
The 2024 cap was 600 million United States dollars. But what happened was that they drew down over 974 million United States dollars, and so it was part of the slippages that we saw in the 2024 fiscal year because of the drawdown. Now, in order to reduce the risk of fiscal slippages, we need to share the amount to sector ministries, and then also make sure that all of them stay within their budget. And then also, because the cap is quite small, you need to be sure, most importantly, what they are using the money for. So you notice that in my expenditure strategy, I've said we are waging a crackdown on low impact and wasteful expenditure or recurrent expenditure. So expenditures such as the purchases of cars, such as foreign travels, workshops, and all of that, we are waging down on it. And so if they call you, find out from them or demand from them what exactly they are using the money for. And I'm not sure it is for school feeding. I'm not sure it is for the payment of LEAP. I'm not sure it's for the payment of disability allowance or something. It may be for the purchases of cars and workshops and all of the travels that I've cracked down on. And that may be the case, because certainly
so in a sense, the Ministry of Finance is performing a financial management role for the MDAs.
Yes. No, not paying financial management role, but you see, I have a fiscal anchor. The fiscal anchor says you can't do primary surplus in excess of 1.5% of GDP. How do you arrive at that?
Okay.
You need revenue and expenditure to balance it off, and loans that you've taken all. And so that alone gives you a cap that has been agreed upon. If you fail to achieve that 1.5%, you go to Parliament for censorship and you lose your job as minister. Okay, not only losing your job, but you will also be disgraced. Okay, now, how do I achieve it? Most importantly, I have 300 million. Somebody is drawing down. You are drawing down. You are drawing down. You are drawing down. I should be able to share the 300 million among the people here, but I should, at the same time, because the money is not that huge, I have to give you a limit and say that use the limit for A, B, C, D. Critical spending that will propel economic growth, or be used for the reason of which the program was.
So you've explained the social programs one. The second one had to do with contractors. I'm bringing the one. So there was a story in the High Street Journal, November 6. Government books look tidy, but contractors starve. Banks absorb the shock and development stalls. This was a story written as an editorial, and basically says the country continues to work towards completing its IMF program as planned, with improvements recorded in key fiscal indicators. But then it says the audit process delayed payment to contractors. So at the time, they said the report captured approximately 90 billion in arrears, but you said it was 68 when you did the work, and then you also give the breakdown. But the point you're making is that the longer that thing takes, so even though fiscally everything looks good, you have the surplus, inflation is coming down, growth is pretty nice, contractors are really suffering. Banks are suffering. Now, the bank angle, let me give it to you. Dr. Richmond Detuahini said, without paying contractors' debts, governor's vision of low lending rates will remain just wishful thinking, because in his view, a lot of the NPLs of the banks comes from delayed payments for particularly roads and some health projects. So how do you respond to this accusation that while you are making the books look good, you are starving other parts of the economy?
Okay, thank you very much. Bernard, we inherited 68 billion cedis.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what gave us the fiscal deficit of 3.9% of GDP
mm-hmm.
In arrests. And so, obviously, government cannot pay 68 billion cedis in 1 year. And first, I needed to subject this arrest itself
mm-hmm.
to audit, to validate them, and to be sure of the strategy that I will use to clear this arrest. Simple put, in doing so, the 2025 budget, I programmed 13.8 billion cedis for the payment of these arrests. So far, I've paid about 12 billion, and I have about 1.8 billion to go. I cannot exceed the 13.8 that Parliament gave to me. Now, in the 2026 budget, I've programmed 25 billion cedis, and I'll pay another 25 billion cedis, and then pay the rest 2027 and maybe 2028. And I expect that within 4 years, I should be able to pay.
So
if I had,
let me just so you programmed 13.8 to pay in 2025.
Correct.
You've nearly finished.
Yes.
Another 25 to
another
pay.
25 to pay.
So if I add that, so let's say 14 to 25, that's 39.
39. Let's say 40.
40.
Yes.
And this 40 is out of the 68.
It's out of the 68.
And on the 68, you've disallowed 10.
I've disallowed 10.
And 8 is pending.
8 is pending. But I gave a caveat that the 8 that is pending may be legitimate. But Auditor General needs some further verification to be able to.
So let's assume it's 60
that's it.
Sorry.
Even 58.
58.
Yes.
If I add the 25 to the 30, the 13, it means by end of this next year.
By end of next year, to be left about 17, 18.
You would have paid about 40 billion.
Exactly.
In
arrears.
Now, the other problem with the arrears issue is the concentration. We are told that there are over 3,000 contractors or companies listed in the interim report. 25 companies account for 50 billion. That's what the report is telling. That's crazy. 3,000 companies who are owed. And just 25 have almost 80%.
Yes. You may have to ask the previous administration, because they awarded those contracts and they are the ones that overly concentrated. You see, the contracts were largely given to some selected companies, and some selected companies were bringing some of the bills. And it will surprise you to know that a chunk of this 68 billion happens to be interest on delayed payment.
Wow.
Interest on delayed payment, particularly at the road sector. So out of the 23 billion cedis that I received as arrests from the Ministry of Roads, because they were awarding the contracts and contractors were working and they were not paying them, the contractors were charging interest. And so out of the 13 billion, about 9-10 billion
was just interest.
Was just interest on delayed payment, and the state had to pay.
Wow. And by the way, I'm told that 2/3 of the arrears relate to the road infrastructure sector.
Exactly, and that is why we began clearing the arrears with road sector, and so far we've paid over 5 billion cedis to the road sector.
I'll come back to roads. I have some questions for Kakra, but I just wanted to wrap up here. I look at your expenditure for 2025 compared to 2026. In 2025, your total expenditure was 293 billion.
Yes.
Now you want to your total expenditure was 268 billion. Your total appropriation was 293. You want to increase your expenditure from 268 to 302. So appropriation goes up by over 64 billion. Somebody wants me to ask you, where are you going to get that money from?
Okay, there's growth in revenue and growth in non-tax revenue. And so you are seeing some significant growth in revenue there. If you look at the revenue numbers, you know exactly where it's coming from. And we are still meeting the 1.5% primary surplus anchor. and we have some significant Eurobond payments coming up that we have to pay, and some DDEP payment. 2026, I have about 51 billion cedis that I have to pay in DDEP coupons. And so that alone is quite a lot. This year I've paid about 20 and it's jumping to about 51 billion. So that alone increases.
So let me get this straight. There's great revenue.
Yes.
To cater for this jump in expenditure.
Exactly.
You've removed about 1.9% from the VAT based on your recalibration from 21.9 to 20. When we read the BOG's report in September, it says some of your revenues had been affected by the currency's appreciation.
Correct.
So I think the ones that depended on foreign exchange. So either the
oil revenue
and the royalties.
Good.
And you are still sure that you are able to raise enough money for a delta of 64 billion in appropriations. You're able to do this.
Yes. Revenue. It won't be 1-to-1. It won't be 1-to-1, but certainly some of the expenditures that are going up, and also it's not counted as part of the primary balance because they are interest.
No problem.
The primary balance on commitment basis excludes interest, and so it may be total expenditure, but it's not hitting the primary balance on commitment basis because you are paying the interest.
Okay.
Remember that if you want to do critical assessment, then look at primary expenditure and compare it to the primary balance, and then we can look at it. But the total expenditure is going up largely on account of interest. Eurobond next year, I have to pay about 1.4 billion United States dollars because the first quarter in January, I have to begin mopping up, and I'm paying 700 and something million United States dollars first quarter, and then the third quarter, I think in July, I pay another 700 million.
Okay. Let's take it one by one and let's wrap up this, please. 2025, you allocated 76 billion cedis for employee compensation.
Correct.
This year it's gone up to 90. So that's 14 billion more.
Correct.
Goods and services, you allocated 6.9, which is almost 7 billion. It's gone up to 13, a delta of about 6. Capex is the biggest. You allocated 3 billion last year. You've gone to 57 billion.
Exactly.
Interest was 64 billion last year. It's come down to 57 billion. And then grants to statutory funds and other energy payments, 48 has gone up 63. So I have two in one question. Your capex is jumping by over 22 billion.
Correct.
It is serious.
Yes. And
in one calendar year,
the savings that we have made, particularly from the energy sector, is what we are channeling it to capex. For example, this year, I'm spending 28 billion cedis in energy sector shortfalls. Next year, I'm spending 15 billion cedis. The delta gives me over 10 billion. Okay, I think about 13 billion. Where do I send it? I send it to capex. And so capex goes up so that we can develop and be able to grow. And you know the nature of our roads. You know the nature of our classrooms and all.
Okay.
So this is exactly what we are trying to do.
Capex is roads, and I'll come back to roads.
Yeah.
There's a question from Labour. In the recently concluded minimum wage negotiations on the national minimum wage and base pay, basically they said they agreed for a 9% increase because the government made certain promises that significantly influenced the acceptance of this 9%. Among these promises was the commitment to employ some numbers in the public sector, implying that the existing backlog would be addressed and included in the current public sector workforce. However, upon listening to you reading the budget, there did not appear to be any allocation for such an initiative. So they want you to confirm that you...
So let me put it this way. As you rightly said, you looked at the previous year compensation at 77 moving to 90.
Yeah.
The difference is not only the 9%. It is also because we have made allocation for some recruitment, including about 10,000 staff that will be recruiting for the security service, of which unfortunately, they started something, and some people have to even leave lose their life, sadly. But this is the situation we find ourselves. So the 90 billion that you see includes inclusion of some.
So you are showing organized labor that, and let's just be clear, is this backlog the health and the education? Because your deputy told me a few weeks ago that there was a backlog of, I think, 75,000.
It's incredible. We have backlog dating back 2021. People have gone to the nursing and teacher training college up to 2021, and they've not been employed up to date. And the two put together is about 150,000.
And so are you going to absorb all the 150,000 people next year?
No. We can't. I mean, the budget cannot, 90 billion cannot accommodate that much. I'm not too sure how much it will be. I think it's a sector-specific question.
The reason I'm pushing this is that we already know that 47% of your tax revenue goes to public sector people.
Correct.
This is, I'm sure, wages and salaries and possibly goods and services together.
Correct.
That's a lot already. And these people are less than 1 million people.
Exactly.
These people are not the ones who are producing anything necessarily in terms of private sector. You are giving them 47% of our tax revenue. And now they are asking that you employ more people.
You see, we need to balance the recruitment and providing public good, as well as growing the economy. There are some essential workers that certainly you will have to employ. You need the doctors, you need the nurses, you need the teachers to teach our children and all. But you have to do it carefully, because if you employ nurses, for example, you need to have a hospital for them to go into the hospital and take care of people's health. And if you employ a doctor, you need to have a hospital together with equipment so that they can do proper diagnostics and be taking care of us. If you employ a teacher, you need to build a classroom and all. And so you always have to have a fine balance between the people you employ and the provision of public good and all that you have to spend on. And so 47%, I agree, is very high. The average is about 33%. Today we're at 47%. Now, if government can also not say that we are not employing, so you have to employ strategically. You have to employ sustainably. And so you will have to make some provision to employ some. At the same time, you need to generate the jobs, particularly at the rail sector. And that is what this budget seeks to do. We've made allocations to sectors that can create the jobs to support and augment the effort of government, because government alone can't do it. In most countries, government does 15-20% of the employment, and then the private sector does the rest, because the private sector employment is the most sustainable, not the government sector. City FM here that I am today, I'm sure the people you've employed here, government of Ghana can't employ them. And look at what the media, for example, is doing. All the staff you have here, they're on your payroll, not on government payroll. And so always and always, the private sector should be the ones that should take the bulk of this workforce that we will have to create.
This is the City Breakfast Show. Our guest is the Minister of Finance, Atufosen. A lot of questions have come already. I'm trying to read some whilst I take the ones we've planned to ask. I'm here with Francisca and Caleb. Francisca has a couple of questions on roads, but I notice people keep sending questions about arrears. So let me just ask a couple so that you can reiterate the point. So this one says, Bernard, please ask the minister what is his reason of not paying the contractor who has taken loans to execute the Gamma project since January till now, while the money is there sitting in the World Bank account in the BOG. You understand this question?
No, that one doesn't come to me. I'm not the one who pays that, because if the money is in the BOG account, it has left the Ministry of Finance. All what I have to do, at my level, I give permission for disbursement before the money comes to Ghana. When it comes to Ghana, it is not. It's out.
So you're talking about Gamma project?
No, it's out of my hand. It's at the sector ministry, and it's the sector ministry that has to deal with it.
Please ask the finance minister to touch on Cocoa Board. He didn't talk a lot about it. Any updates on the amortization? Indeed, there's a Cocoa Board question I will ask in addition. Another person who is in the private sector, when he saw the artwork, said there is you haven't basically his business is collapsing because he hasn't been paid, and I think it's a Cocoa Board related liability. So let me add that to this Cocoa Board question.
Okay, Bernard, while you find the question.
Yes, let me read it.
Okay, great.
Please ask the minister about payments to legitimate creditors who have been waiting for years. We are suffering. People are accusing the ministry of hoarding their cash. They need to expedite their processes, especially in relation to Cocoa Board.
But the Cocoa Board Ministry of Finance don't pay Cocoa Board liabilities. Yes, Cocoa Board is on its own. It's a parastatal. They obviously take their revenue. But you see, Bernard, there's something
Could it be that people are using your name or your ministry's name as a
Ministry of Finance don't pay Cocoa Board. Cocoa Board, Ministry of Finance, Cocoa Board contractor, when they award contract, they have to pay their contractors and not the Ministry of Finance. If Ministry of Finance sit there and all what we do is to look for money and give to parastatals to pay for contracts that they do not have money for, of which they awarded, then we are going to crash as a country. But Bernard, let me say this. The previous government just awarded contracts left, right, and center without sources of revenue to pay for these contracts. The Cocoa Board CEO inherited 20 billion cedis worth of arrests, 32 billion cedis worth of arrests. He cannot pay in 1 year. He doesn't have the resources. Cocoa Board cannot even go out there and borrow today because of their balance sheet. So how is he supposed to be paying that? When they awarded a contract, some of them did not even follow due processes. Some of them are just resurfacing. Some of them are over bloated. Some of the contracts, for example, if you go to Cocoa Board, they have awarded contracts in excess of their capacity. As we speak, they have over 3,000 containers at the Tema port for jute sacks that they will not need for the next 5 years. What is going on here? And that to the extent that the new government has come and all of a sudden the new government should go for a loan and just pay this and crash the country? No. They have to plan. And first of all, accept the liabilities and have an arrest clearance plan to pay this. Because we inherited a mess. What we inherited, for example, at the Ministry of Finance, at the government level, 68 billion cedis. Can we pay in 1 year? No, you cannot. You need to, even before you decide to pay, you need to first validate this arrest. And after validating the arrest, you have to have an arrest clearance strategy so that you can pay them gradually. But that is why I'm saying that to curb that, we have introduced the commitment authorization. If you do not have a budget for something, don't award the contract. We will only give you the authorization to award a contract if you have a budget. And knowing very well that when you do the work and you bring the invoice, the Ministry of Finance and Government of Ghana will be in a position to pay. Otherwise, people will be working and no one will have their payment because there is no money for it.
Yes. Welcome again and good morning, Honorable Minister, Uncle Ato. I have a question related to the private sector. I come from a family that does business and we manufacture and export crafts and furniture. It's called Tekura. Now, one of our biggest challenges is not just us, but also other exporters, pottery, even food, is the requirement that we have from the BOG of generating an LOC. This is this is the letter of commitment.
Letter of commitment.
So the BOG requires that when we log on to the ICOMS, we get that, we sign that.
For export?
For exports. And it's sort of tracking the earnings, the foreign earnings that we'll get. The challenge is that once after shipment, you have a time period within which you must make that declaration of your earnings.
Right.
Often 60 days. If you don't do that, then your proceeds are blocked by the Bank of Ghana. And the challenge is that often depends on the buyer, the foreign buyer you're getting you're selling to and receiving your earnings from. And over the years, it's been a back and forth with the GRA, and exporters have lost money. They've lost, for those who export yams, for instance, they've lost their earnings because the money is blocked and they're not able to get their monies. And it's a huge frustration for those in the export industry.
Kakra, thank you very much for bringing this to my attention. I'm hearing this for the first time. I know of the ICOM system. I know of the IDF dealing with imports, but I have no idea about the LOC. And then I'm happy you've brought this to my attention because you need to make it simple.
How many days is it?
60 days.
So I'll pick it up with the governor. And
I'm told the BOG has extended it to 120 days.
120 days.
That's what I'm being told.
Okay, but I'll reach out to the governor.
Caleb, let's take a couple of questions from the side coming to you. We've not finished with our own, but we feel like there's a lot of people who have questions for you. Yeah. So Caleb, let's read a couple.
So Uncle Ato, thank you for the exciting budget you read yesterday. It has a lot of potential to change the economic trajectory of Ghana and create quality and meaningful jobs. Okay, this is a comment, but it says, tell us how the COVID-19 levy was used. That's a question. Okay. Please ask the minister when they are going to pay the scholarship secretariat to clear the outstanding arrears for the UK schools and the stipends for the scholars. Could you send that from Kumasi? Bernard, I want to humbly ask the Honorable Minister of Finance if he has induced a one-party state. I ask you because the budget was like birthing a new Ghana, the Ghana we all want. God bless him. Richard sent that from Dan Soman. Okay, CBS team, can you find out from the minister what specific programs are being implemented to make Ghana and Ghanaians more receptive to data? There is a lot of talk about data-driven economy, but if citizens are not engineered to actually begin looking at issues from a data or statistical point of view, it's useless. Jay sent that from Laboni. Okay. Good morning, Bernard. And to the Honorable Minister, please ask him if they would complete the almost quarter of a century Accra Kumasi dualization project for us before they start the expressway. Those of us who use that stretch are really suffering. Pabite sent that from Nkaria.
Okay, so let's let him deal with the Pabite question from Nkaria. He wants to know, a lot of people have sent a question around that, whether, indeed, there's one question who says we have 3 interchanges on the Accra Kumasi that have not yet been finished. That would you be minded to finish those before you begin this ambitious Accra Kumasi Expressway?
Okay, thank you. We have not abandoned the work on the Accra Kumasi. The minister for what is named
Roads.
my brother Kwame still has has asked contractors to continue the work, and those that we inherited we've paid, and contractors who are minded are going to site, and they have asked them to go to site and continue the work they are doing. So I want to use this medium to assure everyone that government has no intention to abandon that work, and we'll continue. The only problem we have is that we've seen variations of cost estimate that has doubled the cost of construction, and the minister is looking into it.
The question is, why not focus on completing because there are 3 major bypasses under construction, Bunsu and beyond Konongo. Why not focus on completing these bypasses and also closing the gaps between the bypass, so that at least we can have dual carriageway from Accra to beyond Konongo before you start this ambitious Accra Kumasi.
Let me put it this way: the two are not the same. One is a trunk road, one is an express road. We've never had an express road in Ghana, and what we have, as we shown yesterday, was not just a road. It's more than a road. It is opening up a country, setting up industrial hubs, building access to new industrial enclaves and all. So people just see it as a road, but it's more than a road. It links the country in a way and build businesses along the corridor and connect the two together. Express road, you will pay. Trunk road, largely you won't pay that much. And even if you pay, it's a normal toll. But this one, if you pay higher than a toll. So the two are not the same. And anytime you use an express road, you have to have an alternative route. The current road is the road, and the expressway will be.
So is there financing for the Accra Kumasi Expressway?
We are working on a financing. They'll say, what do you call it? Engineers estimate already out, but because they are going to go on tender, I cannot put it out because.
Are you looking for domestic financing or foreign loan?
We are looking for domestic financing. I have very little appetite for doing domestic.
So you haven't finished Accra Kumasi Road, yet you are going to go into the domestic market. So this looks like bonds.
Let me put it this way. We have budgeted 30 billion cedis in the budget
for big push,
for big push, of which this is part of it.
Okay. So there's some money already.
There's some money already allocated.
Do you have a sense of the length of time it will take?
This is 3 years, and President Mahama.
You will do an Accra Kumasi Expressway in 3 years.
Yes. President Mahama will finish this before he leaves office.
Atu, the Accra Kumasi road has been in construction for the past 7 or 8 years.
Can you find out how much money they allocated to the program?
We discussed this on the last program. They took a loan of 750, but we are told that it was for different things. Okay. But they had paid about 100 for that.
Okay.
And so they haven't finished.
And that's how much they've spent on that road. And you don't. You see, announcing a package is different from allocating resources to the package. And so you may announce something, the intention will be there, but if you do not have resources,
so are you saying that of the 30 billion big push, some of that will go into the Accra Kumasi Expressway this year?
Exactly.
Serious?
Yep.
And you'll finish it in 3 years?
Correct.
195 kilometers.
Yes. 198.7.
198 kilometers. You finish it in 3 years.
Correct.
6 lane.
Yep.
Through
bi-directional.
Add there so.
Yes. It's a new alignment. It's a new alignment.
Ofuase Achimoda.
Correct.
Bosomtwi to Kumasi. Serious?
It will be done.
There's another road question for you.
Yes, we want to find out about the Accra Cape Coast Takoradi Highway. The idea
that's our road.
That's our road. But it's taking a bit of time.
Yes.
But I'd like to inquire about ring roads that could be alternatives. For instance, over the weekend I used that road when I went to my hometown on my mother's side. But the question is that we decided to branch at Swedru and then go through the Bojoase. Very terrible road. It's rocky. But then it provided an access for us. Why do you have that in mind to make those ring roads available as well, to work on them?
Okay. Kakra, our road infrastructure is in a bad state. That is a fact. We need to strategically improve on our road network. But there's a caveat. You can't take on too much, more than your ability to pay. Otherwise, you will end up awarding 111 hospitals and finish none. So what we are trying to do is that, based on the budgetary provisions we've made and the awards of contract that we've made under the big push, we want to finish them first. And then we'll come to phase 2. And then after the phase 2 will tackle also another set. Finish, then you go to phase 3, and gradually you know that that's. I think what we'll be doing going forward will be that we'll announce phase 2, phase 3 ahead. So motorists and citizens will know that my road is part of phase 2, my road is part of phase 3. That will calm their nerves. But as we speak, phase 1 is what we are focusing on. Government has a plan to build the orbitals, the Accra orbital, we will call it the Accra Outer Ring Road. But that will be part of phase 2. And then I'm sure we need to, and that is why the president said he wants to make sure that the big push that he's cutting short on, he can finish it in 24 months. After 24 months, he can launch the second phase.
So this Swedru Bojoase will be phase 2 or phase 2?
There's actually a follow-up there from Obo Ejumaku Ekutuase. Ask the minister if the Mankesim to Ejumaku to Swedru to Nsaba to Nsawam will feature in next year's budget. I think that's the ring road point.
Yes. So that again is my road. And that I know is part of what has just been awarded, and the contractor will go to site soon.
Great. Ben, I have one question for the minister. Why are we trying to give an import duty exemption of around $10 million to a company on a day he said they were removing VAT exemptions?
Okay, let me put it this way. Bernard, we are not giving import duty exemption. What was done was that we inherited a contract that the previous administration signed. It has to do with what we call ITAS, Integrated Tax Administration System. So when we inherited a contract, it was also a prior action under the IMF program that Ghana implement an integrated tax administration system for the domestic tax. And MPP has signed a contract, the contractor has mobilized and all. They failed to go to Parliament to get parliamentary approval in line with Section 33 of the Public Financial Management Act. So I first sat and renegotiated a contract, brought the contract down from 54 billion to 44 billion and saved the taxpayer about $10 billion. Took it to Cabinet, got approval, and I need to take it to Parliament for approval before we can begin the implementation of the contract. It is an inheritance, it was signed, and you need to rectify it for future before you can implement it. And that is why we are taking it to Parliament.
Somebody wants me to
in any case, we have rather saved the taxpayer $10 million United States dollars.
Will you subject the Accra-Kumasi Expressway to the yet to be created value for money office?
Correct. It depends on Parliament. Parliament will have to assist me to quickly get that approved. And as soon as that is approved,
will the value for money office be under the office of the president or to be in Parliament?
Will be at the Ministry of Finance. under the Ministry of Finance.
But that becomes self-serving, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
For independent analysis,
no,
in the past we were using companies like Crown agents,
yes,
who were outside of their jurisdiction.
Correct.
If you want to do independent value for money, don't you think Parliament is a better place?
Okay, so we looked at models across the world. We looked at the Canadian model, the UK model, the Australian model, the UK model, the US model, the Australian model. None of them sits at Parliament or their legislature arm of government. No, none of them has that structure. It is, some are an office at the Ministry of Finance, some independent with the Ministry of Finance oversighting on, and that is the structure.
You know my problem?
Yes.
You as Ministry of Finance has just said you want to do an Accra-Kumasi Expressway.
Yes. No, it's not Ministry of Finance doing it. It's the,
yeah,
it's
but
the
you believe it.
Yes, I believe it.
So if Bernard Abla is the head of Value for Money office, and my minister has just announced a grand project that
I announced it on behalf of government.
Good. So how will I have the balls?
Yes.
To say this is not value for money?
Yes. They have to.
Sure?
They have to. That is why they are there.
That he will, a technocrat in value for money office will say,
you see,
the president's decision to do Accra Commercial Expressway is not value for money, so they should stop.
No.
And you will listen to it.
Let me. The value for money office is not there to say that this project is not viable. It is there to assess the cost and to make sure that the cost is in tandem with best practices and the project is not overloaded.
Fair enough. So that means the project has already been agreed.
Okay, so you agree on the concept and then you subject it to value for money. Currently, we do value for money.
But what if you agree
Crown agent does not?
I get you. So
yes.
Then the value for money office is very limited, because I think you should be able to say this proposed project doesn't make sense. It should be the scope of the value for money office's mandate should be able to say, Minister, it's a great idea to say you are going to do Accra Commercial Expressway, but when we look at everything else, it doesn't give value for money. Don't do it.
Oh, no. They see that advice can also come because you remember you do value for money before award of contract. So if the technicians, after assessing and come to realization that the cost does not make sense and the state cannot afford, they can equally advise.
You are sure of this?
Yes, they can.
Let me do
advise.
a question from Apia Domako, Cats International. It's a bit long. You have it. Read it for us, please.
So this is coming from Apia Kusia. Yesterday, the minister, that's you, Ankrato, you stated that ECG's monthly collection had increased by 90% from December 2024. We need to place these numbers in proper context. Now, we know from the Auditor General and PwC reports that ECG had been underreporting its revenue and underpaying the cash waterfall mechanism by about 500 million Ghana cedis every month. In December 2024, ECG declared that about 1 billion cedis was paid to the cash waterfall mechanism. When you add the underreported amount, ECG's actual monthly revenue moves above 1.5 billion Ghana cedis. We also know that tariffs have gone up by almost 18.34% this year. So ECG's month-by-month collection shows a sharp rise from May, driven mainly by the tariff decision of the PRC. So the question is, with the tariff increase and the full disclosure of revenue to the cash waterfall mechanism, and given the earlier underreporting, is the claim of a 90% rise in ECG revenue not overstated? This is coming from CATS International and the Center for Environment.
Thank you very much. And I'm happy he made reference to Auditor General's remark that there was some 500 million that was, for some reason, not reported. But where was the money going in the first place? Was it classified as revenue? Certainly no at the time. ECG may have kept it and they may have used it for something else. But now today they are putting it in the same account for cash waterfall mechanism. So it's revenue that is available to pay IPPs and to support the system. That's 500 extra. Yes, tariffs may go up, but tariffs going up doesn't mean it translates to revenue. Someone must collect the revenue. And ECG is collecting revenue. And I will not stop publicly praising the management at ECG. He is doing an excellent work, and that man must be supported to do the work that he's doing.
But I think
the place has changed, and something is happening.
You are correct, but Apia's question is suggesting that if you say that in a calendar year they've increased their revenue by 90%, it suggests they are doing some excessive revenue mobilization, whereas it's possibly the same revenue but the classification and where they put it.
No.
because it says that they were underreporting it.
So
and now they're just reporting.
The question is, if they were collecting it, where was the revenue? Was it available for the use?
But the money has been collected. Because we need to differentiate between more revenue coming in, either through more efficient collection system or higher tariffs. He's saying that they were collecting the money, but they were not putting it in the cash waterfall. Maybe they were using it to do other projects.
But that is illegal in the first place.
Yes, but whatever they did, because I think we want to have a proper position of whether ECG's revenue collection as an institution has improved. And then 90% may overstate it if you look at the point he's making. That's what he's trying to say.
So I do not think it's been overstated for us. And you recognize that when I made that statement, I linked it to the cash waterfall mechanism and said that they were reporting 900 million an average per month into the cash waterfall as their revenue. Today it has improved by 90% to about 1.7 billion.
Okay.
And for us, the key point here is how much they were paying as revenue into the cash waterfall mechanism for the purposes of paying the IPPs, of which today it has more or less moved from 900 to 1.7. And as a result of that, we are able to stay current in paying the IPPs. That, for me, is significant and needs to be commended.
You said something that worried me. Paragraph 267.
Okay.
Actually, I think yes. No, I'll deal with that and I'll come to the point about tapping oil savings for green projects. So first, you said that your strategy to re-enter the domestic bond market, you will begin issuance of domestic infrastructure bonds, but that you will reduce dependence on short-term treasury instruments,
correct,
lower rollover risk, and create fiscal speculative investment. So basically, you don't want to borrow from outside too much, and domestically, you don't want to borrow short-term. You want to borrow long-term, which is good. But you said somewhere else that the amount of monies we are getting from our petroleum revenues by saving them outside, we're gaining just 1% over many years. So you believe that we should invest these petroleum savings in commercially viable green energy projects. But these are heritage funds that we are keeping for. Why do you want to touch that money for?
So let me put it this way. Bernard, Ghana's oil wealth must work and bring returns. It is yielding an average of 1%. We are investing in quadruple A-rated instruments. We give the money to IMF and the World Bank. Okay, and the US Treasury and the like. So, for example, you lend the money to World Bank and IMF, and in return, maybe you give it to them at 0.5%, and they'll come and give it to you at 5% or something. Okay. Now, and then you pay that same debt, and then they will use it and then bring it back. The question is, don't you have other instruments that you can use these same resources and earn more? If you look at the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, Section 27, it empowers the Minister of Finance to review this instrument every 3 years. Strangely, no one has reviewed this instrument in the last, since 2011, almost 14 years now. Nobody has reviewed this instrument, and Ghana has been losing resources. I think the time has come for us to review those instruments. This is because we, today, if you look at sovereign wealth funds such as the Saudi Arabian Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Dubai Sovereign Wealth Fund, even the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, Kuwaiti Sovereign Wealth Fund, and others, about 25% of them invest also domestically and identify projects that can be self-financing.
Good.
And so you look at a project like, let me talk about, let's say, the car power plant that were brought into Ghana. The last time we're looking at the numbers, and we noticed that they've been able to turn around approximately 3 times. Their investment has paid up about 3 times, and some of them are making very, very good money. So what I'm trying to say is that there are other projects that we can look at.
But
domestic
Uncle
projects
Atu,
and other things,
my
and it
worry
is
is that
important for
the
us to deal
energy
with this.
sector, you yourself have described as the biggest risk to the economy. Debt to IPPs has been very big. Some of the state-owned energy parastatals are loss-making.
Okay.
How do you convince me that I should believe you when you say you will take our petroleum, Ghana Heritage Fund and Stabilization Fund and you will invest it in commercial green projects?
Okay.
The energy sector's track record of managing itself is very poor.
Okay.
Partly because even the tariffs you set are politically set.
Okay.
So a lot of these entities may not be viable.
Okay.
Even though they are giving us 1% or whatever percent, they are still stable and they are there.
Okay.
So why should I trust that a politician should touch our heritage fund or stabilization fund and invest it in a sector that is so chaotic like energy?
Okay. So again, let me come in once again. The energy sector is indeed a very big risk for the economy, in the sense that if you have unstable and unreliable power, you can't power your economy. And there was the need for you to power your economy sustainably. And so government needs to take action and to ensure that we can power the sector well to drive the growth that we need. Today, we also agree that the sector has challenges, particularly at the distribution end. Government has taken a decision to reform the ECG. Even before we complete the reforms, we have seen some positive news in terms of revenue coming in, and we are more or less reforming the sector. Government intends to complete the private sector participation of the ECG. And we have already announced that Cabinet has approved it. Transaction advisors procurement is on the way and all. That is the last bottleneck left. But it remains the most profitable sector of our economy. Maybe you may have to look at it. It remains the most profitable sector, commercial sector. Why is it that VRA is not going down? VRA is still making some good money. Power generation remains the most profitable sector. And there's a lot of resources.
Books are not the best. They are just there because you have a replacement for them.
But there's a lot of resources. The IPPs are making a fortune. They are making money. You need to power the economy. You need to generate
there was even talk recently of having to restructure some of the IPP debts.
No. It's government that has to. It's government that owes them. Yes. So if government behaves, I'm not saying that government
never
doesn't
behaves.
So you see. So let me put it this way. You see, Bernard.
Yes.
Put it this way. You have the government inefficiencies as one, and then you have the companies and their profitability as one. The fact that the government is inefficient doesn't mean the companies are not making profit. The companies are making profit, and that's what I'm saying. That sector is one of the
companies
most profitable.
That are owed to the extent that LP Mapetogbo will have to do a press conference and say if they are not paid, they'll put up their plant. You remember?
Of course, you've worked and they've generated invoice. You have to pay them.
This is my argument. The principal person paying for our use of power is government.
Correct.
And over the past 30 years, the government of Ghana has not shown that it pays on time. Why do you take our Heritage and Stabilization Fund money to invest in an energy project for a government with a poor track record like this?
I recognize that there are challenges. We inherited the 1.4 billion United States dollars. Okay, and today we are paying, isn't it? We have renegotiated this debt. We've already paid $300 million. We are paying $344 million this next year, and we'll pay the remaining $300 million or so by next 2027, and we hope to end it there. We have identified the challenge we have in the energy sector, particularly at the downstream, the distribution sector. Today, government has taken a bold decision to unlock it and be able to deal with it. The new management in place at ECG has shown early signs of doing well. We are not stopping there. That private sector participation needs to be completed. And I believe believe that if we're able to do that, we'll unlock that challenge, and that sector needs to. Because the truth also remains that without a good energy sector, you can't power your economy.
We'll come back to that later. I'm sure there will be another
in the same vein,
mm-hmm.
in the same vein that government is not paying them, a lot more of them want to enter the system. And if you think it is not profitable, these businesses will still come into the sector. No, the businesses are coming to the sector because it's profitable, even though some payments are not going to them, and that is what has attracted them to come to the sector.
I've delivered this point, so I'll leave it. There was a question about
within the energy
scholarship
space.
secretariat and stuff.
Okay, yes,
I think you didn't answer.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me answer that. We've given some money to the scholarship secretariat, and the scholarship secretariat, I think Director General also came out and explained that last year, September last year, a good amount of people were sent abroad to study without recourse to the budget, and so we should support. We have subsequently transferred some money to the scholarship secretariat, but he says to me that they've sent a team to validate the claims, whether they are legitimate or not. Some traveled in the name of scholarships to go and study, but when they went, they did not study, and the payments, they were just there and just receiving the money, and so they are trying to validate. So as we speak, I think they have some resources to be able to make some payment for those legitimate ones.
The flagship of government from the campaign was 24-hour economy.
Correct.
Listening to you carefully, you allocated 110 million
for the secretariat.
I see.
Yeah.
How are they supposed to? So what are they supposed to do?
Okay, so 24-hour economy.
Because I'm asking because it looks like your allocation should match your priority.
Okay, correct, and that's exactly what we did. So 24-hour economy secretariat is there to design the policy and ensure its implementation. The policies as designed are private sector driven, and private sector led, and it is not them that will, for example, spend the resources to do it. It's private sector. And so if you notice when I made statement, that particular statement, I linked it to what GIF and DBG, for example, will be doing. So if they, for example, are able to identify Project A and link that project to Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund or the Development Bank Ghana or the Exim Bank, resources would then, private sector resources would then be given to those businesses for those businesses to be able to drive. And so the allocation to the businesses will not come from the 24-hour secretariat, but will come from the banks, Exim, DBG, and GIF, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Bank. The 110 million Ghana cedis that you see is for the running of this efficient management of this activities of the 24-hour economy secretariat.
I'm taking you back to something I asked you first.
Yes.
The headline was government books look tidy, but contracted staff, banks absorb the shocks, development stalls. I was looking at the central bank's September 2025 summary of economic activity. Construction sector. Activity in the construction subsector, proxied by the volume of cement sales, declined by 10.7% year on year. In July 2025 to 212,000 tons, down from 238.
Correct.
However, on month-on-month basis, cement sales increased by 3.1%. Cumulatively, cement sales improved. Then they said the relative decline in total cement sales year on year was due to a moderation in construction activities during the review period. Then they also used passenger arrivals. Passenger arrivals also declined by 8.5% in year-on-year terms, and they give the figures. Now, then they say cumulatively for the first 7 months, passenger arrivals dropped slightly. Now, the reason I'm giving these two, construction, you yourself know, is one of the most important for job creation. Some people blame your fiscal policies for the struggles of the construction sector. So arrears payment and all of those. Of course, this data is up to July, right? But there's a sense in which the tightening is potentially going to sacrifice growth in the future, which is why the construction sector, and again, the passenger travels, because again, for many years, that has always gone up. are you not concerned that this your tightening thing you're doing, there will be an unexpected consequence of sacrificed economic growth in the coming years?
I wish there's a choice, but unfortunately there's no choice. Because where we are going, if you do not tighten, you will crash again. And so something certain will have to give. You live in a country where your debt was unsustainable at high risk. You've just given haircuts because you cannot pay your debt. Your fiscal anchor is unsustainable because it's what is leading to the debt. And it has obviously caused a lot of problems, inflation, interest rate, and all to the private sector. And businesses are shutting down. To reverse it, you need to tighten. Recognizing that, yes, for sure, something will got to give. This construction that you are talking about is going to pick up in style. Because, for example, you recognize that in the budget we have allocated 30 billion cedis for the big push. It is nothing but construction. It is nothing but for asphalt and cement. It is for the road sector, 30 billion. Aside that 30 billion, we have allocated 4.4 billion cedis to the Ministry of Roads. We have allocated another 3 billion cedis for road maintenance trust fund. We have also allocated 888 million Ghana cedis, obviously for the purposes of building agricultural roads. So you can see the quantum of money going to the construction sector, particularly the road sector. So it may have contracted in the first half of the beginning of this year. Clearly that is the case because it was a new government. Things need to change. We were validating claims. We were making sure that jobs are being done properly and all. So it was slow, but it's going to pick up in style, this time targeted. And it is being targeted to growth poles, and building these roads will build a country. And so that will happen. But as for the tightening, it is a necessary evil. You cannot run away from the tightening. Something needs to be done. We need to return to a moderate debt, risk of debt distress, which we are there today, because of the tightening. So all of this needs to be done, and the private sector must benefit from it. Today, the private sector is breathing again. You can see inflation coming down, lending rates dropping, and all. Until you do some of these basic things and reduce the debt and all, and government's ability to support the social sector, this country cannot grow.
Right.
And spend right.
Let's take the last set of questions from Caleb.
Bernard, I'll bring in one on electric vehicles, the levies and duties on same. We're trying to go zero carbon emissions and all of that. But from the industry players, I'm learning we have about 52% charges or duties on electric vehicles. I'm sure this has come to your attention. There's some position on that.
So I cannot relieve all the taxes in day one. And so gradually we may get there. This budget, what I did was to review the VAT Act, of which I promised beginning of this year, and I've delivered on that. I've given back about 6 billion cedis to the people of Ghana, both households and businesses. Aside that, I've reduced business costs by 5%. And I believe that business cost that we've been able to reduce will go a long way to support businesses to be able to make more profit. And then obviously when they make the profit and declare big dividend, I can get to tax them. and then they will also be able to now employ more and plow back some of the amount to support their businesses. We have also reduced increase the VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000 by exempting small businesses from the collection and payment of VAT. And so that has also been done.
Can I just throw in how that transition will pan out? So for businesses, some businesses may fall within the 750. Right. Those who would have been in the 200,000, if they were already registered, how will they transition?
We would deregister them.
Stress-free?
Yes, stress-free.
Okay, yesterday the minister spoke to more than half of the population, and I represent that population, which is women. You talked about the Women Development Fund.
Bank.
Yes, the fund for the Women Development Bank. And you also talked about recapitalizing ADB and NIB, which is great news for businesses. Businesses are happy about that, as well as the tax reforms. But the question for me is, how will that translate into efficient lending for women-led or generally SMEs in Ghana?
Okay. Excellent question, Kakra. The Women Development Bank will be formed early next year. I have been privileged to see the kind of strategy they've developed. It's impressive. I cannot talk about it in detail here. His Excellency, the Vice President, is leading the formation of the bank. And early next year, when the bank will be officially adored, she'll come out and speak around it, and I'm sure you'll be happy.
Oh, yes, and the details. I'm from a woman-led business. My mom started our business, so we are very interested in that.
But there are more questions on sports. In the area of sports, can the minister tell us why we are allocating 200 million Ghana cedis for 3 new stadia in 3 regions when we have 10 youth resource centers that have been abandoned for a long time, Minister?
Where are the 10 youth centers? There's like this 3 regions are regions that do not have any sports facilities, and so the focus is to give them facility.
Are these new regions?
These are new regions. They are not existing regions. Regions already having some. So recently some regions were created, and some of them do not have any sporting facility.
So the ones you are giving are what?
They are going to
Western North.
I think. What I did was to allocate the resources to the ministers for the Minister for Sports to choose which region.
He's from Oti, so I'm sure the first one will be Oti.
I will not be the
Western North. Yes. And then the third maybe we have or something.
Exactly. So we have 6 regions, and there is another region, an existing old region that doesn't have one. I think it's Upper East region that doesn't have one. So there are 7 in all.
Okay.
And I think Volta region also doesn't have a sports stadium.
The whole stadium is now
there's a whole
White
stadium.
Elephant.
Okay.
There's nothing there.
Minister, on the Agenda 111 hospitals, you mentioned that 10 will be completed.
Correct.
Some are asking the criteria for the selection, and if the others, there's commitment that the others will be completed as well.
Okay.
When?
So this particular administration, this is our first year in office. We're going to second year. So if you had to do 10, at least you can finish 30. Okay. And so there's a plan to finish up to 30 or even more, depending on resources. So next year, for example, if I'm to get more money, I can increase the allocation for them to finish 15 or 20. But today, I can allocate 10.
Okay.
The Minister of Education, when I discussed with him, the Minister of Health, the plan is to identify those that are almost completed and finish up to 10, and also some in areas of pressing need. So this will be the criteria that he will use in selecting it. But again, I do not select for the ministers.
Okay.
I do the allocation, and it's for the sector minister who knows the sector to be able to select to support.
Bernard, the early career pharmacists say they are excited at the candor with which you are addressing issues, and they are saying that if they had had this for a while, they wouldn't have been as disillusioned as they've been in the past. But the Minister of Health indicated that there's a backlog of about 70,000 health professionals over the last 4 years. And can you share specific allocations for permanent recruitment for, say, pharmacists, nurses, doctors?
I share their concern. I mean, it's quite a lot. I can't employ 70,000 in 1 year. Okay, I'll break the budget. Compensation or wages and salaries will control the national purse. So I have to do it sustainably and in a way that will not move the burden from just increasing the payroll to something else. So I'm trying to do that. I've given a quota, we'll work around it, and we'll announce it in detail. I should not be the one to be announcing, and I'm sure the minister
I have
will.
5 minutes to go, so I have a few questions. Your growth, or our growth, has largely done well because of gold and cocoa prices. So if those prices collapse, where is the growth going to come from?
Okay, so that is why I'm diversifying the economy. For now, the prices are doing well. We've checked the projections going into the medium term, and we are very comfortable, particularly with gold, and also comfortable around cocoa. But we are diversifying the economy, and I announced the oil palm development strategy, and to add oil palm to cocoa, so that we will not only be relying on cocoa. So if you have another cash crop, or another tropical crop that will also do well, then you can obviously if one goes down, one can survive, and then you can have the oil palm. I think after oil palm, the focus will also move to another crop. We have another tropical crop that is also very profitable, that was doing well, but for some reason was going down. I signaled that government has taken a decision to deal with the export of raw rubber. And then rubber industry is the second thing that we have to look at, and it has.
Okay. So these are more long-term structural.
But in the meantime, palm is
our economy is import
okay.
dependent.
Yes.
A lot of our local manufacturers complain about cost of electricity, and also the availability of cheap imports. This month we've been talking about smuggling of everything into Ghana. The textile industry is collapsing. Even rice farmers can't sell their rice because we are bringing rice, some of which is smuggled into the country. So whatever you're doing, the local producers who create jobs, power costs are killing them, and then cheap imports are drowning them. What are you going to do about those two key things? Because if you want sustainable growth, local production must be supported. What's your comment?
Okay. Ben, you're so right. Smuggling is a concern. Beginning 2026, we are going to the Ghana Revenue Authority, led by the customs and particularly the preventive division. We are going to launch a nationwide assault on smuggling to protect local industries. Smuggling affects a country in many ways. You export jobs, you lose revenue and all. We will have to find a way to stop the smuggling one way or the other. The best way to deal with it is when you catch them, don't give them their goods. Confiscate it and sell it. If they lose their working capital, 1, 2, the information will go out there and people will stop. It got to stop, because smuggling is not helping anyone. It is not making the work of local businesses surviving. For example, in areas of palm oil, we are spending 500 million United States dollars, its equivalent, to develop a palm industry. Today, if you develop the palm industry and you don't fight smuggling, it will not succeed. And so we have to fight smuggling. And that is why I also announced that I'm going to add the edible oil, as part of the sizable tax scheme, so that we'll have a tax stamp on it, so that you can be able to distinguish between what has been smuggled in and what has not been smuggled in, and many others. But we'll have a plan to do a plan on how to tackle smuggling, and I'm sure you'll see that beginning next year.
In the last year budget, you promised in paragraph 277 that the road toll will be reintroduced this year. I don't think it has been, and I didn't hear you mention it in the next budget.
It hasn't been reintroduced, and but they have finished the concept. They have agreed on when to introduce it, and I'm sure the Minister for Roads and Highways will complete the process before the year end, so that beginning next year, it will start. But they've gone through the selection and all, and I think they are ready to begin the road tolling.
Bernard, the National Apprenticeship Program, there are 10,000 beneficiaries. This year, you're looking to increase it by 100,000. But I understand that you've also slashed their budget by 50%.
Oh, I've not slashed their budget. I've given them, I think we gave them 170 million cedis or so. So that's not a slash of 50%.
When will we talk to you again? You've said many things. You've promised many things. And so today is 14th November. When should we come back to check how it's going?
Okay, I'll be back mid-year, next year. So next year, now I need time to go and implement my policies. 6 months down the line, I'll be able to come to you.
So and, around June?
Around, I think July. I'll go to Parliament around first, second week in July. And after that, I'll come
hopefully
and see.
No major exogenous shock drives you to come here. Like maybe some gold price collapse or something. Because there are always exogenous things that affect economies. Yeah. So hopefully nothing happens that forces you to come back to say you have to reallocate or something.
Touchwood will be fine.
We'll be fine.
By the grace of God.
we couldn't ask all the questions, but thank you for coming. I'm sure you'll go to other places and they'll listen there. I really appreciate your time.
I enjoy coming to you.
It's a good pleasure to have you. Thank you for speaking to us. Kazelatu Forsen is the MP for Ejumako Inyan Esiam and also the Minister for Finance. Acting Defense Minister.
Please,
by the way, when would they
can I say hello to my constituents? It's been a while.
Then say it in fancy.
But maybe if you and say,
I
wanted to say that. Say Anya Road night. Say what?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that was Kazatu Forsen. When we come back, we have a big surprise with Vivo. Stay tuned. It's getting exciting.
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation.
Verna is clean, fresh and safe. I'm holding my Verna bottle. No plastic seal, no worries. Open and hear the sound like click. That sound means it's fresh, no trick. No plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna leads the brighter way. What takes my doubt away? If it clicks, it's Verna. If it clicks, it's clean. Sip it, feel the difference. Verna water, pure and green. Click, open, sip. Click, open, sip. Chalet Verna. No stress, just sip. Stress, just sip.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Coffee be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the pure cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you coffee be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame! Send your God the apple boom! If you put it toye, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Goodluck no check me well.
Yeah,
man.
Easy car. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his birthday.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompts. Yes. And then boom. Confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like serving.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, baby, our family pay my before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
All right, you're welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. Now we're about to get into a conversation, and this conversation might actually excite you and interest you. So I want you to just stay glued to your seat and enjoy. But before then, I'm just going to give you a clue of what this conversation is about. If you're an ardent watcher of Channel 1 TV and an ardent listener of City 97.3 FM. I'm sure you've heard this song before, The Luckiest. Luckiest everywhere, na 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 na. The luckiest. Well, everybody in my family can sing it. All of us are infected with this song, and everyone in City and also Channel 1 can sing this song. So yeah, we're about to speak to people from The Luckiest, and we have Nanama Otibo, the PR team. She's a PR team member of The Luckiest, and Karen Podo, also a PR team member of The Luckiest. Hello, ladies.
Hi.
And you're all wearing your shirts.
Yeah.
Ooh, repping The Luckiest. All right, so for people joining us for the first time who probably have heard the ad or seen the ad and wondering, what is The Luckiest all about? Can you refresh our minds on what The Luckiest is all about?
Okay, so when we say The Luckiest, it's a life-changing opportunity brought to Ghana by Junius Lusai to help simply alleviate poverty. We are just trying our best to bridge the gap between the rich and the poor, because we know in Ghana and across the world, the system is structured to make the rich richer and the poor poorer. So this is an opportunity to, have a game of chance and see how best you can be able to win. So basically that.
Yeah. So how do you move one person from one position to another? How do you do that?
So it's not about moving one person from one position to another as much as trying to use a platform, which is our platform that we have, to change the circumstances, the financial circumstances you find yourself in. Yes, and all you need to do is dial *712#, and then you can participate.
Is it expensive? Is it free?
No, with as little as 1 Ghana cedis, you'll be able to participate, because again, we don't want the social class where it's only a particular group of people that will be able to play. We want it to be available to everyone. So with as little as 1 Ghana cedi, you can play. But if you know that you want to take your chance, take a higher risk, you can play more than 1 Ghana cedi.
I think I will start with 1 Ghana cedi.
Yes, you can start with 1 Ghana cedi.
Because I'm a low risk person. Yeah. But then again, you guys have been around for like 3 years.
Yes.
So how many people have benefited from you?
Oh, a lot. Like, we've even lost count at this point. And even this year that the promo started running, many people have even benefited, because this year we introduced the instant prizes where you can play a cumulative of 100 cedis and then you get an instant prize. So once you've played maybe one CD 100 times, you can redeem a gift. You can get a TV, you can get a microwave. That easy. It's not complicated.
All right. Have you played before?
We are not allowed to play.
Oh, you're not allowed to play.
Unfortunately.
Right. So basically, how does it work? If do I need to have...
Came with a YAM phone, the small Nokia phones, and he just participated with 20 Ghana cedi. He even cried. It really got my attention. He cried. He was like, I came here with a young phone and I'm going home with a smartphone, So we are touching lives. We are doing a lot of things to better the lives of Ghanaians. That's why we've given an opportunity for any Ghanaian living abroad. We know how abroad life is. People are abroad, but it's not all rosy like that. So that's why we have the platform. If you want to participate and by chance you win, we have 60 days period for you to come and claim your prize.
Right. So if you're abroad, how does it work?
So you go to the website. Every information is, if you want to play, you play and pay with your MasterCard or your Visa card. And you will play. When you play, you will get feedback just like we do here with the USSD here in Ghana. And when you are able to win anything, whether it's a cash prize or a non-cash prize, you have 60 days. If you can, delegate somebody to come and take the prize on your behalf, we verify everything, you will get what you want.
Right. So one would say this is actually something for adults. How do you ensure that it's an adult that is playing and not someone under 18?
All right. So you don't have to be less than 18. When you're less than 18, you are not allowed to play. If you play, definitely we would have to give you your prize, right? And then we'll have to validate that before we give it to you. So definitely you come with an ID card, and if you come with an ID card and it says otherwise, we can't give you the prize, because we are regulated by the NLA, and that's one of the rules and regulations we have to follow as an organization.
All right. So before we talk about this big draw that is coming up, let's talk about CSR. I mean, I've seen you guys everywhere, and then there's this exciting thing you do when we have the City Business Olympics. You actually bring the
Yeah.
The ladies, to add color and everything. I know. So you guys have like, you guys actually come with a big presence anywhere that you are, invited to. So let's talk about CSR. What are some of the CSR activities that you've taken part in?
This year, Christelle, it will blow your mind. We're part of Rapaholic. We're the key sponsor for Rapaholic. Afutua Fashe in Cape Coast, we were there. Recently, we were in Kumasi with our activation, and we went to Okonfanoche Hospital. We know the government is trying, but in our small corner where we are, we also want to brighten the corner where we are. So we also went there to, give some items that will help their day-to-day activities at the hospital. We gave monitors, scrubs, gloves. We gave a lot of things, both to the nurses and some of the patients in-house there. And also this year, we are looking at mobility. We are making sure that mobility is easy because we know people are living at the outskirts of town, but they have to travel to town for work and so many businesses. So we are giving out buses. There are branded buses in town.
Buses?
Yeah. Free buses.
Free bus, right.
And it's free. You have to enter for free. All you need to do is dial *712# and buy a ticket as low as 5 cedis. And if you want to be in that bus for 5 times in one day, that 5 cedis will transport you everywhere. It is free. Aside that, we are collaborating with Ghana Blind Union to give white keys to the blind.
Which is coming up this Saturday.
This Saturday at Ekopon. And we're also giving wheelchairs to people who are not able to walk on their own. So this year, our key CSR is mobility, so that every Ghanaian has the access to be able to move from one place to the other very easily. And then we're also looking at doing so many more things. If you are looking at the things we have invested in so far, education, sports, entertainment, we want to cover all the departments that will help an individual have a comfortable life.
That's for everybody, everyone.
Yeah.
You're true to our name. Right. But how has it been working with other companies when it comes to this topic of CSR?
Mostly we come in with the big guns, which is the financial aspect. And then because we are major financiers of any program that we find ourselves in, we end up putting up our banners and everything. So it hasn't been a challenge because when you have the money, obviously you call the shots.
Ooh. The money! We're talking about money! Anyway, let's talk about, the big draw. Let's talk about the one we've been hearing on the radio, the one that you've been talking about. Let's give us some gist about it before you go.
Okay, so the big draw is happening the last Saturday in December. That's 20th December. Reason why we chose December is that the euphoria with Christmas. You know when we're kids, Crystal, your mommy will send you, go and buy Milo, then you go, there are a lot of balloons.
Yes.
So that's the ideology.
That's why I say I don't have luck, because when I pick that thing, I always get this. You see those very tiny ones that when you're blowing, like
all your science. So we chose 20th December this year because that's the last Saturday before Christmas, in order to, help people enjoy Christmas. And the year ahead, you spend all your December money in December, forgetting that January is just in the corner. So we are doing that so that we can empower people financially for the year ahead. And concerning our draw, this year we are giving a whopping 2.5 million as our grand prize. So the ticket
and that means you should start now.
Yes. So the ticket is as low as 1 cedi. That is for anybody who wants to participate, but the ticket fee is 5,000. So the multiplier is 500. So anybody if a single-handed person buys the tickets 5,000 out of the market, and he's the luckiest ticket. Crystal, think out loud. 2.5 million.
And we are the only organization giving that amount. Every other gaming show gives maximum 1 million.
That's a good way to start the next year.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting. Anyway, let's go through the process again for those who are just joining us for the first time and want to participate in any of this. So what's the process online and USSD?
*712#, and then you follow the prompts. You can buy a ticket for yourself, and the platform allows you to also buy a ticket for a friend. So you just enter the friend's number, and the friend gets the ticket instantly when you play. When you are done processing, going through the menu to purchase your tickets, you get a message that lets you know the ticket number that you are playing on. That is the tickets that will be called during the grand draw. So you can take note of it. But if you do forget the ticket number, option 4, I think, option 5, will allow you to talk to a customer support that will help you identify your ticket. And then option 3 allows you to view ticket history. So the number of times you've bought, your ticket history is there. The system records it, and then you can just make reference to it. So there's no way you would lose your ticket number. So just dial *712# and then follow the prompts, or you can use the website www.theluckiestafrica.com.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been interesting having this conversation with you. I'm going to pick up my phone right after this conversation and
you should
try to be part of this. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about The Luckiest, and yes, I love the ad so much. So we've been speaking to Nanama Otibo, PR team member of The Luckiest, and Karen Podo, a PR team member of The Luckiest. Let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
We are grateful that you stayed with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV, and we have a lot for you on the show. Let's enter into this conversation. I'm sure you may have heard or seen these billboards in town. God as CEO event, which is upcoming. This event is going to be an interesting one. And of course, there are 3 individuals in studio here for us to talk about the event proper, what really the event is, who qualifies to be at the event, and what we are looking to do at this particular event. We have Tom Wright here, who is the board member, God as CEO. We also have Patience Glee, who is the communications coordinator, God as CEO. And we have Dwyer, who is also the president and CSO, rather as God as CEO. Yes. Thank you so much for coming, gentlemen and lady. Let me start with you. God as CEO, what is it about?
It's about love, excellence, and truth, and that's what we teach. Love, excellence, truth in anything you do. And we also believe that God blesses our yeses. When God's asking you to do something, just say yes and follow His will.
This is the 11th edition. How has the previous one been?
It's been awesome. We had a great turnout and lots of key people and boards and just questions answered, and it's been amazing.
Okay, so with interesting things that you are saying, Patience, I want to come to you. This event proper, tell us what someone gains when the individual attends this event. We know that it's about love, like he's indicated, and all that, but share with us details of this event.
Okay, so for the past 10 years, we have been equipping business professionals to live out their faith, be like Christ, or be a light for Christ in the marketplace. So this year's event is themed Building Excellent Teams with God's Blueprint. So this event is going to help these professionals gain very practical insights, real life testimonies from our speakers, and they'll be sharing what helped them. And we have seasoned speakers coming from all walks of life who have done very well in business. I mean, as you can see here, and they are going to share how they lived their faith in the marketplace without compromising, then reaching the standards. So if you're thinking of coming, you're going to gain really amazing things. You'll learn new strategies. Doug will speak on proving hiring and retention strategies. Akosia will talk on creations, that's team creation strategies. Dr. Irene Stella Jenny-Boateng will touch on team culture, and Samuel Atamensa will also touch on servant leadership. So if you are struggling with putting your team together, this would be a perfect event to attend.
Wow.
Yeah.
Doug, you are the president of God as CEO. Yes. How did it come about to bring about this whole idea? Let's organize this and let's champion this cause.
So in 2003, I bought a company, and
anyway, through a mentor of mine, I promised God I would never name myself CEO. Okay. I would look to him as CEO. So I've never been a CEO. I'm the chief stewarding officer. Okay. And really all of us are a chief stewarding officer. So I've just followed God, was obedient to come here on a mission trip in 2013. And out of that, God as CEO birthed here in the U.S., but then it expanded here in Ghana in 2014. And so last year was our 10th anniversary here.
Beautiful. So you have moved away from the fact that ideally, if you are heading a business, you should see yourself as a chief executive officer, and God should be the chief executive officer of an institution. But with that, how will you explain that if God is the chief executive officer, how is he going to work through the individual who is the CSO of the institution?
Absolutely. So as a steward, I'm managing something on God's behalf at his direction. So I need to consult with him and pray and say, God, how do you want me to handle this? How do I need to answer this question? So in doing that, especially with this training, if we think about how do we treat our people, we should treat them with loving kindness. But then there's also tough love. Well, how do you do that? You need best practices. That's where excellence come in. What are the best practices for hiring, recruiting, retention? And there's really no argument between strong biblical principles and business practices. And so you can create higher retention with better systems and a better culture that's based on love and accountability, because accountability helps people get better. And if you can help people get better, they're going to go, hey, I grow here, but I'm also loved here. And I'm treated like a person, not just a worker.
Wow, interesting. So let me come to you, Tom. Who qualifies to be at this event?
Generally managers, business owners, anybody wanting to learn how to put God first in their business.
Okay. And Patience, how is the patronage going? Like, how do I get to be part of this? Am I supposed to give a call? Am I supposed to do some sort of email and all that to be part of this event?
Yeah, so if you want to attend, interestingly, we have very limited seats left. Yes, so we'll ask you to call our office number. Currently, we've closed down our website portal.
Why?
Because the numbers are amazing. And
wow, a lot.
Yes, and we actually had to reserve a few slots because of today's interview. So if you want to secure a slot, you'd have to call our office line, which is 055-045-4700. So you speak with someone in the team and they will help you secure your seats for the day. So please be quick. we actually want to see you there.
Is it a whole day's event?
Yeah, so we are going to start at exactly 9 a.m. and at exactly 4 p.m. we are out of there. Yes, so we ask that you prepare yourself. I mean, you would wish we would extend the time based on previous testimonies, yes. So that's how it's going to be like. And it's filled with different activities. So we'll have speaker presentations, panel sessions, and different activities to keep you involved. And there's an interesting part, which is the excellence training, and we'll have our team from the U.S. equip attendees with world-class strategies. So you don't want to miss this.
Yeah,
it's going to be
some of the people here, we personally know them, like someone like Thomas, who is the managing director here. So of course we know what really you are going to give out at this particular event. But Doc, how should someone look at it, like sort of encouragement for somebody who is now thinking, hey, why and how can I be part of this event? Any word of encouragement to this individual who has to take the decision now to be part of God as CEO?
Yeah, so it's really a mind shift, right? And a lot of people, you can go to work. When God first asked me to bring him to work, I'm like, I just go to work. How do I bring him in? And so you're going to learn practical ways to do that. So if you want your life to matter for having a better return on your investment in your business here on earth, but also the bigger thing is helping eternal consequences. As a Christian, right, we want to impact people's lives for eternity, not just for earthly. So you can get eternal earthly ROI, but better yet, if you do it God's way and follow him, you can get eternal ROI, and that's what's going to last forever.
Yeah, beautiful. So as we wrap up this interview, final words from you, Tom, Patience, and also Doc.
I would say we're all here for a purpose, for a reason. God has us here for a reason, and that's to further the kingdom. It's not about our kingdom, it's about his kingdom.
Beautiful, beautiful. Patience?
Yes, I'll also want to say that there's a profound statement that makes that in every journey, There are difficult times, there are hard times, but your faith is supposed to equip you throughout this journey. And that's one thing the business encounter is about. So we would want to see you then. We would also want you to come around. We have our sponsors, Rivia, Wopeka, Malina, who have supported this journey. They would also be around. So there's an opportunity to engage with them.
Beautiful. And Doug?
If you want your life to count for eternal purposes, you need to attend. And I would assume there's many people that are feeling convicted right now. Make the investment in yourself and in the future and in God's kingdom and see what he does on how your life will improve. Like anything, being great at what you do in your job, you got to sacrifice, make time and energy to get good at anything. And to do it God's way, it takes the same thing. But hey, there's earthly success and there's eternal, and it's like this.
Yeah. But before we go, Patience, just a quick one. When is it happening? How much do you pay to attend? Okay,
so this event is happening tomorrow at 9 a.m. and we are meeting at the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana, which is at East Legon. The rate is 500 Ghana cedis. So once you call the number 055-045-4700, you'll be directed on how to complete your payment.
Beautiful. So there you heard from Patience, who is the communications coordinator, God as CEO, Tom also board member, God as CEO, and also Doug, who is the president, God as CEO. Make sure that you attend this event. Make God the leader in your organization. Let him be the CEO, and you have to be the steward, right? The steward. Yeah, beautiful. Anyway, so we're going for a quick break. When we come back, we have more for you on the show.
All right, welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. We're about to have another conversation. It feels like it's all about events and celebrations and happy moments. Well, we're about to talk about another event which you would enjoy, especially those from every girl. Stand up, stand up, stand up, because this conversation is about you guys. So it's all about the Every Girl 79 Speech and Prize Giving Day. So in studio with me, we have Ekua Boahima Owusu Setre, the president of the Every Girls 2000 Year Group, Ya Enima Danso Misa, organizer of 2000 Year Group, and Grace Ofosu Donko, Global Communications Director Awoga and Financial Secretary of 2000 Year Group. 2000 Year Group, you're all welcome.
Thank you.
So you're the real millennial,
That's right.
the millennium people. Yeah, you're all welcome.
Thank you so much.
And I love that you're all repping with your attires.
Yeah.
All right, so how important is this event for you? Before I even ask you about your school, how important is this event for you? Anybody can take it.
Well, it's Speech and Prize Giving Day. It's yearly, and so it's a time where the school gets to celebrate old girls, celebrate the children, give them awards and all that. So appreciating the teachers, the students, and other year groups, and even the community. So it's a very important time for the school and the church and the community.
All right, so Grace, this is to you. What makes Every Girl so special?
So Every Girls was founded in 1946. We've gone through various phases to make the school what it is now. And every year, the year group that left Every Girls 25 years hosts that year's Speech and Prize Giving Day. So this year is a time, or the period for 2000 Year Group, for us to host this particular time. We've done various things gearing towards this particular event. 2 years ago, we had a cooking competition amongst classes to bring together the various members of the 2000 Year Group. We've also had some games, and also to raise funds as well amongst ourselves and all that. So we've done a lot towards this particular program, and we're happy that it's finally here.
Right. So yeah, what are some of the fun moments when you were in school?
I have many, but the founders one will be, you see, when you're in a breed at the time, you're not supposed to speak tree.
And for some reason, I don't know if I did speak that much to you, but what happened is that on Friday, they mentioned the names of everybody who spoke to you and those who were late. And almost every Friday, my name was. The headmistress said, this girl is just incorrigible. In fact, she even let me learn that word for the first time, incorrigible. So I think that would be probably my fondest moment, apart from the fact that I was best entertaining student of the year.
Yeah, you look like an entertainer. You actually look like an entertainer.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
But how important is it bringing back the old school, the old students back to a school?
Okay, so apart from the fact that it's the 29th anniversary, it is also our 25th year of leaving the school. So what happens is that it is something that's done in every girls. Everybody that has on your 25th year, you host the speech and prize giving day. Right. So as much as the focus is on the speech day, it's more on the fact that we, the 2000 year group, are turning 25 this year, and that we're hosting this year group. And then there's a legacy project that you also have to, sort of do when as part of the commemoration. And if you ask about the importance, me being here, I went to Ebri Girls, I think I was 15 or 16. So my nurturing years, was done in Ebri Girls, So I appreciate, whoever I have become today, I owe a lot to Ebri Girls for that. So it is important that, this speech and prize giving day.
Right.
Yeah.
So, you just spoke about the legacy project, and Ikea, what is the legacy project that you guys are embarking on?
We are working on the tower, the school tower. It's the only iconic thing on the hill. We are proudly the hosts of the tower, yes. So the tower has been in existence for about 80 years. As you can see, it has some structural defects because it used to hold water in the early years of the school, and so there's some defects on it. So that's what we chose, because it's also in the center of classrooms and then the administration block. So it was causing some problems for the students and also for the administration. So we chose that one to renovate and repurpose.
Right.
The word is repurpose because it used to hold water, and now it's going to hold
something else.
Something different spaces. One is going to be for the Hall of Fame. So as you know, Ebri Girls, as important as we are, we have very important personalities that have gone through the school, and so that room is to showcase all of them, their achievements and all that. Yes. So that's what you see. That's what.
Well, that's very interesting. So, Grace, when you go back to the school and look at the ones that are there now, the young ones that are there, how does it make you feel? Thinking about, I've been here some years ago. Yeah, how does it make you feel?
I think it's a feeling of pride anytime I go there, and also thinking about the fact that when I was there, these girls were not born. I mean, but it's. I always feel proud anytime I enter the gates of Ebri Girls, and always feel that, these girls are also passing through the walls of Ebri and are going to make the school proud and then Ghana proud as well. So it's always a sense of pride anytime I go there.
Right. So when is this speech and prize giving day happening?
It's happening on Saturday, 22nd of November. But before that, there are certain activities we have put in place. So we're having the homecoming. Starts on Thursday, the 20th of November. So we're going to climb up the hill from Ayimensa all through to the school. So that's like the beginning of the entire weekend for us. And then we have, on Friday, we'll unveil the project like Ikuya mentioned. And then on Saturday is the speech day itself. And then on Sunday, we'll have a Thanksgiving service.
Yeah. Right. So what should we expect from you people? Because obviously these days on the internet there's competition. So what should we expect?
I'll throw more light on that.
So I think that we are the last girls' school to celebrate. Yes. And so
it's going to be bang bang.
We are just shutting it down. Shutting the year down.
It's a shutdown.
We are killing it.
It's a shutdown.
Yes.
But the theme for the
we are cracking it.
Resetting.
Resetting and the resetting economy and the resetting government.
Everything is resetting.
All right, so before I let you go, a little birdie told me that you can actually sing your school anthem. So Can we?
It's our musicians.
All right. So you can all join.
Yes.
You can all join for the school
The
anthem.
musicians. A 2,000-year group choir. Erica.
Okay, and we're all right, and they're all clad in the uniform.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
These are our choristers.
All right. So before I let you go, ladies and gentlemen. So after this, we'll be right back with more. But let's enjoy before we go.
Our school is built on a hill. Before so high is our motto. We are always victorious, 'cause we work in God's name. Oh, every girl. Oh, every girl. Oh, every mighty eagle. We shall never, ever, ever lose our faith. Oh, every girl. Oh, every girl. Oh, every mighty eagle. We shall never, ever, ever lose our faith.
All right, so that's it. Let's go on a quick break and we'll be back.
Wuria, say dear, Yasi Konanim Yankasa, Enti, Kanena Bosili, Medamu Yashan, Nina, Akem, a Nas Boy Enterprise, SMN Control say, what's you fear ye? We hear POP ceiling papa, with many design, plasterboard installation, TV unit design, a Custodian Kitwa, and a talent a Hoodwina, Obekani needs at the amount. Afi, was Sansuya painting, into a Dambia was here, who fret a Nas Boy Enterprise. They were painting the comma at the amount. Afi, window designs bia, Yadin Nabi, a Biana would say, Ubesifie, the Fina Ubisi and so, who here the Subi Mada, a Nas Boy Enterprise, SCT, Saya Residential, and the commercial construction. Afi, where renovation and remodeling, surveying Bia open, or when a comma at the amount. Afi, architectural designs are called Chicobre, my buyer, and the drawing plans, were buying a neat at the amount. Minya Berma, Mamma come for a Nas Boy Enterprise, and for more, it's all said, when him did, and in some real fair, come on, NT, so open name of Mabosunina, Ejumadia, a Nas Boy Enterprise, no show needs, located a Nas Boy Enterprise, our Tantra Hill, Amasamai, and the Ablikuma, Canada Junction, so open Shimwa, Fred, 034-611-3461. A Nas Boy Enterprise, Woodimte, Ankasa.
Love the Premier League? Your DSTV premium subscription could get you there in real life, Charlie. Stay connected for your chance to watch the Premier League live. Man U versus Man City at Old Trafford, or Arsenal versus Man U in London. Stay connected to score with DSTV Premium. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the pure cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter what you're luckiest. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame! Send your God up boom! If you're poor, what's that? so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Ufa, is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Goodluck no check me way.
Yeah,
man.
Easy qua. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his birthday.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompt, yes. And then boom, confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family permission? Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
And of course, we are bringing you a lot more on the show on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. And I'm sure that you know that today is World Diabetes Day. If you didn't know, then we are telling you here on the show. We are about to have interesting conversations around that. How to go about our day-to-day activities, some of the things we've been hearing. Are we supposed to do A, B, C to get healthy? We are taking a lot of sugar. We getting there when it comes to diabetes and all that. The fact that you're taking a lot of sugar doesn't mean that you get diabetes, among other things we've been hearing. I'm sure you'll be hearing some. But in studio is Matilda Emisa, who is a physician specialist at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. We also have with Dara Clote, who is also a physician at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. I trust you are doing well, ladies.
Yes, we are.
How is it going with diabetes issues? We understand now the cases are increasing. Let me start with you, Ruth. Is it true
that the cases of diabetes are going up?
Going up?
Yes, they are.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
Well, so this depends on some of the lifestyle changes that is happening around us here now, especially the sedentary lifestyles, lack of physical activity, urbanization, yes, and then also changing our diet.
We are no more eating the things we used to eat.
Most of us are now resorting to taking in junk foods. Yes, and there are lots of fatty foods, lots of alcohol consumption.
Oh, alcohol?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. And then smoking. These days you are smoking all sorts of things.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know about that. I know alcohol, but you know that the smoking bit is also increasing the diabetes cases in the various facilities. But how are you managing this? Maybe you are receiving too many. How are you going about the management?
So that's why we are engaging the media and also trying to make it common, or trying to make the public aware that the diabetes is common now. A lot of people are getting it, trying to educate them about the lifestyle changes, taking care of themselves, also having annual screenings, which a lot of us don't do. And if you don't screen, most of the diabetes, the symptoms don't come early. By the time you start experiencing the symptoms, you are already having the complications that come with the diabetes. So it is the screening that helps us to pick up people who are at risk, or even people who are getting the disease, then we manage them as and when it comes.
The symptoms, maybe somebody might have heard of diabetes, but may have seen 1, 2, 3 symptoms. He or she is not aware of it. What are some of the symptoms?
So the common ones we tell our patients is you tend to urinate a lot. So you urinating a lot, we are talking about the quantity, the volume of the urine you are producing, as well as the frequency. So you are peeing a lot more than you are peeing on a regular day. In the night, you are waking up about 3-4 times just to urinate. And because you are peeing a lot, your body also now tries to alert you to drink a lot of water. So then you are getting thirsty often, so you'd have to be drinking a lot more water. Some can drink as much as 4 liters, 5 liters of water a day.
We are told drinking a lot of water is good.
It's good to drink a lot of water. 3 liters is okay, but then you are drinking more, 4, 5 liters of water, and you are peeing a lot. And when also you tend to lose weight, and the weight you are losing, even though you are eating a lot, so you get hungry. And to talk about that, we'll have to go a bit into how diabetes comes about. With diabetes, we have what we call the insulin. The insulin, the work it's supposed to do is supposed to put glucose, which we call sugar. And this sugar is something you get from any food you're eating, your banku, your rice, your yam, your fruit you are eating. The end product or the breakdown is sugar or glucose. And this glucose is the source of energy for all your organs or the cells in your body. Insulin is supposed to push this sugar into the organs. But with diabetes, either you are not having insulin at all, or you have the insulin, but it's not working as it's supposed to work. So what happens is the sugar is not going into the organs or the cells. So your cells are starving, even though you have a lot of sugar in your blood, but your cells are starving. So in an attempt, you start feeling hungry. So then you're eating a lot. But then again, the sugar is not going into the cells, and you're losing the weight. So it becomes a cycle. So you're eating, you're losing weight, and the sugar is what we call osmotic agent. So it draws fluid, and that's what makes you pee a lot. Then you are drinking in more water. So it becomes a vicious cycle. Then the other things you can look out for are the complications. You get a cut, the wound is not healing early. Okay, you're having some tingling, some numbness in your feet. You are walking, you don't feel under your feet well, or you step on something, you don't feel the pain well. You are having issues with your eyesight. All these things are signs that could be that you are having symptoms of the diabetes, so you should just come for us to screen you for
Interesting. Auntie Ruth, the issue with taking a lot of sugar, we've heard that all. Is that another cause factor?
Yeah, so that's a myth. It is not true that it's the sugar you take in.
Oh, really?
Yes, that gives diabetes. Anything at all that you eat, like Matilda mentioned, turns into sugar before it enters the blood. Yeah, so your banku you are eating, the fufu, the teasers, the rice balls, all of it eventually turns into sugar before it's able, yes, it enters your blood, and then that's where the insulin effect begins. So to now pull the sugar from your blood and distribute it to your body.
Wow, how are you commemorating this day, Diabetes Day?
Yeah, so today, like we all know, is World Diabetes Day. And so it's not just the day, but the whole month is set aside to celebrate diabetes or people living with diabetes. So from the beginning of the month till now, like we are here today, there has been so many media engagements at other radio stations and TV stations as well. And it doesn't only end today, it continues. There's going to be some fun activities at the Children's Park tomorrow for our children with type 1 diabetes. The following weeks, we have so many things that have been lined up to help with the celebration of diabetes. Yeah, so people in Dansoman can visit us on the 20th of November, where there's going to be screening exercises at the market. Yeah, so if you live around Dansoman or in Dansoman, you can join us there, and then we'll have you screened.
Beautiful. Any other thing you want to add?
Yes, and we would also be visiting some schools. So we'll be going to Accra Academy. The idea is to engage our youth, also talk to them about the lifestyle changes, because the commonest type of diabetes, which is the type 2, initially we used to see it in the older population, above 40, but now we are picking it up in the youth, in the young population. Why? Because of the lifestyle changes. Now we are adopting the Western lifestyle. We are eating a lot more junk food. We are not exercising more often. So we are picking up a lot of the type 2 in our younger population. So we are engaging the Accra Academy. We'll be going to the Sacred Heart School, as well as the Ministry of Health Basic School, just to have a talk with them, pick up the symptoms, educate them about good lifestyle habits as well.
What does it take to get tested?
So you can actually just go to any pharmacy. So they have these glucometer. Yes, the glucometer kits are available in most pharmacies. You go there, all they do is just prick you, just a small prick, and take your sugar. It depends on the time you go. If you go before your breakfast, early in the morning, that will be the fasting glucose. There's a level we are looking at. If you are getting above 7, it's a risk. It's a red flag, so you'd have to follow up at a hospital. If you go after your meals, that will be the random sugars. If you are getting above 11, that one is also a red flag, so you'd have to come to the hospital for us to screen you further.
Interesting.
So any pharmacy you can work in, any hospital you can go, just tell them you want to screen for diabetes and they'll take it up.
Thank you so much, Matilda, and thank you
you.
so much, Auntie Ruth. I'm told that people who are big like me are at higher risk. Is that true?
That's true.
Hey, then I need to do something about it. Anyway, so there you have it. World Diabetes Day. They are commemorating that day with a number of activities. You'd want to check that out. In studio was Matilda Misa, who is a physician specialist with Kolebu, and also Ruth Dara. That's the name, right? Dara. Yeah, Clote, who is also a physician specialist at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. We'll bring you more on the show. Please stay with us.
All right, you're welcome back, and we're still having conversations on Breakfast Daily. We're about to have another conversation, and this time it's about senior high school. So we're going to be talking about the Ashaman Senior High School, and it's all about the 35th anniversary and speech and prize giving day that's going to be happening on the 15th of November 2025. So in studio with me, we have Victor Crom, who is an executive member of ASOSA 1994, Franz Nyako, old student of, the Ashaman Secondary School, 1996, and then Erica Nati, who's an old student, 2024. Oh, so you just graduated. Yes. Hi, how are you? How are you all doing?
You're doing well.
How's everything?
I completed 96.
96?
So Francis is 94.
Oh, so he's 94.
And I'm 96.
And you are 96.
Exactly.
Right. Wow, you are all welcome.
Thank
so
you.
Different year groups.
Yes.
And how does it feel to all be from different year groups, but you're all from the same school?
Oh, it feels wonderful. No, we have a sense of belonging because we are like a family, irrespective of when you complete it.
Yeah.
We have an identity that you are part of Ashaman Senior High School.
Right. It seems like Erica is shy. Erica, you shy? Because we are seniors. Not just immediate seniors, like seniors.
Over 30 years seniors.
You know?
30 years.
Anyway, tell us a bit about Ashaman Secondary School. Senior high school.
So Francis will take that.
Yeah.
Ashaman Senior High School is around the Temashama Enclave. It's situated 400 kilometers away from the main Tulaku and Ashaman Timber Market. We share boundary with Ashaman Waterworks. The school was established 1991, and our first headmaster was Mr. Amakuji. He was in charge of the school. He was a father to us. He was a security man at the night time. He was a beza, like 1 man 1,000.
Right, yeah.
He was a beza daytime. He was a security man at night.
Yeah.
He was an English teacher too.
Right.
So he stayed on the compound and made sure that everything went on smooth. You know, those times in Ashama, the place was not pretty continuous. So you have to make sure that the building materials they were using to construct the school, the iron rod, the cement, everything will be intact so that the project can move smoothly. Yeah.
Wow. So how has it changed over the years?
Oh, it has changed drastically. Why? Because looking at when we went to the school, it was only 1-story building with 8 classrooms. We have 1 class for home econs, 2 class for agric, B and C, and the D class was a visual arts school class. Yeah, and it has changed drastically. Now when you go to the compound, we have other buildings. The school initially started as an agric school. Like 2014 thereabout, science was introduced into the school. Now we have visual arts, we have science, we have agric, we have business, and we have general arts.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you look at the young ones now, how does it make you feel?
It makes us feel that there's potential, there's hope for the future. Over the years, at the beginning, the school lacked many things, but for now, now that we've added a lot of courses like science, we have general arts, we have business, it feeds into our theme for the anniversary. That's unlocking potentials, embracing 21st century skills for a brighter tomorrow. So we want to give the next generation hope for the future, such that they will acquire skills that will let them survive in the future.
Right. Now let's talk about the 35th anniversary and speech and prize giving day that's going to be happening. What do you have in line for us?
We've had a series of activities already, like cleanup, like games, like floats. Tomorrow is the combination of everything. We have speech, we have prize that we're giving out to best deserving students, to some of our old past teachers as well. Will be honored, and then some other stuff.
Right. Okay, let's speak to Erica.
Okay.
Erica, how has the school changed over the years from what you heard?
Okay. So as for when I went to the school, I saw that some things changed because our current headmistress, she took us through some things like when the school was first established, and I've seen a lot of changes. For example, our assembly hall, and also the science department, and now they also have some girls dormitory, like supporting some of the girls who live afar. Yes, and our labs too, I think they are building on it, so that's a big change I've seen too.
Right.
And
So
I think the canteen as well.
Okay.
Because at first I heard they used to sit outside to eat, but now we have some manageable building for us to use.
Right. So when you look at some of the people who have, come out from the school, like notable people like our very own Elvis Darko of, New Center, how do you feel? How does it make you feel?
Like some people say our school is not that big, like famous, but I've seen like the one just mentioned, Mr. Elvis, and also Madam Yaira, she's a big name. Also some past MPs, some of them past students of our school, they are MPs. So I feel good, I feel okay for having such people in my school, because especially when I go out and they ask me, which school did you attend? I'm like, Ashaman Senior High School. You didn't get any school that Ashaman Senior High School. No, we can also make it. And we have some people, even in our national science and math schools, people degrade us. But looking at some of our contestants, like I did Derek from my batch and my senior Dixon, they did well. They also performed well in their WASU exams. So I feel okay. I feel good. And I feel privileged to have them in my school.
Oh, you feel privileged. I like that. I actually like that. So that's a very, very inspiring thing to say, that you feel good, and it's also good to hear that you look up to some of these people. And there's no bad school. That's what you should know. Yeah, there's no bad school. As long as you're learning, there's no bad school. But the 31st anniversary, why is it important to involve everybody?
It's important because, over the years, as my sister said, because of the name Ashaiman, a lot of people don't want to become associated with the school. I tell you, there are some people who are making it out there, but they don't want to be associated with Ashaiman. But this is the time to come back, to rebuild, okay? Let's forget about, put the apathy behind.
Exactly.
Let's come together as a team, as one people, as one family, and change the narrative of Ashaiman, so that everyone out there can know that Ashaiman, there's something good in Ashaiman. It doesn't matter what the past was. Now we have hope. Now we have potential. So we want to involve everyone, irrespective of whether you've even attended Ashasek or not. As long as you've lived in Ashaiman, as long as you're in Ashaiman, come around, come, let's celebrate, come, let's dialogue together and see how we can build our school for a better tomorrow.
Right. So Francis, any last words?
I may say that looking at a humble beginning is just like a homecoming to all of us, because the school started with 31 students and 3 teachers. Now we have almost like 1,300 students.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and we have grown leaps and bounds. So we are grateful to all those who supported the school from year 1 out to the 31st anniversary that we are celebrating.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's happening where?
On the campus.
On the campus itself?
Yeah.
Starts at what time?
Starting from
8 a.m.
Yes, 8 a.m.
All right. Thank you so much. It was really nice having this conversation with you. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it. If you are from Ashaman, or you live there, or you even went to the school, it's time for you to go home. It's time for you to go home and celebrate the 35th anniversary and speech and prize giving day that's going to be happening on the 15th. That's tomorrow, November 2025, at the Ashaman Senior High School. Go and support and go and make it better. In studio with us, we had Victor Chrome, who's an executive member of the 1994 year group, Francis Nyako, 1996. Francis Nyako, who's an executive member of the 1994 year group, and of course, Erika Nate, an old student of 2024, and that was just last year. Thank you so much for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be back with more.
Grateful that you stay with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. Just gone by was a conversation with the old students from Sherman Senior High School, and Chris did that with them. Earlier was the Abri girls, and also was the diabetes issues, among other things on the show. But you know we cannot wrap up the show without telling you what you should expect at Agbi Fair 2025, the November edition. And in studio to do that for us is a call comes in. One party on to follow 2 girls.
No. One party on to follow 2. One party they go follow 2 girls. That's normal.
Oh really?
Yeah, one guy you can follow 2 girls. That's normal. But 2 guys.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't take me into it. Anyway,
I said because of Chris. I just want Chris to come for me.
Agri Fair, Charlie, how is it going?
Super exciting. We are ready. I mean, for us, we are ready. Channel 1 TV and CTFM, we are always ready for our events. Before we even come up with the idea, the team is briefed and everybody is ready to go. So we are super ready, and I'm super excited about this as well, because when we did it the first time in June, I remember very well myself and DJ Mingo, the Monday, we were asking people how often should we organize this event, and for the first time people were like, oh, you guys need to organize 3 times in a year, once every month, once every quarter, twice a year, all of that. And I was just like, wow, this is really good. And for CTFM and Channel 1 TV to say, hey, we've organized this event before, but we are going to do it again the same year, it tells you like the value we created with what we organized. So the November edition is coming, and this is very critical because we don't want you to go and be all over Accra trying to get your Christmas shopping. Don't worry. Christmas shopping, we've made it easy for you. Just be at Agri Fair, and everything you need for the Christmas, you would find it there. When it comes to food, fresh produce, the tubers, the vegetables, the fruits, fish, livestock, poultry, everything, we have it there for you at the Agri Fair. So it's going to be super, it's going to be awesome. And I'm waiting for it. I'm looking forward to it. 28th, 29th, 30th of November is such a good way to wrap up the month. And then we start 1st December on Monday, fresh. Then everybody goes into it with excitement.
Does it look like the slots are finishing?
Oh yeah, they are running out really fast. So make sure you call 0558 973 973 to make your payment. I mean, the registrations we have a very good number of registrations. People have called to register, but you need to make payments. Payment is what guarantees you a spot at the Agri Fair 2025, the November edition, because it's good to register, it's good to express interest, but the only way you can get to be part of this good thing that we are doing for Mother Ghana is to make your payment to get your spot. So if you want to bring your fresh produce, you want to bring your livestock, you want to bring your poultry to the agri fair, make sure you call 0558-973-973 to register and make your payment. If you call today and you register and make your payment today, you are way ahead or you're a foot in than someone who called, let's say, 2 weeks ago and has not made payment. So make sure you call now to make your payment. Also, for every single person who wants to be there to come by, to come learn about some agricultural practices, what they can do as well, don't worry, you can be there and it's absolutely free. However, we'll be having clinics because last year we had the poultry clinic, we have the snail farming clinic and a few other clinics as well where we had people being trained in how they can do some backyard farming as well. So this year it will be happening for piggery, poultry, snail farming, all of our rabbits, you know, micro life. They say rabbit is micro livestock. So rabbit as well, how do you, take care of your rabbits so they can grow, multiply for you to have some to enjoy. So it will be a holistic experience for everybody that gets to be there as well. It's free for patrons who want to be there to experience it. Also, we'll be adding the maddest touch. Will be the entertainment. You know, we cannot do it. City cannot do anything without entertainment. Jamboree. Yeah, City cannot do anything without entertainment. I think this is the company where people call to ask, are you paid to enjoy yourself or you're paid to work? And I'm like, I'm paid to do both because I'm enjoying myself as I'm working and it's such a fun experience. So that's what is happening and it's going to be big, it's going to be beautiful and I'm looking forward to it.
Our sponsors.
Yes, what's a very big thank you to our sponsors. We have Legacy Crop Improvement Center being part of this as well. We have Development Bank Ghana being part of this. We have the Ghana Exim Bank being part of this. We have Gesell being part of this as well. And there's one more person.
Horticulture?
Horticulture Business Platform also being part of this as well. So yeah, I think, I've covered all of them. And they are holding us down to bring you the Agri Fair 2025. I'm looking forward to it. So let us all be part of it. I mean, it is such a good time to come get your Christmas produce, to, go have such a wonderful festive season for the year 2025. I think it's going to be such an awesome time. And we are going to have a good time at the Agri Fair.
But before we end this conversation, how many people do we already have who have registered and paid for?
Oh, I can't be able to give you the numbers as of now, but we have quite a number of people that have registered. And we are calling on all those who have called to express interest to make payments. It's very important. Like, make your payment to get your slot. I nearly said last year. Last June, when we had the very first edition, it was overwhelming. Like, the numbers were overwhelming, and the people that showed up, even on Friday, was overwhelming. So make it a point to make your payment, because
I foresee that by next week there would be
the sold
out flyer out there. So make sure that you are getting to be part of this event, because if you do not make the payment early, like Chris would say, you've snoozed.
You lose.
So you've lost.
If you snooze,
you lose. Anyway, so like a core commission is here, we still have to move on with entertainment. You know, we definitely don't end the show without entertainment. Your brother, he'll be on the show soon.
Oh, okay.
We don't end the show without entertainment on Fridays.
Nobody likes to sit
we need to really tell you what is going to happen in the entertainment world as we wrap up the show. Today is a Friday, so you'd have to know what is really going to happen in town and all that, which places you'd go, which places will be jamming and all that. And of course, we have Fifi Annan, Jeffrey Fifi Annan, and also a call Kumsing in studio to tell us what is going on.
But why are you sitting here, by the way? You usually have to sack me.
I'm accustomed to this particular place, and I feel like it gives me the power to be objective and not do PR for anybody on the show. Yeah, I'm not like someone.
So those who sit here,
that's not what I'm saying. I'm only speaking for myself.
You just like being close to Chris. That's what I want.
Anyway, she looks resplendent.
These people, when they come on the set, they don't want to go. Let's start with this. What do we have this weekend?
Even before we dive into the stories, I think we are happy that the creative space has also been
mentioned in the
budget. 2026 budget. So the National Theatre is going to be rehabilitated. Why are you laughing? There's going to be one in Kumasi as well. Yeah. So we are hoping and praying that it will happen as soon as possible. Yeah.
You know the budget is projections, right?
Projections.
Okay, cool. So let's.
But they can't lie to us.
No, but he's not like he's just projecting. He has not lied to you.
So they will not do that thing.
No, I'm not saying they will do it.
Oh, me, I trust us. At all. You will force. Take us away.
Well, no, take us away.
Yeah, so
if I'll take us away, then I'll talk about this. Because the teaching experience is happening tonight at the National Theatre. So if you've not gotten your ticket, make it a point to get your ticket and be there. Because I'm going to be there and we are going to jam.
Proper jams. If you've experienced in Chen before, and if you've experienced a cocoon in this entertainment element before, you know it's going to be fireworks. So yeah, be there this evening, live and Cali.
But take us away.
Shatta Wale and Stonebwoy might unite, hopefully. Yeah, so Sarkodie was at Family's 2 in a Guy UK tour. After performing, he promised that he was going to take the Rapaholic concert to the UK next year. He promised to bring Shatta Wale and Stonebwoy.
But I don't think there is any beef between the two.
There's friction between them.
It's a showbiz beef. It's not.
But if you've seen both of them do their things on social media, like yes, it's proper rivalry.
Really?
Yeah.
There's a cold war.
At this point, there are only 2 people that can bring them together. His Excellency the President of Ghana and Sarkodie.
Really?
Yeah.
But Kofi Annan has done a good job by bringing them together before.
That was then.
Yeah.
And look at where we are now.
But we are here because of showbiz.
Anyway. So yeah, that's what Sarkodie is saying. He mentioned other Ghanaian actors who are R2Bs and Black Sheriff. I mean, we are just anticipating the 2026 Rapaholic in UK concert.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to like the Rapaholic, and I'm just I think Sarkodie should go for the big kill. You know, he should just do the O2 and shut it all down because I feel like he has the potential to do it. And sometimes recently I was talking to like one of our big men here in the entertainment space globally, and he's not just like restricted to Ghana but globally. He manages one of the biggest reggae bands in the world, that's Still Pulse, and he was like, sometimes we think about sold out as like we have to fill the whole auditorium. No, if O2 Arena is 20,000 people and you think you can fill it with 10,000 people, you print 10,000 tickets, it's a sold out event. So I think they shouldn't think about filling the whole auditorium, but they should go there and give it that kill. Like, we should go for that kill once and for all. So they shouldn't be like our Nigerian brothers who always have one over us. Now I think they have more than one. They have one,
multiple
2, 3,
over us.
4.
Infinity.
Yeah, because Ashake has done it, Davido has done it, Burna Boy has done it, Wizkid has done it, this boy
Rasta has done it,
Rema has done it. So they have 6 of us.
It's easy, cheesy, peasy.
Listen,
the O2
for it. Yeah, the O2 Arena.
I think Medical did it.
No, so Medical did Indigo at the O2.
Oh, okay.
Like
so that's a compartment
in the O2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is like 2,000 to 5,000. No, it was there 2,000, more than 2,000 capacity, which is good, right? But I feel like Sarkodie should go for the kill, man. He should go for the kill. The O2 Arena is what we are looking forward to.
You can actually sell out tickets without necessarily filling the auditorium.
Oh yeah, challenge.
I mean, if you've printed 5,000 tickets and all are sold out, but on the D-Day 5,000 people do not appear, you've made your money, you've not lost anything.
Sure.
Just give
people want to see the numbers.
No, just give those who are there the performance.
Do the number of black seats, like the seats they cover with black cloth at this Davido and all this. It happens. So Charlie, they should go for
what it is.
O2 Arena, London, Rapaholic, 2026. We are looking forward.
Yeah, and let me take my
hats off too.
Yeah, so brothers and sisters in Jamaica that have been hit by the Hurricane Melissa. So dancehall artist Shatta Wale claims he says he has donated some amount of money to support them. Right?
You know he has his fan base there.
Yeah. He's big in Jamaica. Cartel. I mean, to have an affiliation with Vibes Cartel, the landlord of Jamaica, proper. I mean. So yeah, heartfelt. What can I say?
Heartfelt condolences.
Condolences.
But is it condolences? Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. Heartfelt condolences to the people that lost their lives.
We are sorry to other people. I mean, that was a big one. I think it happened like a week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. 2 weeks ago.
And it was massive. I actually have a friend who was hit by that as well. We're in a group together, and then she recently said she just got back. So apparently electricity power, like light, has been down for some time, network has been down for some time. So it's good that we are sending relief items today. I think the President of the Republic of Ghana also did the same by sending some relief items there as well. So
the Jamaicans are like our brothers.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I hear the Jamaica is Jamaica. There are cants that went there, they will say Jamaica, and it became Jamaica.
I don't know what I was saying. That's what I was saying. I mean, yeah, let's talk movies now. So, you know the Rifa Film Festival? Yeah, it's happening this December. It's a 3-day festival that brings together all stakeholders within the movie space across Africa to connect, to, you know, exchange ideas. And the icing on the cake is the awards, you know. Finally, the movie industry has its own TGMA, you know, and it's not just limited to Ghana. So yesterday...
But they've been having it, right? They've been having movies.
Yeah, but this
Ghana Movie Awards.
Yeah, this is like a festival. So it's a 3-day event. So after the networking and conferences and what have you, then we do the awards as well. Yeah. So yesterday, nominees were announced. You had the Deputy CEO of the National Film Authority, James Gardner, being there. Gideon Aiko of the Creative Arts Agency, Roslyn Ngisa, a whole lot of Kasum Scenario, who is now the Ghana ambassador to Spain, right?
Yeah. Ghana's ambassador
she was there as well. James Gardner picked a couple of nominations. He had Ghanaian movies picking nominations, Nigerian movies picking nominations. Beautiful, beautiful night. And I just pray we all get on board to support this great initiative, because we really need to up our game when it comes to movie production and all it entails here in Ghana. And I think these are some of the ways in which we can try and level up.
Okay, so...
No, before we go, so the former General Secretary of the MPP is saying he would hope to get Shatawale on board so that he will bring the youth to the NPP. Yeah, so that's what he's saying. You know,
they should make him the running mate.
But you know what I'm thinking? Can they afford Shatawale?
Oh, they have the money. Once they have the men, they have the money. They can be able to afford Shatawale.
So it's easy cheesy.
Oh, it's easy cheesy. If Shatawale doesn't partner Cheddar for 2028, is it 2028? Yes, 2028. Yeah. If Shatawale doesn't partner Cheddar, they can do something.
Anyway, let's see which political party Shatawale will enter.
Can take them big money. Take them big money.
Money that we can buy another Lambo.
Anyway, interesting one.
Before I forget, belated happy birthday to my good friend Sandra Jo. Yesterday was your birthday. I love you so much. Keep glowing.
Beautiful. So, on that birthday note, happy birthday to Jonas Robert Hola Amabel. You are 3 years old today. I pray for good health and long life from me. That is Cindy Ajua Crantin. Another one, too, that we have here, a birthday message coming on the console right now is today marks exactly 1 year when you came into this world. You brought joy and happiness on our faces, and you are a year old today. I wish you happy birthday. May you grow to be that special, perfect person God has created you. Jaden and Nana Yao Edu Ochre from Mr. and Mrs. Edu, a.k.a. Kwame Yesu. God bless you.
All right, and we have one here. Happy 4th birthday to my precious princess, Liliana Dudua Ofe of African Preparatory School of Hope. You light up our lives with your laughter, love, and endless joy. Watching you grow into the amazing girl that you are fills my heart with pride over every single day. May your days be as magical as you are, filled with love and fun and all your favorite things. We love you to the moon and back. And this is from your dad, Patrick Ofer, your mom, and your siblings.
Well, that's how we wrap up today's edition of Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. It's the Friday edition. It's been an exciting one. I am Philip Nilate.
And my name is Chris Carter. Happy weekend.
It's 1, 2, 3, and now 4. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a night of rhythm, culture, and pure Ghanaian energy. Inchin Band is back. And this time, it's bigger, louder, and more electrifying than ever. It's the Inchin Experience, the Avivi edition. Happening live on the 14th of November 2025 at the National Theatre. Showtime 8 o'clock p.m. sharp. Featuring Lucky Mesa, Famiye, Na Ajaman, AEC, Lexi the Comic, Kwame Bringer, and TM Music. It's going to be a night of unforgettable music, laughter, and culture, all on one stage. Tickets going for 150 Ghana cedis. You can dial *920*126*2# to grab your tickets now. For more enquiries or information, call 0503-127-463 or 0541-690-409. This year's concert is mainly powered by FVV Foods, Ghana's fastest growing food brand, championing local produce and authentic homegrown flavors. Proudly sponsored by Center Point Mall, Verna Water, Boat, Zomo. Media partners. Don't be left out of this year's amazing experience. Come and let's have fun together. Inchin Experience, Ghana's rhythm, our legacy. Inchin Experience. Feel the music.
This November, something amazing is coming to Accra. Are you a farmer with fresh produce? Are you into fish farming, poultry, or livestock? Then get ready for the November edition of the AgriFair 2025. Yes, AgriFair 2025. It's happening on Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November. It's happening at the Ifo Southern Children's Park, and it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's the ultimate weekend marketplace. From fruits and vegetables to poultry, livestock, and fish to agri-inputs and processing machinery, all at unbeatable farm gate prices. Whether you're selling or buying, this is your chance to connect, trade, and grow. Enjoy the freshest farm produce, sizzling kebabs, and a vibrant marketplace atmosphere all in one space. Register now and secure your spot. Call 0558-973-973 for more information. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Horticulture Business Platform, Development Bank Ghana, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, Gressol, and the Ghana Exim Bank.
Another week is here. Hello there and welcome to Trending Africa with me, Samuel Akom. On all social media platforms, I am at the Samuel Akom. Trending Africa is a show where we take you through the African continent to bring you stories making the headlines. What stories are trending? Let's go for a quick break. When we return, we'll check all of these stories out and many others. Don't go anywhere. Please do stay. Welcome back from the quick break. This is still Trending Africa with me, Samuel Akom. On all social media platforms, I am at the Samuel Akom. Let's begin the episode from Nigeria. And in Nigeria, more reactions are coming in following President Donald Trump's indication of sending in a military action to the northern part of the country to tackle insecurity. Some Nigerians have described the act as interference, and some have welcomed the decision. Here is more in this report.
Trump's warning of a possible United States military invasion has sharply divided Nigerians,
both online and offline. Retired ECOWAS diplomat Ambassador Haruna Warkani says dialogue, not confrontation, should guide Nigeria's response.
Nigeria has finally been characterized as a country of particular interest for American government, and those characterizations are usually not too good for a nation. So Nigeria, therefore, now has to do something very, very urgent, and that something means the Ministry of Foreign Affairs needs to be activated properly and extraordinarily, actually, to counter this.
In Kaduna, reactions were shaped by religious and political sentiments. Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmed Gumi urged the government to resist what he called America's high-handed approach.
They have a plan which they have already, but now they want to execute it because I think that is just the right time to do it. Otherwise, what is happening in Nigeria, nobody denies there's a lot of bloodshed, but it has no any religious or ethnic coloration. It's just a question of land and survival. So we as a nation, we have to come together and see that this negative narration does not have ground.
The first error we made was to even say, no, there's no killing. I think that's really hot. That's really unfair. Every sensible and true Nigeria who will look at Reverend Hayab on the face and say there's not been killing of Christian, that day I will know that he's not honest. Has there been a shift? That's a different conversation. But to say there is not, haba. Because for deliberate reasons, some people twisted this whole killing thing into farmers-herders conflict.
What I'm concerned is about life and property. And for me, any government that cannot take care or oversee its citizen, I don't think is a better government. You understand? Because every government is supposed to be concerned about its citizen well-being.
In Plateau State, where insecurity has lingered for years, Trump's remarks triggered mixed emotions among residents, many questioning United States motives.
To me, it's a very much welcome idea. Lives are being wasted, properties destroyed, people becoming refugees in their land, and people are becoming so apprehensive and restless. And this is a war that has been on for more than 20 years. And if Trump's intervention will bring an end, fine.
We see it as a political witch hunt. I am not an APC member. I'm not in support of the government policy because what we are expecting or what we expected from the government is totally out of the box. But concerning the Christian genocide in Nigeria, it is something we debunk in totality. I disagree with that statement because if you look at what is happening today in our country, is an interest, is an international interest. You cannot go outside the box of your colonial masters when you know they have a tick in the affairs of your country and said you will have no business with them henceforth.
If Trump is to send his own army to come and settle this matter of killing of Christian or Muslim or thereabouts, I think is the right thing, but it depends on how they do it. Because if they should come and start, let's say they start killing people anyhow, maybe if they find you guilty, they will just kill you to increase the problem. So my own point of view is that he should send his own people, they should come and settle the case in a peaceful way.
In Katsina, residents described Trump's position as undue interference in Nigeria's internal affairs. They argued that the United States, often seen as a model democracy, should be better informed before making such sweeping claims.
The reality on ground is that both more Muslims are killed. If you could remember, not too long ago,
We have to cross over to Parliament now, where the minority in Parliament is reacting to the 2026 budget statement that was read by the Finance Minister yesterday. The reaction has been done by the MP for Karaga and also former Finance Minister Mohammed Adams. Let's cross over now.
To want to shift the fortunes of Ghanaians with each so-called big push. This is heartbreaking. This 1 percentage point gap, nearly $1.1 billion in foregone public investment, was not a product of efficiency savings. It reflected cash rationing, auction shortfalls, and mounting debt service pressures in levels. In reality, the minister's approach to fiscal management is not disciplined. It is reactive, relying on short-term cuts to maintain the appearance of order. And this is very dangerous for our medium to long-term development. Using Ghana's macroeconomic parameters and IMF consistent multipliers, you will clearly understand the cost of the damage the minister is causing the economy. Effective demand cut of about 0.514% of GDP. That's quite colossal. GDP impact, the fall in GDP, about 0.41% of GDP, equivalent to $469 million. Revenue loss, about $75 million. Foregone potential growth, about 0.1 percentage point annually. And so, by underspending the capital budget approved for 2025, 1.5% of GDP, while the minister has done 0.5% of GDP, this is the cost to the economy. The government has effectively traded tomorrow's output for today's optics. Every 1 percentage point cut in public investment means thousands of construction and supply chain jobs not created, roads and schools not completed, and private contractors pushed into arrears. Short-term fiscal savings thus translate into higher unemployment, weaker SMEs, and slower future tax growth. Real GDP grew by 6.3% year-on-year in the first half of 2025, yet the composition of this growth is telling. The recent 6.3% growth is services heavy, led by ICT, finance, and trade, while construction and manufacturing lag. The government is not building the economy's productive base. Banks, meanwhile, are crowded out by government borrowing at the short end, preferring T-bills over long-term lending, deepening the cycle of high interest, low investment, and low job creation. Since this administration came into office, the budgets that they have presented to this House, to Parliament, 2025 budget and the mid-year budget, allocations for capital expenditure and goods and services remain unreleased, and workers across the public sector are paid but not given the necessary tools and inputs to work. This is what we call fiscal indiscipline, that you pay workers and yet you don't release goods and services to give them the tools and the inputs to work with. That is fiscal indiscipline in reality. Some ministries do not even have basic things, such as toilet rolls, and are unable to even provide fuel for government work. A close look at the data presented in the 2026 budget confirmed the fear by the minority early this year that this government was incapable of implementing its programs they presented in the 2025 budget. For example, goods and services. The government programmed to spend 5.1 billion Ghana cedis from Q1 to Q3, but ended up spending only 3.8 billion Ghana cedis. This compares to the annual allocation of 6.7 billion Ghana cedis. The amount released for goods and services is about 56% of the total allocation for the year, yet the year has come to an end already. CAPEX. The program CAPEX for Q1 to Q3 was 26.6 billion Ghana cedis, but actual release was just 11 billion Ghana cedis. This is 34% of the total capex of 32.6 billion Ghana cedis allocated for the year 2025. So when we say the minister has not been spending, we are right. The minister's own data on the release for goods and services and capital spending say it all. The more concerning from these developments is the systematic and deliberate under-execution of growth-enhancing public investment. The under-execution of capital projects is also a mirror of fiscal fragility, including revenue pressures, because persistent shortfalls have eroded space for discretionary spending, financing constraints, because frequent auction under subscription have forced reliance on short-term T-bills, raising rollover risk, and rising interest costs, because a growing share of revenue is locked into debt service, crowding out the growth expenditure. By cutting investment to meet short-term cash targets, the government is treating liquidity symptoms rather than addressing structural weaknesses in revenue and debt management. Public investment has one of the highest employment multipliers in Ghana's economy. Construction and engineering absorb large numbers of semi-skilled workers and drive demand for cement, steel, and transport services. When capital projects stall, contractors' arrears accumulate, SME liquidity tightens, and bank non-performing loans creep upward. The short-term fiscal saving thus creates medium-term job and credit losses. The government has effectively chosen accounting aesthetics over economic substance, with a finance minister who has weaponized underspending as a tool of false prudence. By systematically failing to release funds for approved projects, the minister is creating artificial savings that marks his inability to mobilize revenue or manage debt sustainably. This is not fiscal discipline, it is fiscal deception. Is it not curious that the might talked about Nkoko Nkitinkiti was just launched this week, in spite of the fact that the 2025 budget provision for it since March 2025, a clear example of how this government is struggling to implement its priority programs. And let me use this opportunity to caution that the Harmattan season has just started in some parts of the country. And we don't want to hear stories later that the chicks have been killed by the Harmattan. Timing is of utmost importance when you are implementing a program. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the National Codex program, which was not implemented, has found yet another space in the 2026 budget, with an equivalent 100 million Ghana cedis allocated to it, similar to what they did last year and could not implement. Road contractors, businesses, and other providers of government services are suffering from this minister's self-created liquidity drought, while his officials celebrate restraint. In time, the actual impact of the policies employed during this minister's honeymoon period will hit all of us. The current administration secured the mandate of Ghanaians on the back of lofty pledges to transform the economic paradigm of our beloved nation. Yet, unfortunately, those promises have not materialized. You remember the 24-hour economy, which the government launched this year. This program was said to be a job creation policy with a homegrown formula. They told us 1-3-3, 1 job, 3 people, 3 shifts. But what has happened so far? Today, the 24-hour economy policy is a confusing mix of policy ideas with no clear implementation arrangements. The same youth who were told they would have shifts to work once this government comes to power continue to roam the streets without work, while farmers and traders complain of poor sales due to weak demand. The 24-hour economy program is estimated to cost $4 billion, of which the government is expected to contribute between $300 to $400 million. We are going into the second year since the program was launched. Yet the government failed to announce in the 2026 budget the targeted tax incentives and rebates it promised to attract the investment. The allocation of 90 million Ghana cedis to the 24-hour economy for 2026. In fact, the minister said 110 million Ghana cedis for 2026. But if you go to the appendix, you will see only 90 million Ghana cedis allocated towards the 24-hour economy. 70 million of this is for goods and services, and 20 million of this is for capex. This can best be described as tokenism, given that the program is the main development blueprint of the NDC government. This, no doubt, is helpless. This cannot help achieve the program objectives of creating a 133 job model. On another note, the big push, which was promised 13 billion Ghana cedis for implementation by the government for 2025 fiscal year, had by July been issued commitment authorization of only 7.6 billion Ghana cedis. You allocate 13 billion Ghana cedis. You issue commitment authorization covering only 7.6 billion Ghana cedis. It is yet to be seen how much they have actually disbursed under the program as the year draws to the end. Will Ghanaians therefore believe the President and the Minister for Finance for allocating 30 billion Ghana cedis for big push in the 2026 budget, when they could not even release funds allocated for the same big push in the 2025 budget? Surprisingly, in his usual excitement, the minister indicated at paragraph 1183 of the budget statement, and I quote, "The 63 billion Ghana cedi road contracts awarded so far under the big push would generate an estimated 490,000 jobs." Unquote. I take it again. At paragraph 1183 of the budget statement, the minister said, and I quote, "The 63 billion Ghana cedi road contracts awarded so far under the big push, 63 billion Ghana cedis of contracts, road contracts awarded so far under the big push would generate an estimated 490,000 jobs." Another deception. How is the government able to award road contracts under the big push amounting to 63 billion Ghana cedis when the total allocation for 2025 was just 13 billion Ghana cedis? These 490,000 jobs promised from the big push are dead on arrival, as there are no contracts worth 63 billion Ghana cedis under the big push anywhere in Ghana. Even if you were to add the total allocation for the 2025 and 2026 budget for the big push, it will amount to 43 billion Ghana cedis, far less than the 63 billion Ghana cedis stated by the minister as having been awarded already. This is how this government is manufacturing success stories for itself. Even if this is true, then it will mean that the Honorable Minister for Finance would have violated the Public Financial Management Act, which frowns on awarding contracts without budget allocation or commitment authorization. The promised big push for jobs, ladies and gentlemen, which they are also saying will provide infrastructure, is therefore not reflected in the numbers. Despite the strong rhetoric, capital expenditure in the budget for 2026 is only 3.6% of GDP, far below what is required for a genuine infrastructure-led transformation. At the same time, they are proposing 5.7% of GDP for wages, 3.6% of GDP for interest payments, about 4% of GDP for statutory transfers. These rigid items consume more than 2/3 of total spending, leaving very limited room for transformative investments. In reality, this 2026 budget is not investment-driven and marks serious challenges. It also shows that there is no structural shift, as the composition of the budget remains the same. We urge Ghanaians to seriously manage expectations, as we are in for another year of inactivity and disappointment. The high domestic borrowing will crowd out credit to the private sector. The overall deficit on cash basis is proposed to be 4% of GDP, and the government plans to borrow 4.4% of GDP from the domestic market. With banks already heavily exposed to government securities, increased domestic borrowing will reduce access to credit for SMEs, maintain high domestic interest, and undermine job creation and private sector expansion. This contradicts the stated ambition of a jobs and export-focused recovery. The capital spending cuts also produce a superficial improvement in the current account. Direct import compression is estimated at 0.13% of GDP. Income-induced import fall is estimated at 0.12% of GDP. Total current account gain, about 0.25% of GDP, amounting to $287 million. But this is not a sign of external strength. It is demand suppression. A healthier balance would arise from export expansion, not from stalled construction and idle capital budgets. There is also the case of the gold board. In the 2025 budget, the government allocated $279 million to gold board to purchase gold. Till date, members of the press, this amount has not been disbursed. Rather, the Bank of Ghana has been pre-financing gold board's purchases of gold, including purchases of gold from Galamsey operators. Wow. The Bank of Ghana must come clear how much money it has printed to finance gold board. This is important because it amounts to central bank financing of the government, a practice frowned upon by Ghana's program with the IMF. The IMF must also speak up rather than sleeping while this government is violating fundamental principles underlying the program. The government's own inability to properly implement any policies beyond short-term cost cutting has created a paradox. Headline figures that appear respectable on paper, but an economy that feels stagnant and lifeless to ordinary citizens. The economy this government wants us to celebrate is a ticking time bomb that has let down the many young people who were promised jobs, let down the entrepreneurs who were promised opportunities, and let down the nation that was promised transformation. What we have is an economy stuck in low productivity, weak investment, and broken promises, with a minister who has no original policy idea to tackle the underlying structural challenges that keep this economy operating below potential. Meanwhile, the critical productive sectors continue to lag significantly behind, deprived of the investment needed to catalyze their growth. This, no doubt, has compounded the government inability to meet its revenue requirements. There is no way you can generate revenue from a growthless economy. You will recall during the 2025 budget debate in Parliament, we in the minority told the minister that the government's revenue policies were unrealistic, and they didn't listen to us. The data in the 2026 budget has, however, vindicated our stand. Total revenue and grants, as at the end of the third quarter reported by the minister in the budget, provisionally amounted to 154.9 billion Ghana cedis. And this is against programmed amount of 162.6 billion Ghana cedis for the same period, a shortfall of 7.7 billion Ghana cedis. Similarly, domestic revenue for quarter 1 to quarter 3 was 153.9 billion Ghana cedis against programmed 160.7 billion Ghana cedis, a shortfall of 6.8 billion Ghana cedis, whilst tax revenue for the same period stood at 124.6 billion Ghana cedis against programmed tax revenue of 133.5 billion Ghana cedis, a significant shortfall of almost 9 billion Ghana cedis. In his budget speech, the minister lost the courage to admit for once that some of his expectations were not met. Particularly, revenue generation is one of the major components of the fiscal consolidation program the government is implementing. And for its importance, the minister should have been bold to concede that all is not well with the fiscal consolidation. This is why he had to forcefully underspend in productive sectors of the economy. a practice he now calls fiscal discipline. Curiously, this year has been heavily associated with the sweeping of the accounts of various departments and agencies by the minister, including the accounts of the District Assembly's Common Fund, almost 1.4 billion Ghana cedis swept from that account, a symptom of revenue failure, a phenomenon that made many government agencies not able to function during the year. It is not a crime to accept failure when the evidence is glaring, Mr. Minister. We must also note that the 2026 revenue measures are not realistic. I hope they will listen to us this time. The government expects revenue and grants to rise to 16.8% of GDP, driven by an 18.8% increase in non-oil tax revenue. These targets rely heavily on compliance and digitalization gains that historically materialize gradually. This is not realistic. Minister, these revenue projections are not realistic. And if revenues fall in 2026, as we have seen in 2025, three outcomes are likely. New taxes will be introduced in the year, like we saw with the increase in petroleum taxes in mid-2025. Accumulation of arrears, or cuts to capital and social programs as they did in 2025 by cutting down spending on these budgeted programs. This revenue optimism may hide significant future fiscal stress, which we need to closely monitor. The minister, members of the press, also conveniently fails to mention the disastrous auction performance throughout 2025. Market participants have delivered a devastating verdict on the administration's economic management through their systematic avoidance of government securities. Out of 45 auctions conducted this year, an unprecedented 25 have failed outright, a failure rate exceeding 55%. That reveals not just market skepticism, but active rejection of government paper. Investors are voting with their feet and their capital, demonstrating a clear preference for short-term instruments over any long-term commitments to a government they no longer trust, just 10 months since they assumed office. This pattern of auction failures has created a vicious cycle. Each failed auction forces the government to rely more heavily on expensive short-term borrowing, which in turn increases rollover risk and further undermines investor confidence. The cumulative shortfalls of 17.5 billion Ghana cedis represent not just a financing gap, but a vote of no confidence in the government's ability to manage the economy sustainably. The stock market's reaction during this budget presentation week provides additional damning evidence of this confidence crisis. This week, the GSE Composite Index fell by 0.69%. In comparison, the Financial Stocks Index dropped by 0.12%, a decline that occurred precisely when the market should have been rallying on the government's supposedly positive economic news. This timing is no coincidence. It reflects sophisticated investors' assessment that the budget promises of this government lack credibility and implementation capacity. When more than half of the auctions in a single year fail, it is not the market that is broken. It is the government's credibility that has collapsed. Banks and financial institutions, traditionally the backbone of domestic financing, are increasingly reluctant to extend credit to a government that cannot honor its commitments. This credit crunch cascades through the economy, starving productive sectors of necessary capital and perpetuating the cycle of economic stagnation. Beyond this, members of the press, the Bank of Ghana's approach to currency management reveals another dimension of the government's short-term thinking. Under the IMF's program's discipline framework, foreign exchange interventions were prudently limited to a sustainable level that balanced market support with the preservation of reserves. During the MPP administration, the IMF restricted the Bank of Ghana from intervening in the forex market heavily. The intervention budget was fixed at $80 million per month, despite the international foreign reserves exceeding the IMF target. What I'm trying to say is that people have asked, if it is easy to intervene, as the Bank of Ghana is intervening in the forex market, why did the MPP not do that? The reality is that the IMF restricted the Bank of Ghana from intervening heavily. They asked the Bank of Ghana to intervene only with $80 million every month. $80 million every month. Ladies and gentlemen, these restrictions were removed at the end of 2024. As a result of this, the new Bank of Ghana management and the government, when they came into office, started benefiting from the work they knew nothing about. And they began to inject massive sums of forex into the market from the reserves that were accumulated by the MPP government before we left office. At the time we left office, we accumulated almost $9 billion United States dollars. But despite these reserves, the IMF requested the Bank of Ghana to put into the market only $80 million a month. Now, what is this government doing since the restrictions were removed? They have injected several billions of dollars into the market. The last time I checked, they have injected almost $8 billion United States dollars since January into the market. Compare that with the $80 million we could only put in the market. This October and November alone, the Bank of Ghana announced they will put how much? $1.4 billion every month, isn't it? This is what they are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, despite these burdensome and costly interventions, which have reduced the cedi's value from approximately 14 Ghana cedis on 6th January 2025, when the MPP left government, to almost 11 Ghana cedis per dollar, the gains they are making from this heavy intervention are disappointingly modest and fundamentally unsustainable. With the significant billions of dollars of interventions, we expected the rate to be around 8 cedis to $1. But the market's muted response reveals a sophisticated understanding that currency strength cannot be purchased. It must be earned through sound economic fundamentals. Members of the press, did it not prick your conscience when, in touting the government management of the cedi, the minister used the exchange rate for November 2024? The exchange rate for November 2024 of 16 Ghana cedis to $1 to show the unprecedented levels of appreciation in our local currency, instead of the rate of $14 cedis to the dollar on January 6, 2025. Did it not prick your conscience? Ladies and gentlemen, this propaganda management of the economy is becoming far too much at best. Merely repeating an untruth does not make it the truth. It is important to note that this futile exercise of heavy market interventions have put stress on international reserves, while the core structural weaknesses, that is, chronically low productivity, a natural forex surrendered by exporters, and anemic export performance remain completely unaddressed. Instead, these resources have been squandered on a temporary cosmetic improvement that will inevitably reverse once intervention capacity is exhausted. We only wish the government held a measured long-term view. Instead, the governor appears more interested in grabbing headlines and projecting confidence in the economy that has not undergone any significant structural change under his tenure. It was therefore not surprising that this week, the Bank of Ghana came to face the reality, in spite of our earlier warning to them that the heavy interventions were not sustainable and will hurt the economy one day. The Bank of Ghana has now issued a new framework, for the first time prepared with the IMF to guide its market intervention. For the first time, the bank has admitted that the appreciation has mainly been due to market intervention. Additionally, the Bank of Ghana has conceded that the approach to East market intervention was non-transparent and unsustainable, as it could jeopardize the reserves needed as buffer against international shocks if they continued with the huge interventions they did. Whilst it promises to continue to intervene to, quote, dumping short-term volatility in the foreign exchange market, responding to disorderly conditions without undermining exchange rate flexibility, at least it wants to do it this time in a measured and transparent manner. More importantly, the bank also concedes publicly for the first time that it has been relying on the MPP's gold purchase program, introduced by the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, under the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and is now emphatic that the gold purchase program will continue to be the anchor of its foreign exchange policy, a fact the NDC and its supporters have denied consistently. If you have not heard this yet, let me quote the Bank of Ghana from the statement it issued this week, and I quote, "The Bank of Ghana will intermediate FX flows in a market-neutral manner, using inflows from sources such as the gold purchase program or other export surrender requirements," unquote. This is what the Bank of Ghana has now admitted. Vindication, they say, is in the womb of time. But on the streets, we say, give time some time. Altogether, the government has chosen the appearance of stability over genuine economic strength. We saw this reflected in the recent negotiations with organized labor, where the government claimed victory over inflation and celebrated economic stabilization. Yet, Ghanaian workers were robbed with another token increase in the base pay by 9%. That fails to restore even a fraction of their lost purchasing power. You recall that the government increased the base pay for public workers for 2025 by 10%, a figure that was below inflation. Workers were asked to make sacrifices by His Excellency the President and promised better salaries once things improved. Workers lost real income as a result of this, because if you give them 10%, which was below inflation, they actually lost real income. We were expecting that with the much touted economic achievements announced by the minister, Ghanaian workers would have been given a decent increase in the base pay for 2026 to enable them recover the real income lost this year. Sadly, they have been insulted with an even lower increase of 9%. If you compare this with what the MPP did, you will see which party is sensitive to the plight of Ghanaians, as we increase the base pay consistently, culminating in even some 30% cumulative increase in the base pay in 2024. This is notwithstanding the fact that prices of many basic goods have not moderated. Is this an admission that a year on, they have still not improved the set conditions, which will warrant workers getting decent increase in the base pay, or an admission that they have just been deceiving organized labor? Despite moderating headline inflation, prices of many essential goods and services remain stubbornly elevated, a phenomenon economists refer to as downward price stickiness. The cost of food, utilities, transportation, and basic household necessities continue to consume an even larger share of workers' salaries, and alarmingly, there is no long-term plan to address this issue by the ruling government. Ladies and gentlemen, real fiscal discipline stands in stark contrast to the government's current approach, which involve opportunistic spending cuts and accounting manipulations. Genuine fiscal responsibility requires a comprehensive framework that balances immediate stability with long-term growth imperatives. And I have some recommendations of what reforms this government should be implementing. They should implement a program that will require full and transparent execution of Parliament-approved capital budgets, with quarterly reporting on project milestones and expenditure patterns. Comprehensive broadening of the revenue base through progressive taxation and formalization initiatives. We are not asking for increase in taxation. We are asking for the implementation of progressive taxation and formalizing initiatives which will reduce the dangerous dependence on volatile short-term financing. Strategic lengthening of domestic debt maturities to reduce rollover stress and create space for productive private sector credit. Establishment and protection of a minimum capital expenditure floor, explicitly linked to verified project milestones and development outcomes, and creation of transparent mechanisms for tracking and reporting on the economic impact of public investments, including job creation and revenue generation. These reforms will stabilize the economy on a genuinely sustainable growth path without maxing fundamental liquidity problems as prudent management. Members of the press, by systematically underspending the investment budget that Parliament approved for 2025, Ghana has made itself approximately $469 million poorer in 2025 alone, and permanently lost future growth capacity, creating an illusion of fiscal prudence built entirely on postponed progress and abandoned promise. The government has made a conscious choice to trade tomorrow's economic output for today's accounting optics, creating a growthless, jobless economy that has spectacularly failed to deliver on its core promises of transformation and prosperity to the people of Ghana. The current lower levels of inflation has rather imposed enormous strain on the people of Ghana because the government did not address inflation from the supply side. The demand side approach to inflation has ensured suppressed aggregate demand. The Bank of Ghana, for example, has admitted that as at August 2025, they had withdrawn 60 billion Ghana cedis from the market to control inflation. 60 billion Ghana cedis, the Bank of Ghana withdrew from the market just to control inflation. This obviously comes at a cost, whilst the withdrawal of liquidity dried up the pockets of Ghanaians. Farmers across the nation, from Techiman to Tamale, Ho, and many other parts of Ghana, if I don't call your town, forgive me. These farmers cannot sell their produce as demand has evaporated. Traders from Makola to Kejetia complain people are not buying their goods. In fact, let me remind traders across the country that this coming Christmas, if you don't sell to your expectation, know that it is because the NDC government has withdrawn 60 billion Ghana cedis from the market just to achieve a single-digit inflation and impoverish you. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghanaians out there should know that you are no more a matter of concern to this government, to this NDC government. They have forgotten about you after getting power from you. This is why their priority has shifted from you to using the recent helicopter accident involving some of our gallant citizens as cover to procure 2 jets, 4 helicopters, and 2 offshore patrol vessels. This is going to cost our country $1.2 billion. Government must come clear why the purchase of 2 executive jets is a priority at the time it is asking Ghanaian workers to sacrifice more. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, lower aggregate demand drives down economic growth and increases unemployment. The economy is therefore growing below its potential. In the second quarter of 2025, the economy grew by 6.3%. This was less than the 7% growth in the same period in 2024. This government is praising itself for stabilizing the economy, but real economic stability should engender economic growth. Why is this stability not generating growth? It's a matter the government must explain. How is it that when the economy has been stabilized, the government is projecting economic growth for 2026 at 4.8%, far lower than the 5.7% achieved in 2024, at the time the NDC people say the economy was recklessly managed? How come? Now, an economy that is recklessly managed could produce a growth of 5.7%. And an economy that is now said to be stabilized is projecting to grow at 4.8% in 2026. This is Kwashiorkor growth. Ladies and gentlemen, another issue copiously covered in the 2026 budget was the minister's assertion that they had brought Ghana from a high debt distress to moderate due to the reduction in the national debt. What he did not state in the budget were the reasons for achieving this. With the completion of almost 93% of eligible debts restructured in 2024, including 20 billion of domestic debt, $13.1 billion in Eurobonds, and $5.1 billion US in bilateral creditors' debt, Ghana was already on its way to achieving sustainable debt levels. These debt restructuring successes have further been cited by all the rating agencies, Fitch, S&P, and Moody's, as the main reason for the recent upgrades in Ghana's credit ratings. Yet the minister will not acknowledge this, conveniently. We all know that this NDC government did not undertake this restructuring work. They were all achieved under the government of President Nana Akufo-Addo. The minister has always found it difficult to acknowledge this, but this cannot be wished away. The record is there, and the record is solid. The NDC cannot even claim credit for the legislation of the Independent Fiscal Council, as well as the law capping public debt to 45% of GDP by 2034, which have been hailed as mark of fiscal reforms. The bills on these matters were submitted to Parliament as part of the IMF program requirement before the end of 2024. But the 8th Parliament came to an end without considering them. What this government did was to resubmit the same content as amendment to the Public Financial Management Act passed by Parliament this year. The claim for credit for these reforms is not surprising to us. The NDC government is characteristics of this. The renegotiation of the power contracts and the lithium agreement followed the same pattern of repackaging what the MPP did and turn around to want to take credit for them. The difference, however, is that, ladies and gentlemen, unlike the MPP, the government of the NDC is presenting these renegotiated contracts which will not inure to the benefit of Ghanaians. Why do I say that? These renegotiated contracts they are presenting seek to shorten the people of Ghana. For example, we were to save $1.5 billion when we renegotiated the power contracts and submitted the revised contracts to Parliament late last year. They are now celebrating a savings of between $200 and $300 million for renegotiating the same contracts. Similarly, in the renegotiated lithium agreement, they have reduced the royalty rate from 10% negotiated by the previous MPP government to 5%. Hey. These are two cases of poor negotiation by the NDC government. Sadly, the loud silence of civil society, which were crying above their voices when the MPP was laying the lithium agreement in Parliament with a royalty rate of 10%, make me wonder if we still have independent voices in Ghana. Not even the attempt to win the sympathy of the Ghanaian people by painting the MPP's record of the energy sector as a failure can exonerate you. Your record on the energy sector in Ghana's history is abysmal. The term Dumso is your other name and owes its existence to you because of your reckless management of the energy sector. Ghanaians cannot forget so soon. The announcement by the minister that they came to meet $1.4 billion in the energy sector owed to IPPs only shows the impressive work of the previous MPP government, as we inherited $2.4 billion when we came into office in 2017. Even the $1.4 billion the government put out was the result of the many unconscionable power contracts signed by the last NDC government, which imposed take-or-pay obligations on our country, which could not be accommodated in electricity tariffs, as some of the power plants were surplus to our capacity requirement and were most of the time idle, hence the accumulated debts. Now they want Ghanaians to clap for them for potentially making savings of $200 million from the renegotiations of the same contracts, which exposed us to several billions of dollars in bills. Mr. Minister, do you really deserve our commendation for this? Not at all. Ladies and gentlemen, what remains a mystery for us is the insincerity of this government in the way they treat the people of Ghana. You remember the VAT reforms announced in the budget and seeking to decouple NHIs and get fund levies from VAT were first presented in the 2025 budget, and which, according to the minister, was to support businesses as it will remove distortions in budget administration and lower the rates. The question we ask is, why is this repeated in the 2026 budget? Is it simply because the government didn't mean it when they put it in the 2025 budget? When this government wants to increase taxes, it does it with meteoric speed. For example, when they wanted to increase the growth and sustainability levy on the mines, they got the bill passed in March. When they wanted to extend the import levy bill to 2028, they got the bill passed. When they wanted to increase the energy sector levy on petroleum products by 1 Ghana cedis per litre of petroleum products, they got the bill passed under certificate of urgency. So if it is about raising taxes, there is urgency in passing the bills. However, when it comes to the VAT reforms to support businesses, the minister was too busy. The minister was too busy, as he failed to submit a bill for the amendment 9 months since the minister announced the reforms. This government does not believe in its own policy, particularly when it comes to the business community. We are not surprised, because we all know their antecedents. They are not business friendly, even if they change their colors many times. They've destroyed businesses and continue to destroy businesses. The minister, again, in this 2026 budget statement, churned out what he thinks are superior fiscal outcomes. We will wait for the actual fiscal outcome to determine the true fiscal position for 2025 and what methodology he will use for the treatment of arrears. You recall that in the 2024 fiscal framework, which was presented by the minister in March 2025, the government prepared a shopping list of arrears, some dating back to 2022, and used it to manipulate the fiscal outcomes. Events later have vindicated us when we accuse him of data manipulation. Almost 18 billion Ghana cedis of the arrears they put in the fiscal framework for 2024 could not be validated by the Auditor General. Yet this amount was part of the so-called arrears used in determining the primary balance for 2024. What a dishonest government. We are expecting the minister to use the same methodology for determining the primary balances for 2025. What is worrying is that the IMF looked on while the minister defied the methodology for deriving the primary balance negotiated in the technical memorandum of understanding of the IMF. It is very sad that the IMF went to sleep. Members of the press, the state of the economy cannot be good, as the minister wants us to believe. It is indeed associated with empty pockets and vanishing customers, sophisticated investors actively avoiding government auctions, and ministries struggling to function as they have been starved of the basic resources needed to deliver services. The path forward demands more than cosmetic adjustment or rhetorical commitment. Ghana deserves genuine economic leadership rather than broken promises, real fiscal discipline rather than opportunistic austerity, and a government that delivers results rather than excuses. For us to move forward, we must reject the false narrative that underspending equals prudence. Proper fiscal discipline means executing approved budgets transparently and not underspending in productive sectors, but delivering precisely what was promised to the people of Ghana. In less than a year, the government policy credibility is already under threat. The 133 economy that Ghanaians were sold risks being labeled 419 if the government continues its current course. Not only the 24-hour economy, but also the promise to establish a Women Development Bank in 2025 has become another 419, which has again found space in the 2026 budget, another attempt to deceive the hard-working Ghanaian women. Only through credible policies, disciplined implementation, and transparent governance can we restore the confidence necessary to unlock Ghana's tremendous potential and deliver the prosperous future our nation deserves. The 2026 budget represented a critical test for the government to match its rhetoric with action, but the government chose to present even more half-baked policy ideas packaged as transformative initiatives. As a result, we look set to endure another year of fiscal indiscipline marked as prudence, despite the economic evidence demanding a change in approach. What we need is economic transformation, which Ghanaians were promised, but what we see now is economic stagnation masquerading as progress. It is economic decline disguised as development. And the 2026 budget does not offer the hope that could take us out of this. As we conclude, we would like to state that the structure of the 2026 budget does not support the claim of a major shift towards jobs, productivity, and transformation. Investment levels remain low, revenue projections are overly optimistic, borrowing pressures are high, key fiscal risks are under discussed, flagship programs lack transparency and costing, and budget commitment. The lower GDP base and revenue shortfalls mechanically raise the debt to GDP ratio, even if the cash deficits narrow. In effect, Ghana is consolidating by shrinking the denominator of its debt ratio. True debt sustainability requires sustained growth and credible revenue mobilization, not austerity that undermines both. Also, hidden financing pressures have not been duly reflected. The government has faced several uncovered auctions this year, and this is likely to be repeated next year. The Bank of Ghana bills remain attractive because they reflect the true interest that the market finds attractive and realistic, and these compete with the government's artificially managed bills. SOE liabilities beyond cocoa and energy that are not fully quantified. Domestic debt rollover risk, given the short-term maturities of government securities, as well as climate and disaster risks, which are not integrated into the macro-fiscal framework, pose further fiscal risk. Without addressing these risks, fiscal stability could be short-lived. Policies without clear budget risks are becoming slogans rather than deliverable programs. Ghana needs a better budget that strengthens revenue realism, expands productive investment, protects fiscal credibility, and enables the private sector to lead job creation. Members of the press, we can therefore, in conclusion, describe the 2026 budget, the Galamsey budget, as growthless, jobless, and minimalist budget. It contains only cosmetic rhetorics presented by a crawling government. The people of Ghana must speak up for the government to know that the honeymoon period is over. And we thank you very much for your attention.
Excellent, your budget. Yes. We are taking only 2 questions. It's 12 o'clock. We know that most of the stations will be running the 12 o'clock news. So just 2 questions. So quickly. Yes, Eugene. Can you speak into the microphone? Yeah, well, just go ahead and speak there.
So when you were the ND accused you of misreporting your economic data, and you asked IMF to speak out, given on the fact that DUG is financing purchases of gold. So I want to know, what step will you take? Would you also go ahead to write to the IMF? Because when you are the Herald, they also accused you and you wrote to the IMF. So you have them to speak up. So what step will you take going forward?
Very well. The second question, I prefer, let me give it to Ibrahim. Ibrahim, you can have the second.
One quick one. So I'm looking at the 2026 budget, and it talks about 2025 quarter 1 to 3 expenditure performance. That's on commitment basis.
Just gone by is the minority in Parliament reacting to the 2026 budget, and it was addressed by the ranking member on the Finance Committee and former Minister of Finance, Mohammed Amin Adam. It's now time to bring you newsfeed as we resume regular programming. Hello, welcome to Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Zoe Abube-Eduardo. Coming up, Finance Minister defends government strategy for clearing outstanding arrears owed contractors. Also coming up, minority displeased with 2026 budget, describing it as a blame game targeting the New Patriotic Party. Coming up in business, government to introduce oil palm policy to create 250,000 jobs. And later in sports, Finance Minister defends 200 million cedis allocation for mini stadia in 3 regions. To the details of our stories now, and the Minister for Finance, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsen, has defended the government's strategy for clearing outstanding arrears owed to contractors and other creditors, insisting that the administration is committed to a sustainable and transparent process. According to him, the government inherited 68 billion cedis in arrears, which significantly contributed to the fiscal deficit of 3.9% of GDP. Dr. Forsing explained that settling the full amount in a single year would have been impossible without destabilizing the economy.
We inherited 68 billion cedis, and that is what gave us the fiscal deficit of 3.9% of GDP in arrears. And so, obviously, government cannot pay 68 billion cedis in 1 year. And first, I needed to subject this arrest itself to audit, to validate them, and to be sure of the strategy that I will use to clear this arrest. Simple put, in doing so, the 2025 budget, I programmed 13.8 billion cedis for the payment of these arrests. So far, I've paid about 12 billion, and I have about 1.8 billion to go. I cannot exceed the 13.8 that Parliament gave to me. Now, in the 2026 budget, I've programmed 25 billion cedis, and I'll pay another 25 billion cedis, and then pay the rest 2027 and maybe 2028. And I expect that within 4 years, I should be able to pay.
The minister further assured that government's flagship Women's Development Bank is on track to be established early 2026.
The Women Development Bank will be formed early next year. I have been privileged to see the kind of strategy they've developed. It's impressive. I cannot talk about it in detail here. His Excellency, the Vice President, is leading the formation of the bank. And early next year, when the bank will be officially adored, she will come out and speak around it, and I'm sure you'll be happy.
We'll still stay with the Finance Minister because he has attributed the financial distress facing Cocoa Board to what he describes as indiscriminate contract awards by the previous administration without any identified funding sources. Speaking on the City Breakfast Show today, Dr. Forsing stated that the current Cocoa Board management inherited 32 billion cedis in arrears, an obligation he insists cannot be cleared within a year due to the institution's limited resources.
The previous government just awarded contracts left, right and center without sources of revenue to pay for these contracts. The Cocoa Board CEO inherited 20 billion cedis worth of arrears, 32 billion cedis worth of arrears. He cannot pay in 1 year. He doesn't have the resources. Cocoa Board cannot even go out there and borrow today because of their balance sheet. So how is he supposed to be paying that? When they awarded a contract, some of them did not even follow due processes. Some of them are just resurfacing. Some of them are over bloated. Some of the contracts, for example, if you go to Cocoa Board, they have awarded contracts in excess of their capacity. As we speak, they have over 3,000 containers at the Thermoport for jute sacks that they will not need for the next 5 years. What is going on here? And that to the extent that the new government has come and all of a sudden the new government should go for a loan and just pay this and crash the country? No.
Now, government has announced plans to procure 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft for the Ghana Air Force. Calls for the acquisition of new aircrafts have intensified following the August 6 incident that claimed 8 lives. Presenting the 2026 budget statement in Parliament, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsen said the move is aimed at strengthening the Air Force and improving the country's emergency response operations.
The Air Force the procurement will begin in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrols and emergency response operations. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me repeat. Right Honorable Speaker, let me repeat. For the Air Force, procurement will begin immediately in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrol, and emergency response operation. Mr. Speaker, this retooling agenda will transform Ghana's armed forces into a modern, agile, and mission-ready defense force worthy of our sovereignty and the sacrifice of our heroes.
Let's now take reaction on the 2026 budget. We are joined via Zoom by Head of Finance at Meban Capital, Nelson Kujo Kwabeji. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Now, do you see the budget as one that will give businesses and individuals relief if you look at the tight spending but massive projects the government intends to undertake?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon and thanks for having me. Yes, I would say that as an industry player, I can just confidently say that the budget as it was presented yesterday actually inspires hope. The budget inspires investor confidence and the budget is policy credible. This is because the gains that we have achieved over the last 10 months is as a result of prudent fiscal consolidation measures that was put in place by the bank, by the finance ministry, and also the strict monetary stance taken by the Bank of Ghana. And so, yes, the budget is credible. My only worry is that the quantum of revenue that the finance minister intends to raise, having considered the fact that some of the levies have been taken out, if we'll be able to achieve our revenue target. But looking at the budget as a whole, I think it is policy credible and it inspires investor confidence.
Now, talking about fiscal discipline and how it's going to play out, do you see tough times for this government if external shocks trigger?
Well, yes, I've always been saying that once you are building your external reserve purely on commodity exports, technically there are inherent risks. Today we are enjoying windfall from gold exports. Cocoa prices are not doing pretty well, considering the fact that beginning of the year cocoa was around 11,000 per ton, but currently at 8,000. Even the crude is also not doing well, having decreased from $74 per barrel to about $64 per barrel. So the risk factors are there. However, since gold is doing well, we take advantage of it. However, going forward, I think that we need to center more on the value addition to drive our export. When it happens that way, any external shocks that may affect commodity prices may not affect our reserve.
Now, you also realize that the government was very moderate in its macroeconomic target. Now, what does this tell us about the government's strategy going to next year?
Well, generally, I think the finance minister mentioned it on your platform this morning that he is conservative. I mean, if you look at the target he set for 2026, overall GDP of 4.8, non-oil growth of 4.9, inflation of about 8%, and then the gross international reserve covering minimum of 3 months of import cover. The government generally, or the finance minister, is being conservative, but he will overperform. I mean, that was the same thing that was presented during the 2025 budget. The expectation was that during the mid-year budget review, he will be revising some of the target, but then he didn't. And today he has overperformed, which is to his credit. So I think going forward, he doesn't actually want to set ambitious target. That is basically it. He wants to be a bit moderate and conservative, but at the end of the day, we have hope that he will perform and deliver.
Thank you so much for your time. That was the head of finance at Meban Capital, Nelson Kujo Kwabeji. Let's bring you more reaction. This time we are taking you to the Savannah region, Damongo to be precise, where residents there have welcomed the government's decision to include the long-awaited Damongo Water Project and plans for a new university in the national budget. They told Channel 1 News they are relieved after the finance minister announced the funds will be allocated to bring these projects to Damongo and the Savannah region.
I'm so happy to hear about the water project coming on because Damongo here we are suffering from water problem, especially mostly when workers are coming here and there's no water, they always run away. And for that purpose, we are happy and we are always happy. And even me, it's my pleasure to hear that, oh, the budget has been, our water project has been added to the 26 budget.
Politicians, when they come, some of them say, I'll do this. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't do. We only pray that it should come to reality. I am now happy that it has been captured in the budget. And I'm praying that as captured the issue, the truth should come to reality. So that it will bring development, because, you know, it will create job for some people.
The minority in Parliament has expressed displeasure with the 2026 budget, describing it as a blame game targeting the previous NPP administration rather than focusing on current issues. They believe the budget lacks substance and fails to offer hope to Ghanaians, with the government merely throwing around slogans without commitment to delivery. This was made known by the ranking member of the Finance Committee of Parliament, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, while addressing journalists on the 2026 budget presented by the Finance Minister yesterday.
Billions of dollars of interventions, we expected the rate to be around 8 cedis to $1. But the market's muted response reveals a sophisticated understanding that currency strength cannot be purchased. It must be earned through sound economic fundamentals. Members of the press, did it not prick your conscience when, in touting the government management of the city, the minister used the exchange rate for November 2024? The exchange rate for November 2024 of 16 Ghana cedis to $1 to show the unprecedented levels of appreciation in our local currency, instead of the rate of $14 cedis to the dollar on January 6, 2025. Did it not prick your conscience? Ladies and gentlemen, this propaganda management of the economy is becoming far too much at best. Merely repeating an untruth does not make it the truth.
You're still watching Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Zoe Abube-Eduardo. Still to come, government assures of support for survivors of the military recruitment stampede. Please stay tuned to bring you details of this and other stories shortly.
This festive season, Volta Serene Hotel invites you to experience the magic of Christmas and New Year like never before. From 20th of December to the 1st of January, step into a world of joy, music, laughter and celebration. We begin on the 20th with a soulful carols night, filling the air with warmth and melody. Then on 23rd and 24th of December, arrive in style as we welcome you with fresh coconut and local treats. Christmas Day brings pure delight, exciting moments for kids, relaxing escape for adults, and an elegant all-white dinner under the stars, crowned with a spectacular fireworks display. On Boxing Day, embrace culture and rhythm, from picnics and traditional dance to an unforgettable high life and old school night. As the week unfolds, enjoy movie nights, live music, karaoke, and endless fun, until we welcome 2026 with a breathtaking fireworks show on New Year's Eve. Special Christmas packages starting from 4,050 for individuals, 5,250 for couples, and 8,900 Ghana cedis for a family of 4 for 2 nights. Call or WhatsApp 0541 539 867 or 0362 025 243 to book your experience today. Volta Serene Hotel. Feel the serene touch.
You will come back to Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Let's bring you some more stories now. And the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, Agnes Namumulati, has assured that survivors of the November 12th military recruitment stampede will receive the necessary social support. At least 6 potential military recruits have been confirmed dead, while 12 others remain in critical condition, with 5 under intensive care. During a visit to the victims at the 37 military hospital in Accra, the minister pledged to ensure their condition does not hinder their personal development.
I also want to say that the assurance is that the survivors are not alone. We are going to walk through this healing process with them and ensure that by way of social protection for the vulnerable, as they have become, they are not left alone. Their future doesn't die with what has happened to them, but we will examine and assess their dreams, and together we will see how to position them in life such that this does not become an impediment to their growth and development.
President John Dramani Mahama has commissioned phases 1 and 2 of the Temaport expansion project, describing it as a major step in Ghana's transformation into a competitive trade and logistics hub for West Africa. The $1.5 billion project, implemented through a public-private partnership, has been defined by government as one of the largest in sub-Saharan Africa. In his address during the commissioning, President Mahama said the project will create jobs and attract investment across multiple sectors of the economy.
This project is the realization of a dream we have nurtured for years to establish Ghana as the gateway to West Africa. Today, that dream becomes a tangible reality, symbolizing a national aspiration and international confidence. The expansion of the Tema port strengthens Ghana's reputation as a reliable and efficient hub for international trade and investments. With improved logistics capacity, shorter turnaround times, and increased efficiency, this port enhances Ghana's ability to compete globally. It ensures that our exports reach markets more quickly and that our imports become more affordable for businesses and consumers alike. In a world that is driven by speed, technology, and efficiency, Tema Port's modernization gives Ghana a competitive advantage.
Now, the Managing Director of Vivo Energy Ghana, Christian Lee, has assured motorists of a superior engine protection and improved fuel efficiency following the launch of a new and improved Shell fuels. The launch saw the unveiling of 2 upgraded product lines, Shell V-Power and Shell Fuel Save, described as the best performing fuels Shell has ever developed. According to the Managing Director, the new Shell V-Power delivers unmatched engine performance on the Ghanaian market and globally.
We have a journey of innovation here in Ghana, Vivo Energy with Shell, right? So since 2007, we've been launching new product. It was then the V-Power and followed with many other developments. But today, we are unveiling the best ever fuel that was developed by Shell. So this is the new and improved Shell fuels. So there are two free fuels, right? So one of them is the V-Power. So it's the best ever performance fuel so far. And it's unmatched in the Ghanaian market and also in the world. So it gives you 100% protection of all critical parts of the engine, which means that your engine becomes like new, right? And this is right from the first fill.
This is Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Up next is Business with Natalie Neti. Hello, Natalie. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Great. Post-budget day.
Yes, we have a lot of stories still from the budget.
Okay.
The measures that government is implementing to ensure the oil palm sector improves.
All right.
Now let's get straight to it. The government is set to roll out a national policy on integrated oil palm development aimed at transforming the oil palm sector and boosting job creation. According to the Minister of Finance, Dr. Kasiala Toforsen, the initiative seeks to curb the excessive importation of nearly 200,000 metric tons of crude palm oil costing the country over $200 million annually. Presenting the 2026 budget, Dr. Forson noted that the introduction of the policy is expected to create more than 250,000 jobs within the sector.
Create jobs and make farming profitable once again. Right Honorable Speaker, in view of that, we have developed a national policy on integrated oil palm development. So, Speaker, government is launching the national policy on integrated oil palm development, a bold plan to turn Ghana's red gold into a powerhouse of jobs, industry, and foreign exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, despite being one of Africa's pioneers in oil palm, Ghana still imports nearly 200,000 metric tons of crude palm oil yearly, costing over $200 million United States dollars. This policy changes that by expanding plantation, boosting refinery and processing will create about 250,000 jobs. So, Speaker, the goal is clear. 100,000 hectares of new plantation, self-sufficiency in palm oil, and global competitiveness, and creating 250,000 jobs in the value chain. To unlock this potential, government will secure a large climate-suitable land banks through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to ensure fair compensation, secure tenure, and full environmental compliance. This marks a new dawn for Ghana's agro-industrial transformation.
Now, tax analyst Francis Timorbo is calling for stronger tax compliance, particularly under the VAT reforms and the modified tax system to help governments mobilize revenue for budget programs. Presenting the 2026 budget, Finance Minister Dr. Forson announced a cut in the effective VAT rate to 20% from 21.9%, an increase in the VAT registration threshold to 350,000 Ghana cedis from 200,000 Ghana cedis, and an extension of VAT zero rating on locally manufactured textiles through 2028. Timorbo, speaking with Channel 1 Business, said compliance will be critical to realizing the projected revenue gains.
Overall, our VAT effective rate has dropped from 22% to 20%, and that is, for me, fantastic. The danger, however, is that we are banking our hopes on compliance. So, the minister has introduced something like VAT policing, where if you buy something and you collect VAT invoice and you are allowed to use it to enter into a draw, you can win something. This is going to whip up compliance. So anytime you walk to a shop, you can say they should give you a VAT invoice, and so businesses are going to charge VAT. Again, we are expecting that the sustained tax education and then the modified taxation is going to bring in some revenue. The danger is if we do not get full, compliance or full buy-in of Ghanaians, then 2026 alone, we're going to give about 6 billion Ghana cedis. Again, the COVID-19 levy alone, which was giving us a lot of money. 2026, I think we're expecting to receive about 4.6 billion Ghana cedis. This money will go away.
And that's all for business. I am Neteli Ajaho.
Up next is sports with Gabi Ofe. Hello, Gabi.
Hi, Zoe.
We'll be talking about what the finance minister said in relation to the budget, what it's in for the sports sector.
Yes.
But we know Ghana is playing friendlies with Japan.
Yep.
Has that game ended?
Yes, it's ended. Japan 2, the Black Stars of Ghana 0.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And
why are you surprised though?
Well, you said it yesterday.
Right, okay, so we'll get into that game a bit later, but let's start with this, where Finance Minister Dr. Kasiala Forson has justified government's decision to invest 200 million Ghana cedis in the construction of mini stadia across 3 regions, explaining that the initiative aims to ensure every region in Ghana has access to modern sports facility. Now, speaking on the City Breakfast Show earlier today, Dr. Forson reiterated that the allocation captured in the 2026 budget statement presented in Parliament forms part of government's broader efforts to expand sports infrastructure nationwide.
Where are the 10 youth centers? There's like this 3 regions are regions that do not have any sports facilities. And so the focus is to give them a facility.
Are these new regions?
These are new regions. They are not existing regions. Regions already having some. So, recently some regions were created and some of them do not have any sporting facility.
So the ones you are giving are what?
They are going to
Western North?
I think what I did was to allocate the resources to the ministers for the Minister for Sports to choose which region.
He's from Oti, so I'm sure the first one will be Oti.
I will not be the
Western North. Yes. And then the third may even be Ahafo or something.
Exactly. So we have 6 regions and there is another region, an existing old region that doesn't have one. I think it's Upper East region that doesn't have one. So there are 7 in all.
Okay.
And I think Volta region also doesn't have a sports stadium.
The whole stadium is now
a
White Elephant.
Okay.
There's nothing there.
Now, Nigeria will play DR Congo on Sunday with the winner to represent Africa in the World Cup Inter-Confederation playoffs. It is after the Super Eagles defeated Gabon 4-1 in extra time, with DR Congo overcoming Cameroon 1-0 as the last-minute Chancellor Mbemba winner set up Sunday's final at the Moulay Hassan Stadium in Rabat, Morocco. Now, the winners of that match will advance through to the Inter-Confederations playoffs, from which the 2 sides will qualify for the tournament next summer in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. We hear from skipper William Troost Ekon and striker Victor Osimhen.
When I saw him running at the goalkeeper, I was sure that he was going to score. But yeah, and after that, we trying to encourage him, and we want to make sure that he wasn't disheartened. And he stole the show again, and I think that's the kind of player that he is. He has so much resilience. That's how he plays. He keeps fighting, and I'm very happy that he crowned his efforts, but for the whole team, because I think today was a unifying performance for what's been a difficult couple of days. And I think it puts us in good stead for what's to come on Sunday.
I was gutted, but as a person and as a striker, I had to keep it moving. You understand? But it was bad, and then I apologized immediately to my teammate, because I saw that immediately I missed the opportunity. I saw that the referee said we go into extra time. We go into extra time, and then I told my teammates, I'm sorry guys, I will correct it in the extra time. So I think for me, if I let it get into my head, I don't think I'll be able to grab those two goals also. And I think for me.
Now, away from the Super Eagles, the Black Stars of Ghana lost to Japan in the first game of the 2025 Korean Cup, which is happening, which was played in Japan. Now, the Black Stars conceded as early in the 14 minutes through Minamino, with Japan adding the second goal, which came from Duan. Next up for the Black Stars of Ghana will be that game against South Korea later on Tuesday, November 18. And that's the very latest in the world of sports. I am Gabi Ofer.
Many thanks for your time this afternoon. That'll be all for Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Zoe Apube-Eduardo.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel 1 Television. Here on The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you. We have a very, very somber show for you tonight because we're looking at two important issues. I'm sure you know of the August 6th helicopter crash that took away 8 gallant Ghanaians. Well, the committee that was set up to investigate the cause of the crash released its report yesterday. Tonight, we are delving into highlights of the report and speaking to 3 people from 3 different perspectives on this report. Earlier today, thousands of young Ghanaians massed up at the Elwak Sports Stadium to be recruited into the Ghana Armed Forces. The numbers were so huge, it led to a stampede, and as we speak, 6 people have died, all female. We're also informed that 12 of them are in fairly critical condition and 5 are in ICU. We'll look at the way the army in Ghana recruits its people and whether this tragedy calls for a change in the way we work. When we come back, we'll tell you who our guests are. Stay with me.
When malaria strikes your home, it strikes everything. No more endless worry because of malaria. Fight malaria back with Vegetem. Vegetem is effective, safe, and fast-acting against malaria. Vegetem tablets stays effective right to the very last tablets. Vegetem is also available in suspension for children. Vegetem, tough on malaria, easy on you.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
The luckiest, coffee from Georgia be luckiest, from not the cause she be luckiest. Me and you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest, everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God down for boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712#. Choose your ticket, enter your lucky number, follow the prompt, and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Welcome back. So tonight we start off with the tragedy that took away 8 Ghanaians. You remember the President of the Republic directed the Acting Minister of Defense to constitute a committee or an accident investigation board to get into the issues that led to the crash that occurred on the 6th of August. The Z9EH GHF 631 helicopter flying from Accra to Obuasi involved in a crash at Dampia Forest Reserve of Anochi Krom Brofuyedu in Adansia Krofum. All 3 crew and 5 passengers on board died. So I'm just going to run it through quickly what this summary presents. Now, it's important to note that the full report hasn't been made public. What we have been given is the presentation by the lead of the team that did the report. And this is in the form of 41 slides that he presented to the press yesterday. I'm going to run through some of the slides. Now, it talks about investigations under these regulations being conducted to determine circumstances leading to the accident and prevention of future accidents and incidents. So what it did was to give us factual information, analysis, conclusions, and then safety recommendations. But all these were done in terms of slides. We don't have the full document. The composition of the board had the National Security, Ghana Armed Forces, the U.S. Air Force staff, as well as Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigation and Prevention Bureau. So those were the 4 main people. Now, what was their methodology? They did what they call factual information and evidence collection. That's the slide that started with a briefing by the Parliament investigation team, by the preliminary investigation team. handing over of the flight recorder and some personal effects of passengers, and visit to the accident site from 28th August to 29th August. Then they did what they call technical examination and data collection, which had 2 legs: maintenance records, flight logs and crew qualification, documents being reviewed, as well as FDR and CVR, flight data recording and cockpit voice recorders, transported to the flight decoding center in China. That was 12 September to 22nd September. They also did what they call human factors and operational information, where they looked at the medical and physiological records of the flight crew and conducted interviews with pilots and others. Then they also did what they call meteorological information investigation. They looked at weather information. They interpreted this using MET, ART, AF, and eyewitness observation, etc. They also did what they call an organizational and systemic review. And then they did what they call analysis and reconstruction. And then they had what they call findings and causes, as well as recommendations. Now, the scope was 7-fold. Basically, history of the flight, the weather, the machine, which is the aircraft itself, sequence of events, the cause of accident, organizational and systemic factors, and human factors. Now, I don't want to bore you with all the details, but I'll just give you a couple of slides on each subject. So, for example, on the history of the flight, we're told that there were previous flights by this same aircraft on 2nd August from Takoradi to Accra. 1-hour flight was what is called a Medivac. On the 3rd of August, there was an Accra Cape Coast Accra flight as well, 1 hour 20 minutes Medivac. And then on the 4th of August, 2 days to the fateful day, there was an Accra Salman Accra flight, 2.5 hours. This was cargo. Then they talk about weather. They showed slides on the weather, morning weather, afternoon weather, looking pretty hazy. They even had what they call the picture of en route weather from a passenger on board the helicopter to a friend before the accident. And then they basically said that the weather in southern Ghana was poor, which delayed departure for about an hour. They also said other things about the Kumasi weather being worse than the Accra weather, with drizzling reducing visibility to around 4 kilometers and heavy low clouds sitting just 600 to 900 feet above the ground. Very important point, only Accra and Kumasi aerodrome weather was available, they say in the report. They also say there was no information on the weather along the flight route available to the pilot. They say witnesses reported poor visibility due to fog and rain at Brofuyedru and its environs. And they also say the kind of rapid changes in environmental conditions over the terrain can result in turbulence, downdrafts, and other phenomena. They had a slide they call downdraft, explaining that turbulent wind currents usually occurring around ridge lines, mountains and hills, generating sink rates in excess of 1,000 feet per minute in moderate wind conditions, with a picture. They then assessed the machine. They spoke about its history, manufactured in 2012, reached its 10-year service threshold 18 May 2025. The aircraft received a 90-day extension to 18th August, which is 12 days after the crash. Essentially, it was on what they call a service extension, and I'm sure later on some of my guests may explain this, right? But they said this was with the manufacturer's approval. We are told that the aircraft on the day was declared serviceable and duly signed off by the captain. The FDR report indicated that the helicopter was in good working condition, but they also state that the helicopter, however, lacked some avionics safety enhancements, and they mentioned about 4 of them. Lack of key safety equipment, including what they call terrain awareness and warning systems, advanced navigation with terrain mapping, automatic flight control system, and stated that these safety equipment could have enhanced situational awareness. Even before finishing the analysis, they do a recommendation on this slide where they say, we have recommended strongly for aircraft with these additional safety enhancements to be acquired immediately. They then examined the human factors, ruling out incompetence or fatigue. Basically, I won't spend time on this because there was some speculation in the media that the captain may not have been in the right frame of mind. But they did say that to rule out any potential human causes, they examined the qualification, experience, and competence of the crew, and also their state and frame of mind. And they ruled out fatigue or any other thing. Then they do what's called the sequence of events, where they mention when the flight left. Let me just read those 4 quick paragraphs. The flight departed Accra under VFR in marginal weather. The flight to Brofuyedru was uneventful, approximately 90 nautical miles out of 100. At 9:56 or 0956 a.m., the crew entered clouds and transitioned into IFR. All right. Seconds before impact, the crew stated they could see high grounds below. And then it says, suddenly after, the helicopter lost height without change of power or pitch attitude and impacted a ridgeline at 1,370 feet above sea level, about 6.5 miles from the destination. Then they show this flight path sequence of events. And then they talk about their findings. The helicopter was airworthy but lacked additional safety enhancements for flying safer in the weather phenomena over the terrain. Adverse weather, limited visibility, rising terrain, and no ground-based navigation aid en route. They also say emergency response was timely. Then they say the cause of accident was determined to be the sudden loss of altitude and lift due to the downdraft. This loss of altitude without change in power or pitch attitude was consistent with downdraft associated with the changing environmental conditions over high terrain. They also identify a number of systemic and organizational failures, limited navigational capability for en route and remote areas, enhanced training. There was no simulator training, no flight data monitoring, no secondary surveillance radar, automatic dependent surveillance broadcast. All of that was absent. Now, let me come to the safety recommendations, because my first guest will speak to those because he hasn't seen the full report, so he can only comment on the recommendations. So here are the safety recommendations as put out by the team. Modernize the fleet of the Ghana Air Force. Specifically, acquire modern aircraft with TAWS, EGPWS, and modern navigation systems. He will explain what that means. CVR and FDR with audiovisual capable ties. Acquire those as well. Acquire or invest in flight simulators for recurrent training. Contract certified aviation weather provider. Get en route navigational aids. Get flight data monitoring. Get en route tracking systems and ground support equipment. This suggests that all these things we do not have. So to help us appreciate what these recommendations mean, I have Associate Professor of Aviation and Aerospace Services based in the US, himself an experienced pilot, and also a flight crash investigator, Professor Kwesi Ajekum, to help us appreciate some of the nuances presented, particularly in the recommendations. Prof, thanks for joining us. By the nature of your work, I suspect you need to have seen the full report in text to allow you properly analyze this. Is this correct?
Yeah, that is very correct. And thank you for having me on your show. And just a point of correction, it's aerospace sciences, not services.
Aerospace sciences, forgive me. Aerospace yes, sciences. Aerospace. I know there's a big difference there. Good.
Yes, aerospace sciences.
Wonderful. But having not seen the report, you notice I went through the slides that the team lead presented to us. Why is it important for people like you to see the full report?
Yeah, it's very important because as a researcher myself, as an aircraft accident investigator who has been in their position, the background data is very important. Like I stated earlier, a couple of months ago, that as the investigation, it's a very thorough data-driven process. So the conclusions that is reached has to, you should be able to tailor it back to the underlying evidence. That's the data that was collected. And so, sort of, I'm hamstrung because if I don't have, I cannot appreciate the underlying data. I just have to take whatever was presented on face value, and that's why my commentary is sort of I'm constrained just to comment on what was presented by the team because I've not gone through the underlying data. I mean, for instance, I would have loved to have gone through the transcript of the cockpit voice recorder. I would have loved to see the plotted charts of the parameters. We call it like the aircraft parameter plots, the power settings, the flight control positions, the speed, the orientation. I mean, these are very important data points that will be helpful for me to sort of correlate whatever the conclusions and the findings and the recommendations were with the underlying data. Notwithstanding, I believe that I should be able to pick up snippets and especially focus more on the recommendation because I think that's very salient and we can take it from there.
Before we get to the recommendations, you notice that there was a slide which showed the scope, and the scope, at least the summary of the scope, was history of the flight, weather, machine, sequence of events, cause of accident, organizational and systemic factors, and then human factors. How comprehensive are those, and how important is it to have legs into an investigation like this?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think, as I explained earlier on my chat with you in the aftermath of that accident, usually the first phase, we deal with collection of factual data, which the team did. And I know, and I've been in their position, it's a very thorough, painstaking job, and I would like to say a big thank you to all of them. And so you collect the factual data. These are things that are undisputable. I mean, it happened, and so you collect it. Yeah, of course, you do some interviews with the date. And then, of course, another data point is the analysis of the data that was gleaned from the cockpit voice recorders and the flight data recorder. After all has been done, now you come to the analysis itself. This is where we normally use maybe an accident investigation model, or possibly what we call, taxonomies can help like that to classify. And in this case, I in my opinion, I think they were using what we call the 5M model. Okay, so because I heard them mention man-machine management, medium, which is the environment, and so I presuppose they use the 5M model, which is also one of the models out there for accident investigation. So looking at it, at least from the perspective of the slides, I think it's just in line with accepted practices, ICAO Annex 13 practices.
So one of the things we found out just reading the slides was that, of course, the aircraft had done flights on the 2nd, on the 3rd, and the 4th, which means basically it had done regular flights before the 6th. The weather was bad, and we all knew this, and they said the weather near Kumasi was worse than the weather in Accra. They did state that even though the machine was cleared to fly, there had been an extension of its service, and I need to read that point, that the aircraft was manufactured in 2012, entered the service in May 2015, and reached its 10-year service threshold on 18 May, but received a 90-day extension to 18 August. Now, without prejudicing anything, what does this mean in English? If you say that an aircraft had reached its 10-year service threshold, but received an extension with manufacturer's approval, does the threshold mean that it should stop working, or you need to bring it for servicing?
Yes, so, and I think the lead of the investigator also highlighted it that even within industry, normally if a machine is manufactured, you operate it in accordance with the specifications and the laid out maintenance schedule of the manufacturer, which is also approved by, of course, your regulator. In this case, the Ghana Air Force obviously is not under Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. We have our own maintenance standards. And so a lot of times within a period after 10 years, the manufacturer, as part of its reliability and integrity systems, the manufacturer requires you to bring in the aircraft for what we call heavy maintenance. So they'll check the airframe, they'll check power plant, they'll check systems on board, and that is already pre-laid out. What normally happens is that maybe due to operational constraints, remember, as part of reliability, they give like a percentage of failure, a percentage of operational reliability. And so if, for instance, you want to extend the time that you're supposed to send it in for maintenance, you have to work with the manufacturer and undergo some specific criteria or checks. And that is where they will grant you like an extension. But normally the extension comes with some limitation, which means that if the aircraft has been given an extension, there are certain operational capabilities that nominally the aircraft cannot be used for. That doesn't mean the aircraft cannot be used. Let me give you an example. So for instance, maybe you're using your car, is due for oil servicing, but due to some constraints, you cannot send in the car for oil servicing. Okay. That doesn't mean that the car needs to be shut down or you need to park your car. Most likely you can defer and say that, hey, maybe it's not a good analogy, but you can extend it and say that maybe next week I'll be taking it for servicing. That means that if you were supposed to, for instance, travel to Boko, most likely you will not use that car to travel from Accra to Boko. What you rather do is that, hey, you could use the car within your locality, within Accra, just get to work and back. So those are sort of the constraints I'm talking about. So yes, the extension is an industry practice. Even in the airlines, they do it all the time. They give extensions, but you have to work with the manufacturer. And if it's in the case of the civil world, most likely it also has to be looked at by your inspectors. So maybe your airworthiness inspectors, to make sure that you are within the full compliance of the extension provided by the manufacturer.
When I listened to the man who did the work and read the report, he basically cleared the human factors, because he said they ruled out any human cause, they examined qualifications and competence, they examined frame of mind. I think you mentioned this earlier in our interview, that's also important. They said the captain was qualified, the co-pilot was qualified, and to rule out potential human causes, they examined the medical and physiological records, and they found that all three were well rested, prepared, and professional. And then they describe the sequence of events and talk about the downdraft. So it seems to me a lot of the blame is going to the weather, but I do notice that under the discussion around the machine, they said even though the machine was serviceable and airworthy, it lacked key safety equipment. And then they actually then made a recommendation on that slide, which is, they hadn't even gotten to recommendations yet. But if you look at the next slide after this, guys, they said that it lacked key safety equipment. They mentioned terrain awareness and warning, advanced navigation and terrain mapping, automatic flight control system, and then said that these safety equipment could have enhanced situational awareness. And then they said they have recommended strongly for aircraft with these additional safety enhancements to be acquired immediately. So it seems to me they are narrowing the options. The weather is obviously a part, but that they are saying that if the aircraft had more enhanced safety features, they may have stood a better chance. This is the way, this is my deduction as a layman. Can we make that deduction from what they put out?
So let me break it down. So basically, any aircraft, based on its role and the purposes for which it was acquired, I mean, that would determine the type of technology that we have on board. I think I've stated earlier that in aviation operations, we are dealing with safety controls, and they are normally branched. There are three areas. So we have technology, we have standard operating procedures, we have training. Okay, so these are the three key areas that we talk about. And so talking about technology that is on board an aircraft, it's let me draw an analogy to you having a mobile phone. There are so many functionalities on your mobile phone. The basic use of a mobile phone is to communicate, is to text, maybe is to do some video chats. Obviously, you will have other features that sort of makes it sophisticated or enhanced. So yes, it's I mean, for these helicopters and the purposes for which they were acquired, if my memory serves me right, and based on my checks, at least some of them, or they came with the autopilot or the auto stabilization systems. But then that doesn't mean that if they are not working, especially on helicopters, it cannot be used. It's functionally not usable. The point is that if you don't have an autopilot on board, it increases the workload of the crew, because time that they need to constantly be manually flying the aircraft. And for human beings, repetitive tasks induces fatigue, which means that time that can be spent assessing the flight, critical identifying cues around, and to be able to make judgment, safety critical judgment, is spent on what we call motor skills, trying to hold the aircraft in altitude and in straight flight. And so that is where technology comes in to augment, especially the physical or repetitive tasks of a crew. And so if you have an autopilot system, it sort of reduces the cockpit workload, and then we can defer to more higher order safety decision-making abilities or capabilities in the aircraft. We are talking about the helicopter terrain awareness and warning system, HTOS. I think I mentioned it earlier when I met you. what that does is that, helicopters operate normally at very low altitude. Most of them, visual contact with the ground. And so it sort of gives the pilot an idea of what is happening around them. Because in terms of situational awareness that you mentioned, it is the ability to know what is happening around you. And that helps you to be able to make a forecast of what will be happening in the next couple of minutes whilst you are in motion. I've just broken it down. And so if you have a technology that is able to map or is able to show you ahead that, hey, there's terrain whilst you are moving forward or sideways or whatever, flying through a high terrain area, it helps the crew in terms of their decision making to avoid those high terrain. Now they are talking about downdraft. Basically, I think he explained it yesterday that if you are operating around mountainous areas, we call them mountain waves, as the air flows around, the hilly areas, they are disturbed. We have what we call rotors, and that can cause downdraft, which sometimes can exceed the capability of the helicopter. And that is what the team is sort of alluding, that they got caught up in a downdraft, which resulted in they impacting the ridge. A little, probably area that I wanted clarification was that normally for an accident like this, the industry practice, we classify it as controlled flight into terrain. So I'm sort of scratching my head as to why the team decided not to use that term. Because from the narration that, they were flying, they inadvertently entered clouds, which is instrument meteorological condition, when they were supposed to maintain visual, flight throughs, that's visual contact with the ground. And they were trying, from my deduction, they were trying to get out of, that instrument meteorological condition. And in the process, they got caught up in a downdraft and impacted terrain. That is a classic classification of control flight into terrain. So maybe, like I say, if I had read the full report, then I'll be able to concur with them. But that's an area where, in my opinion, I think we may disagree. Because I would have classified this as control flight into terrain. But of course, I don't have the underlying data, so that's my opinion. And so this technology, they are great. If you have it on an aircraft, real-time, data, weather updates, as they suggested, automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, which shows position, altitude, and speed for flight following, both for the aircraft and for operational control command at the Air Force headquarters. It helps us to know where our aircraft is, because radar is limited. Radar is ground-based. So normally, due to line of sight and the need for the aircraft itself, the transponder to repeat and to get back to Accra, it can be limited. ADSB, and for instance, is satellite-based. So anywhere, once you have an ADSB on board, even if it's a remote location without ground-based facilities, at least some level of tracking can be done. So that's an area where probably we may disagree.
I see. For we, the laymen, when we saw advanced navigation with terrain mapping, automatic flight control system, and when we read that these safety equipment could have enhanced situational awareness, what we deduce is that if the aircraft was more modern and more equipped with these things, the pilot may probably have known earlier that he was closer to a ridge. Number two, it's possible that if there were some other things on the aircraft, it could have automatically reacted to the downdraft, because I'm told that this automatic flight control system, it's possible that it can still power the aircraft up if the downdraft is pulling it down. I'm not sure if that's something you can confirm. Again, just from a surface reading of the thing they said.
Yes, so basically, microburst, downdrafts, these are, the basic explanation is that if you have airflow over any form, over any feature, it's supposed to be streamlined. It's supposed to be the normal, regular flow. But as air goes over the hill, like I explained, and it starts rushing on the other side of the hill, the air becomes turbulent. And so it's like you put water in a sink and it starts circulating and becomes stronger. So it creates what we call rotors or eddies. The point is, in safety management, first of all, you don't want to get yourself in that position, because you are dealing with the forces of nature which may be beyond the capability of the helicopter or even the crew skill or knowledge. The knowledge is there. You know that, hey, when you are flying in mountainous areas, you are susceptible to mountain waves and turbulence. Okay, so as I would rather focus on things like pre-flight risk assessment tools or safety decision tools. Before the flight, you know you are going to Obuasi. So as part of your flight planning, if you know that you're going to be dealing with low cloud ceilings, most likely it's going to affect your visibility. There is high terrain in that area. As part of your threat error management analysis, you have to do the risk assessment and ask yourself, do you even have the helicopter terrain awareness warning system which will highlight high terrain? You don't have it. And so then the next thing that comes to mind is, what altitude will give me enough clearance so that inadvertently, if I were to be caught in a downdraft, I'll be able to execute what we call an evasive or escape maneuver. In this case, I don't know, and that's one of the areas where the briefing was a bit not clear, because it would have been great to know the altitude just prior to the point of impact. What was the altitude of the helicopter? What was the position, the orientation of the helicopter? What was the magnitude of the downdraft? Because on board the helicopter, the helicopter reacts to the prevailing or the ambient wind conditions. So it will be indicated, on board. The crew will have an idea that, hey, we have a tailwind, we have, a rapidly changing headwind. And so all those data will be captured on the flight data recorder. And that's why I wanted to have a look at it, the graphs. And that will influence, because you know that, hey, the aircraft orientation is changing rapidly. You are being pushed down. And normally the training requires you to execute what we call an evasive maneuver, which means maximum power and then trying to get yourself out. An autopilot, if you are an autopilot, most likely the way it will react, because if the aircraft is going down, the autopilot will react by trying to get the aircraft out of that situation. But that will be exceedingly aggravated. So normally, especially as a pilot, as part of our training, the pilot takes over control and manually has the power and executes the escape, or what we call the evasive maneuver. So yes, those tools are great. It can help you to anticipate, to see what is right ahead. But at the end of the day, I would have loved to know the reaction of the crew when they realized that they are being caught in a downdraft. What was the evasive? What was the action of the crew? What is the communication between the crew? That area is not very clear. It was not highlighted in the brief. And
yeah, all they said was that flight was uneventful, approximately 90 out of 100 nm. At 9:56, the crew entered IMC and transitioned into IFR. Seconds before impact, the crew stated they could see high ground below. Suddenly, after the helicopter lost height without change of power or pitch altitude and impacted a ridge line at 1370 feet above sea level. So they just gave those 4 bullet points. They didn't.
Yeah, and for me, that doesn't provide enough clarity. I mean, the crew saying they saw the ground below. Was it forward visibility or it was vertical visibility? Because sometimes you can see features below, but you cannot see what is ahead of you. Remember, they were in clouds, they were in IMC conditions. So that is where the helicopter terrain awareness warning system might be helpful, because prior to it maps what is ahead of you. So it will give you an alert that terrain, and at that point, the crew will take the evasive action. That is rapid climb out. And so that is where technology can be helpful in terms of building the situational awareness of the crew. But the briefing is sort of short on the actions of the crew, the altitude of the aircraft, the magnitude of the downdraft, and whether the downdraft was such that it was beyond the capability of the helicopter, which rules out the fact that if, for instance, the downdraft was about 1,000 foot per minute or 1,500 foot per minute, that might exceed the climb capability of this helicopter. So obviously, even the most well-trained crew might find it very challenging to, get out of that situation. And that will lead, obviously, to the control flight into terrain. I still maintain, in my opinion, that this was a control flight into terrain.
Wonderful. Let's end with the safety recommendations. Again, we just have about 7 of them, and it's basically around modernizing the fleet of the Ghana Air Force. It doesn't touch on other things, although it does admit that there are also organizational and systemic factors like limited navigation capacity for en route and remote area weather services. We need enhanced training like simulator and flight monitoring, data monitoring, and flight following surveillance radar. The main recommendations have to do with the need to acquire modern aircraft with certain capabilities and certain features. They mentioned having TAWS and modern navigation system, CVR, FDR with audio and all of this. Do you feel the recommendations are far-reaching enough based on what we've all discussed? Because it seems as if they are basically saying modernize your fleet, get aircraft that can do better sensing, and this will not happen anymore. What do you think?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Bernard. Safety recommendations should be pragmatic. It should be cost-effective. So all the things that have been listed, they are great. But I will even go beyond that, because remember we talked about organizational and systemic factors. Okay, and so that is where I will highly recommend what we call the safety management system, which looks at the organization as a whole. How does our safety policies influences our safety values, within the Ghana Air Force? Okay, you are talking about things like flight data monitoring. Flight data monitoring is just one component of what we call safety assurance. So if we buy all this technology, if we enhance training, how do we know the effectiveness of these things? It is by collecting data from these, and then we asking ourselves whether we are minimizing incidents and accidents, whether we are, achieving our safety objective, which is to make sure that we fly from point A to point B, and we come back safely with minimal risk. And so the data collection process is such that if all these aircraft are equipped with, flight data monitoring recorders, or what we call, collection tools, then every flight that is undertaken by, the aircraft that we buy, anytime they come back from flight, we collect this data. We have analysts who will sit down. They will look at it to make sure that they were flown within the recommended parameters in terms of speed, altitude, the orientation. Anytime there's exceedances, it is a call for us to maybe ask ourselves, what is happening? Why is it that our crew are overspeeding, or maybe they are flying below altitude or something like that, or maybe they encountered a downdraft on one of their flights? We take it back to our training, and then we create what we call scenario-based training, which could be done in a simulator. For helicopters, most of the times it is a bit challenging to reenact some of it, but at least for instrument procedures trainers, we could enhance the capabilities and the competencies of flight crew in the Ghana Air Force. Another aspect is safety risk management. And I've already talked about it. So flight risk assessment tools before the flight. What are the resources available to flight crew for them to be able to determine whether this flight is a go, or what we call go or no go? In this case, the captain went to check the weather. If he had had real-time flight support whilst he was en route, he would have known that, hey, getting close to Brofiedu, the cloud ceilings were very low, the visibility is very low. I'm supposed to be flying visual flight rules, and that will proactively or preemptively help the captain to decide that, you know what, the risk is too high, I will knock it off, I'm returning back to Accra. And that goes into what we call the organizational factors, which empowers captains, or flight crew. It gives them the sole authority and the power to make safety critical decisions. It is not the pressure. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it shouldn't be pressure from anybody or any external entity.
All right.
It is the crew that should be able to make those safety risk decisions. So it's holistic. It's not just only about buying equipment. It's about looking at the safety management system of the Ghana Air Force.
I would like to thank you very much, Professor Kwesi Ejekum, Associate Professor of Aviation and Aerospace Sciences, and also an aviation accident investigator. We thank you for your insights.
Yeah, Bernard, and a quick one. I would want to also extend my condolences to the folks that were lost today in the LWAC accident. It's very unfortunate, and it just goes back to the fact that in every activity, we have to understand the hazards and apply safety risk management to forestall such accidents. So my condolences.
Thank you. When we come back, we'll speak to Nanaya Wakwada from the Bureau of Public Safety on both this air accident and what happened at LWAC that my first guest alluded to. Later on, we'll also bring other guests in as we discuss what we call a double tragedy. This is the point of view. Stay with us.
No matter where we wander, Africa always calls us home. And here in Ghana, Stanbic Corporate and Investment Banking, together with clients like Gensa Energy and Goldfields, is driving sustainable growth.
The transition from fossil fuel to cleaner energy is quite imperative for the growth of a continent that we call home.
We want to contribute to delivering affordable gas for industrialization in Africa.
Stanbic is a bank that is focused on impacting lives, and Gensa has the same vision and mission.
Having a reliable source of power has helped our business and our operations in a significant way.
At Stanbic Bank, we bring businesses together, empower communities, and invest in the next generation. Stanbic Corporate and Investment Banking, driving growth, creating impact.
Uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trotro from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Obey you later.
Of course.
You could be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Me and you could be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
This tote pays 3 salaries. This book keeps 2 children in school. This cream supports 5 households. Every product creates a job.
Afro-quality. Buy African, build Africa.
We're still discussing safety by reviewing the committee that examined the August 6th helicopter crash report, and now also the tragedy that took the life of 6 people today at the LWAC Sports Stadium. My guest for the next round is Nanaya Wakwada. Before I talk to him, let me just show you some scenes from LWAC Stadium earlier today, where thousands of young people had gone for the Greater Accra version of a national recruitment exercise. So here you have it from the outside of the stadium. You would also hear from some of the recruits talking to our reporter, Masaudu.
That was 11 p.m. So now they haven't yet attended to me.
You came here yesterday 11 p.m.
Yes, I was here around 11 there. Yeah, they haven't attended to me.
And you've been waiting throughout 11 p.m. yesterday?
It's almost 11 p.m. It's almost 12 o'clock now. Yeah, so you can just imagine the kind of stress I've been through. Yes, still no one is attending to it. So,
what have they been saying? What have the military been telling you?
Oh, they are just trying to let us be in another whereby they can just pick a group of people, then they'll just go and do their own for them. So since morning, some of us will just be on the sun. We are unlucky. Let me put it that way. We have been unlucky, so they haven't called us yet. So we are just hoping that they'll just call some of us so that we just finish and go back home.
Have you eaten?
No, I drank water.
There is information about some of your colleagues, some passing away, some, sustaining injuries and all of that. Does that scare you?
Yeah.
Or frighten you?
I witnessed one. Yeah. And then, as of now, the girl is always on my eyes, although I don't know her. Yeah, but I can see she's really out of breath. She's just trying to hold my neck, and I'm also suffering. They've tried pulling her out of the crowd, but it's not going. Behold, someone also pulled me. I don't know where their hand came from. I just thank God Almighty that I'm still alive.
Wow. So you witnessed the moment leading to her passing, when she was rushed to the hospital?
Yeah, I was not there when they were rushing her, but I saw her when she was just about to lose her life.
Wow.
And also do about it, because I was also suffering. It got to it, I don't know where my documents, my bags were.
Yeah. This should be traumatizing.
Yeah, like that's what I'm going through right now. I feel like I'm also a dead person right now. Yeah, because what I saw in the morning was too much. Yeah, what I saw in the morning was too much. So that was it. I just don't want to talk about it anytime. So
that was Fauzu Masaudu speaking earlier to one of the recruits, narrating what he saw. The initial figure was announced, of course, as 6. Initially, we thought there were 6 more, but we were told that of the 28 people who were casualties, 6 had died, and they were all females. There were 12 in fairly critical condition, and another 5 in intensive care. So this is pretty serious. To almost 30 people hurt in the stampede. The president has asked the armed forces to stop the Accra recruitment exercise today. So they've been asked to go home. The defense minister acting, Kasela Tuforsen, who by the way will on Thursday present the budget, addressed parliament this afternoon, and later on I will show you the highlights. He gives the official briefing of what happened at Elwak. I may bring that to you, but let me interview Nanayo Akwada briefly on the aircraft report before we come to this. Nanayo, thanks for joining us, and I thank you for your patience. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Bernard, and good evening to your viewers.
I'm sure you followed the press briefing yesterday by the team that did the investigation into the August 6 crash. What did you make of their analysis and their conclusions?
Well, I think that we continue to remember the dead and may their souls continue to rest in peace. Yesterday's presentation, I think, was apt, but classic of our incident investigation reports and media briefing, there still remains many more questions than answers, which of course Prof. Daniel Lekum has done great justice to it, has asked a lot of questions. And for us at the Bureau of Public Safety, we'll continue to hammer on this, that there is a need for us as a country to move away from keeping some of these public safety incident investigation reports secret. It is only by publishing these reports fully, and in some cases where national security issues are concerned, redact these and put them out there, that we can have full closures to some of these incidents. Apart from the technical, very technical issues of questions raised by Professor Ejekum, we at the Bureau also have some questions. Okay, they talk about the pilot being a Class D, a Class C pilot with white instrument rating, whatever that means. Okay, we are told that they have classes up to A, and the A is the highest. Why should we not have any class A pilot or class B pilot? We only have D, which is just a step away from the lowest. Now, with this kind of classification of a pilot, what are the privileges this pilot have? And with white instrument, whatever white instrument means, what are the privileges of this pilot? Is he allowed to fly just transport, combat, commercial, day, night? What kind of privileges does this pilot have? And those things are still not clear to us. It is instrumental that you pointed out that all the recommendations, to a very large extent, that were made in this report borders on we need to get this, we need to buy that, we need to have this, we need to install that. But what about the people who are managing the system? I mean, it's perfect if the people did great, if they did a great job, but we need to access this report to see whether, in the opinion of the very respected investigators, they did not find any issues with the people who were managing the system. And that if they found issues, the public needs to know so that we can track these things. So I am particularly very disappointed because we've been calling for investigation reports to be made public since time immemorial. Market fires are national security, building collapses, which involve mass casualties, are national security documents, explosions are national security documents, plane crashes are national security documents. We just don't have anything to track. We just don't have anything to learn lessons from. So it is important that JM's administration act differently. I am very disappointed that this report, I did not get a sense that the committee intends to work with the presidency to make this report publicly available. If you go to the US, the National Transportation Safety Board publishes all aviation incident reports, okay? And they are publicly available. You can access it from anywhere in the world. The Chemical Safety Board, all occupational incidents that comes to their attention is investigated, the report is out there. In the UK, the air accident, they all put these things out. What is it that administration upon administration in Ghana is hiding in these reports? The questions that Professor Jekum has asked as a technical person are legitimate questions that need answering. They are legitimate questions to let us see whether the investigative committee has done such a thorough job. If we don't have the report, how do we ever do any meaningful public discussion on it? How do we ever track anything, any recommendations in there that must be undertaken? The only thing investigation upon investigation in Ghana have brought to the public knowledge are on procurement issues. If market bends after the investigations, we are told we need to construct new, we need to do this, if there's an explosion, we need to do that. Never a time are we holding people who are accountable for ensuring that these mishaps in the first place are averted or they do not happen responsible. And it bothers us a lot. It's very disturbing how we want to proceed as a country in 2025. So there are questions hanging around the neck of the investigation committee, and I believe that if they work with the presidency to publish this report in its full form, the public will be most appreciative, and we can move forward with this.
Wonderful. So beyond the press briefing that was done to give highlights, you think the full report needs to be out so that you and other technical people can study it to understand the sequence and the logic behind the conclusions and the recommendations, correct?
Absolutely, Bernard. You see, in order to build a safe society, it is a joint effort by the public, the industry players, the experts, and government.
Okay.
In a situation where none of us can participate in this meaningfully, we always get shortchanged. And that is evident in what we have seen in the last decade. Nobody is holding anybody accountable, because where the accountability really lies is shrouded or is kept secret from the public's eye.
All right.
And from
Let me take Colonel Festus Abuaji's view on this before we come to Elwak. Colonel, thank you so much for your time. I know you've had a very busy day today. So my two first guests, the first one, you know him from the previous program, Professor Ejekum. He says he's constrained in commenting fully on what was presented to the media yesterday because he would have loved to read the full report. So we limited our discussion to some of the highlights presented yesterday in the press event. And Nanaya Akwada, Dr. Akwada, also from BPS, is asking for same, that whilst the highlights presented are good, they need the full report to be able to make complete sense of everything. What are your thoughts? By the way, have you seen the full report? Let me start with that first, before we come to whether you think that the public should have it. Colonel, have you seen the full report, or you also depend on
I haven't.
the highlights?
I have not seen the report.
Okay.
And I was not able to watch the entire presentation yesterday because I had some commitments here and there. Now, since then, I've seen snippets of it, especially on social media.
Okay.
We deserve, as Ghanaians, as a country, we deserve to see the report beyond the presentation, because this is a public interest issue. The lives that have been lost, have affected, the loss of lives have affected several people and several organizations, and raised fundamental issues about our preparedness, in terms of emergencies, and then our preparedness to reduce disasters. If I stay on that point, where Captain Fojo emphasized the downdraft and suggested that it was attributable, or the contributory factor was the weather, I had raised issues about the weather in the paper that I wrote. First of all, the weather was inclemental. It was foggy, at least in the impact area, and for a greater part of southern Ghana. It was drizzling. The cloud base was low, up to 600 feet. Visibility had reduced from the standard 5,000 for helicopters to 4,000. So therefore, what we know is that this flight was authorized under special visual flight rules because the weather was marginal. That raises questions about whether indeed the flight should even have taken off, should have been executed. We need to answer that question. The information that has been adduced in the presentation does suggest that the flight should not have taken off. And I've heard from other snippets that the plane dropped height several times before the impact area because the pilot was trying to avoid the clouds. Now, if you had a cloud base of 600, for instance, and I think Professor Ejekum will say that you need a clearance of about 1,000 feet. So you need to climb up 1,600. Then you enter more fog. The alternative is to descend. Now, the descent happened to be in an elevated area where the Dampier rainforest had a peak of 1,260 and the impact point was about 825 feet.
The August 6 helicopter crash report, we've discussed that, and also the recruitment to the armed forces and the tragedy that occurred earlier today. May the souls of all the departed rest in peace, and may those who are in critical condition and those who are unwell receive speedy recovery. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
You are welcome to Doctor in the House. I'm excited to be here with you. And of course, we're going to be looking at another subject. And this is the show I like to call the consultation before the real consultation, because we get to speak to a doctor about different conditions and he tells us about it and we get to know a lot about it and even how to manage it or prevent it. So our doctor in the house today is Dr. Wisdom Effiong, a medical officer at the Bank Hospital. And today we are going to be talking about a very common problem. A lot of parents deal with it, a lot of young people deal with it, even some adults deal with it, and it's no other than bedwetting. Bedwetting, or what doctors call nocturnal enuresis, is a common concern among parents, among children, among adults, and sometimes it often leaves you anxious, embarrassed, and also frustrated. So today we're going to be looking at that, and the doctor is going to explain everything we need to know about the bedwetting. So if you have a child that bedwets, or if you're probably bedwetting, sit back, relax, and enjoy as we get into the conversation. Hi, Doc. How are you?
Hi.
It's nice to see you, Doc. You're looking smart today.
Thank you.
Try to look
like you guys.
And you have your tag.
I have to run here.
All right, so let's get straight into it. What is bedwetting?
All right, great. I think that it's an important question most parents often have, and my aim here today would actually to demystify most of the things that people think is a myth. People think that is spiritual, and all that, and people actually harm their kids because why are you wetting the bed at a certain age. So like you mentioned, nocturnal enuresis, depending on where you are trained, you pronounce it differently. It's basically when you wet the bed involuntarily, and at the age where you are expected to have good bladder control. Right. So usually we'd use an age range of 5 years, 5 to 6 years. So those less than 5 years are somewhat expected to, wet the bed. But once you go beyond 5, 6 years, you are expected to have a good bladder control. Now, when you start wetting the bed above 5 to 6 years, then that becomes a problem and a cause for alarm for you to visit the health facility and get checked. So basically, wetting of the bed involuntarily, and when you're mostly above 5, 6 years, which means that adolescents, adults, and all that can affect everybody.
Like you said, beyond 5 years. As a kid, right, I actually stopped bedwetting at 2.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 years old.
But it's amazing, how do you remember, or you were told?
Well, that's what my mom told me.
Okay.
That's what my mom told me because I saw the same thing in my son.
Okay.
At 2,
okay.
Like when he wakes up, his diapers are still okay, and in the morning he just goes to pee. But now you're telling me above 5 years is a problem, and I know people that actually bedwetted or bedwet?
Yeah,
bedwet till the age of 16. What could be the problem? What can be some of the cause of, having to bedwet for that long?
That long, yeah, good. So there are so many things that could lead to bedwetting. We'd like to do some sort of classification just to put it in perspective and for people to understand, right? So we have what we call primary, enuresis or primary bedwetting, and then secondary enuresis, right? Now, for the primary ones, we are looking at the fact that since the child was born, he's always been wetting the bed, he's not had a period of dryness,
right.
and this is especially at night, And for secondary enuresis, they've probably had a period of dryness, say for about 6 months. They've been able to control their bladder. Then maybe after that, all of a sudden they start wetting the bed again. So it's looked at differently. So that's the reason why when you come to the hospital, we're going to take a good history to, delve into these things to find out where, is it coming from? We try to do a fishbone analysis to see, okay, I think this is the root cause. Let's tackle it from the root cause, right? So primary and secondary. Primary, you've never had a dry period. You've always been wetting the bed since you were born.
Is it a problem?
So again, depending on the age, like I said, for those less than 5 years, it's okay. They mostly would grow out of it, right? Secondary enuresis, you've had a dry period of more than 6 months, and now so now that would even be much more of an alarm for us to look into why you now wetting the bed, right? So for the causes, I would also like to group them, so just so we also understand, I want to group them into medical and non-medical causes, right? So if we're looking at, where do we start from? Non-medical? Non-medical causes.
Because non-medical, obviously they'll say spiritual.
Yeah. So things like stress could cause you to wet the bed.
So the children actually have stress too?
Yes. So some people might think that, can a child be stressed? Because you see them playing all the time.
What
but
are you stressing
They can
about?
actually be stressed, and there are so many factors that could cause a child to be stressed. One could be changing schools, so you've changed from this school to this other school. The stress of now connecting with the other kids, not feeling inferior, playing with them, choosing your friends, a new environment. That stress can affect them and it could cause them to bedwet. Another stress could be moving homes. So you've moved from a particular locality where they are used to a place where
somewhere new.
Exactly. So that's even difficult to now. You're now getting used to your room, getting used to the environment. It happens to even pets as well. So you take a pet to a new environment, it's just very quiet and very shy. So that's a significant stress. Another could be a divorce. Their parents going through a divorce process, so that could impact the child psychologically. Now getting to understand who is right. Is mommy right or is daddy right? Why are we not living together? Asking so many questions. That stresses the mind up. And maybe a loss of a parent, death, of a parent, could also lead to significant stress. Child will be thinking, is it dead? Will he come back after so many years? When next will I see? All these questions pose significant stress to the child. Another thing that could equally pose, I think I've mentioned moving homes, I've mentioned switching schools, I've mentioned divorce, I've mentioned death, and also a newborn. When there's a newborn.
When there's a new baby.
Yeah, so now this child feels neglected. This child is no longer getting that, attention, that care. Now everything is channeled to the very tiny little baby down here, So that also poses some sort of stress, and that could also lead to bedwetting.
Maybe that's what happened in my house, because there was like a newborn every time.
So you see, attention is
human beings.
So those could be classified as non-medical. So emotional stress and all that. For the medical bits, it's actually genetic. Like you mentioned, it actually runs in the family. So usually when we see that a child is still wetting the bed, less than 5 years of age, you're not so worried, because again they outgrow these things. But when it's more than 5 and 6, then you're a bit worried. But about 40% of the time, you'd notice that one of the parents actually did wet the bed when they were younger, right? So about 40% of the time, so when you see that, you want to ask the parents. So that is
and
why.
they'll tell us.
That's why in the management, when we go to management, you notice that you shouldn't scold your child because you did the same thing as a child. You know, but you would not also tell your child that you did the same thing. As Africans,
Yeah,
you just want
are
to
always lying.
whip.
I was
whip,
the best.
Whip.
Nobody's
parents was last in school.
Very dry. You lazy child.
Nobody's parents was last in
Yeah.
school. Everybody was first in everything, right? So about 40% of the time, one of the parents probably did wet the bed even much longer than their child is. And if you look at the percentage, it increases to about 70% if both parents did wet the bed when they were younger as well. So 70%, that's almost 100%.
I know.
Right, so it means that if both, so when you're trying to get married, you want to ask, did you wet the bed as a child?
Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm just praying for I'm just praying for my friends not to tell me that their children still, but I'll just look at you like,
it means
could be you.
You know.
Maybe you. Right.
Yeah.
So there's often like a stigma, around it, like we said, like parents shouting at the child and blaming the child, talking about poor training and also poor hygiene and all that. But now you've explained that, sometimes the parents, it could be hereditary. So now, how are the parents supposed to react to that child?
So with care, so now I actually would like us to finish in terms of what could possibly cause it, so that people don't think that, okay, I'm the only one forcing my child to, because there are actually various conditions that could actually, cause a child to wet their bed, especially above the age of 5. And we also don't want to miss out on those, especially when you notice them, i.e. a urinary tract infection.
At a young age?
Exactly. So that's why it should be
UTI at a young age?
Exactly. That's why it should be, quite worrying, because, when a child has a UTI, it could lead, and now this even transposes to adults. So if you meet an adult that is
children can have
exactly.
UTIs.
So that's actually one of the sign, of let's do some urine tests to see if there's some urinary tract infection. Another is diabetes. Diabetes. Diabetes now, especially type 1, from a younger age, we are able to pick that up. So so when you come to the hospital and we notice that, oh, this child's sugar is consistently high, we do the test and notice that, we think your child is diabetic. So that's why he or she is wetting the bed. So we don't have to be, flogging the child all the time. This is the reason, why. Another could be, a poor brain bladder control, in sensation. The brain and the bladder are supposed to, work in sensation. So if that is not happening, that coordination is not happening, it could also lead to the child having, a bedwetting syndrome. Another is sleep. Sleep. Now, it's amazing because sleep is an amazing phenomenon, right? There are 2 classes of sleep, all enclosed in one cycle, right? We call it the REM and then the non-REM.
The non-REM.
Right. And this would actually lead us into the management, why you shouldn't wake your child up in the middle of the night to go use the washroom. It's actually not good practice. Most parents think that, oh, it's good, let me wake the child up. So you are distorting the sleep cycle, and that would prevent the child from even growing well, healing properly if the child is ill, and having a good immune system. Because
so when you disrupt the REM?
When you disrupt the whole sleep cycle, so we have a non-REM, then we have a REM, that is rapid eye movement. Now, non-REM has 3 stages. We call it N1, N2, N3.
Like the road?
Yeah, something of that. If that's what they will make them remember. So typically for the N1 is light sleep. So they've just fallen asleep, and usually it would last about 10-15 minutes, and then they move on to the N2, which probably lasts about 45 minutes. So you see, this is why your child should have a good night's sleep, a significant number of hours, so that will feel fresh when he wakes up. So now the non-REM N2 is usually the point where your heart rate reduces, your respiratory rate reduces, and all that your body tries to get into. Then the N3 is deep sleep. Deep sleep. Usually that's where people tend to have vivid dreams, and that's where, your body starts to heal itself, growth takes place, and then the REM, the rapid eye movement, and that's the N3, your brain actually dampens, you know, and then the REM. So now in that vivid dream, that's where most kids experience
even adults.
Nocturnal anuresis.
It has happened to me before. Like I was dreaming about something. I wanted to pee in the dream.
You would actually get up.
And I got up like, oh my God, I'm going to pee on myself.
You see.
I was like, oh my God, I'm going to pee on myself if I don't get up now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's you and your brain and your bladder functioning in sensation, right? Now you notice that for a child, they would actually still be in that dream.
And then do it.
And they will get up from bed and go to the washroom and use the washroom in the dream.
Oh.
And finish using the washroom and come back to bed, not knowing all this while you have soiled yourself in bed. That's the reason why you shouldn't scold them, because
it could be
in their mind they have actually done the right thing, but not knowing that they are still in bed. So now when they wake up and you lash them, they actually feel so bad.
Oh, now I feel bad.
You know, you see.
I feel bad.
Exactly.
I feel bad for laughing at people.
Exactly. So
not at this age, though. When I was younger, I used to, look at you. You used to pee on yourself. I don't pee on myself.
You see.
Oh, my God.
So it's important that parents understand this.
So as an adult, I've actually felt that part of, you know, I'm in deep sleep.
Yeah.
And I want to pee.
Yeah.
And then I even feel the pee coming out. Then I'll be like, oh, no, it's coming out. Like,
it's
really coming out. So, and I run to the bathroom.
Yeah.
So the kids, they also feel the same way.
Exactly. But because they don't fully have grasp over their bladder anyway, so they just, you know, actually get up in the dream, you know, and then, so you ask them. So maybe if you don't engage them, they might not tell you. But if you engage, if you do talk therapy, you engage a child. Why do you wet the bed? You know, what do you think would cause? You know, they will tell you that, but mommy, I actually got up to use the washroom.
Oh, yeah.
But what's happening here, you know? So it's important that parents know this and know that it's not good to disrupt, you know,
their sleeps.
African parents, once especially those who sleep on the same bed with their child.
Oh, yeah.
Once they feel like no,
they need to pee.
They will, and you wake up from the REM to N3, N2, N1, up, straight up, and then you wake up and you don't even know where you are. Like, you don't even know why they are lashing you. You don't know why they are beating you, you know?
So I didn't actually know how important sleep was.
Yeah.
Okay, I know sleep is important. Yeah, get your 8 hours and get your, 7 to 8 hours. I know that is important.
Yeah.
But I didn't know how important it was until I started using a sleep app.
Okay.
And that's when they explained the whole REM and this. I was like, oh, okay, this is it.
Yeah. Because it even helps with memory, you know, with remembrance, you know, with your cognitive ability to function, to think, to be able to analyze things. If you have a good, complete cycle of sleep, it helps with that. That's why they tell students, especially medical students, sleep before the night of your exam.
Right.
It's not because they don't like you. It's not because they don't want you to cover the volume of things you need to cover, but because most of the time, what you write on exam day is from long-term memory,
it's not
what you learned yesterday.
Not yesterday.
And for you to access that long-term memory,
you
should have a good night's sleep. So that by the time you see it, it's just like the Holy Spirit just brings it to memory, just like that. You know, and just by the time you realize you've killed the thing. You know?
So,
but if you don't sleep well, it affects not just your immune system, it affects the way you think, the way you analyze things, even at work. You know, the way you go about it. If I don't sleep well,
I'm so angry.
Exactly.
I get so angry.
You see.
Yeah.
Very, very, very important.
But now, what advice would you actually give to parents who are dealing with this situation, especially with their children?
Yeah, good. So you want to start with talk therapy, you know. So you want to encourage them.
African parents.
That's why we do this, so they get to learn. You know,
so give us an example of talk therapy. I'm the child, I feed on myself.
The day you stop learning is the day you start dying, right? So you want to ask them questions, you know.
So ask me, I'm the child.
Chris, why did you wet the bed last night?
I actually thought I got up and I peed, but I realized when I woke up that the bed was wet.
All right, that's okay. I mean, it's okay for you to wet the bed, but we want you to do something right now. And for every time that you go dry, okay, I'm going to reward you with something. What would you like me to give you?
I want pizza and a new pink shoes.
A new pink shoe. All right, great. So I'll give you any color of shoe you want. if you go dry for 3 days. Is that something you can do?
Yes, I think I'll try.
Great. And aside the talk therapy, encouraging them that it is okay. You can go more, depending on what the child says, you go with that. You also want to ensure that they are well hydrated during the day.
Aha.
Exactly.
You're right.
No, now, because most kids would want to, they feel thirsty. Now, for your thirst center to be triggered, it means that you have been dehydrated for a while.
A long time.
So they come home, they've gone to school, they've played, run around. No, the teacher wouldn't even ask, have you taken water? They themselves would not go taking water till they are back home. Now they are looking for. Now, I notice that their home is 8, 9, 10 p.m. You have to give them a lot of water. So you have to ensure that they are well hydrated during the day. So you can tell their teachers at school that please give them water maybe at every interval. So when they're well hydrated at night, you have to restrict fluid. You don't have to allow them drink a lot. You also don't want to give them things like caffeinated drink, carbonated drink, coffee, and all that. So all these things help to limit, bedwetting, because it helps reduce the amount of urine produced whilst you are asleep at night. And you want to make them visit the washroom more frequently during the day. So you can tell them every 2 hours. You can engage the school teacher every 2 to 3 hours. Let them visit the washroom, whether or not they feel like urinating. Just so they know that even as they are hydrating, they are taking it out. They are hydrating that. So that when they come home and you are limiting the fluid, and then you know that the likelihood of wetting the bed is low. Now, another thing is, before going to bed, you ensure that they use the washroom before actually.
So empty your bladder before you sleep.
Empty the bladder before going to bed. And this is also part of the reward. So when you empty your bladder, I'll give you one shoe, or I'll give you, So they tend to look up to,
you must give
these
me a lot
things.
of shoes, eh?
And one thing as well that parents often neglect is the fact that if they actually have that accident, you want to resolve the issue with them. So if you're cleaning up, clean up with them, involve them. Let them also pack. Let them see that, you're not scolding them. Now, mom is helping me do this. So they actually, at that early stage, the brain goes through remodulating. So a lot of things is sinking in. And that's what will play out in their subconscious when they are adults. I used to have this friend, that as a child, whenever she does something bad, they will beat her, her parents would beat her up and then lock her in the room, So because of that, she's claustrophobic. So she's afraid of space. And sometimes she could be in a cupboard, So sometimes that fear is always, in her. So at an adult stage now, she doesn't lock the door when she goes to sleep. You dare not lock that door. She will scream right now. That's because in her subconscious, she feels like she's in that cupboard, as a punishment. So she doesn't want to be in an enclosed. The light is always on. You dare not turn the light off. You dare not lock the door.
Because it's something she experienced as punishment.
Exactly. So she lives alone. Her doors are always open. Her lights are always on. So you see, so these things affect them. Exactly. So these things affect them as they grow. So that's why it's important to, engage them whilst you're doing the laundry and all that. So they know that I have to do better. So the next time they feel, even if they, in the dream, they've started peeing, and they wake up themselves and then, go use the washroom.
Wow, Doc, this is actually very enlightening. And I hope parents listen to this advice. Because obviously the immediate reaction for every African parent is to scold, is to shout, is to say, you've disgraced me, and all that. But like you said, having conversations
very important.
Are very important, in children. Any final words?
So, like I said, parents should be aware of these things. Now, if it's happening less than 5 years, somewhat seen as normal because they're now gaining control over their bladder. But once it's more than 5, 6 years, you should be worried. So engage them, and you can keep a diary, of the dry nights, the wet nights, the situations surrounding the wet nights. What happened? Did they drink too much? Were they stressed? Is there anything that could? So that's some of the questions you want to be asking them, and all that. So you don't want to scold your child. That would actually worsen the whole situation, And for adolescents as well who engage in alcohol and drink, and that could also affect them. It could also cause nocturnal anuresis.
Why are you an adolescents and drinking alcohol.
You'd be amazed.
Well, thank you so much, Doc. I mean, it was really nice having you on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking to Dr. Wisdom F. Young from the Bank Hospital, and it's been all about bedwetting. And I hope you took the lessons that he shared with us. Please don't scold that child. Have a conversation with the child. If you want to visit the hospital, you can, because sometimes it's not just, emotional or, psychological. It can actually be a UTI. So get to the hospital, speak to a medical personnel, and yes, we'll take it from there. But if it's nothing, if it's not a UTI, please just have conversations with them and let them pee before they sleep, and also ensure that they drink water during the day. You see, I've learned a lot. Thank you so much. And if I have a child tomorrow, I think I can figure it out. Anyway, so this has been Doctor in the House, and my name is Chris Carter. See you next week for the same.
On Footprints this Friday, we have a conversation with Bishop Ni Apiakai Takiaboy, the presiding bishop of Victory Bible Church International, who shares his story about his life as a minister of the gospel.
We went somewhere to preach to some middle school girls, and then as the brother I went with, as he was preaching, he said, "Is there anybody here who want to give his life to Jesus?" And I lifted up my hand. He thought he had made a mistake, because or thought that I didn't understand what he was saying, because he knew me in Scripture Union. So when I lifted up my hand, he repeated about 3 times and realized that I was the only one who lifted up his hand. Then he said, "Okay, pray after me." So I prayed after him, and then the moment I said amen, then I knew that I would do God's work. And the first Sunday we were about 80. So
don't say. So what was the expansion like?
In fact, we had 4 services on a Sunday. 4 back-to-back 4 services.
I used to pity you.
4
Especially
services.
When I saw you preach the 3rd service at times. The man is tired, but Charlie,
no, we were young. We were young, but the people who really had the blunt were those who were leading praise and worship.
God has been faithful.
God has been very, very faithful, because we've gone to court. In fact, they always take us to court.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 5:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Hello again, and welcome to What the Papers Are Saying, coming to you live from our studio here in Accra. What the Papers Are Saying, we bring you the discussion and the stories behind the headlines as presented by our colleagues within the media space. You're welcome back. You're still watching What the Papers Are Saying, coming to you live from our studios here in Accra. As I mentioned, that What the Papers Are Saying, we bring you the conversations behind the headlines as presented by our colleagues within the media space. I am Sami Wiafe. This week has been a very interesting week, if you ask me. It has to do with a recent incident that happened at the Elwak Sports Stadium here in Accra, where some young Ghanaians, young men and women who have the desire to join the Ghana Armed Forces were supposed to be at the Elwak Stadium. Unfortunately, 6 individuals, all females, lost their life in a stampede that has got the nation talking. And that is how the Daily Guide newspaper published the story. It says, Ghana Armed Force recruitment stampede, 6 females dead, 22 injured. The Ghanaian Times newspaper says, Black Wednesday, 6 die in stampede over military recruitment at Elwak Sports Stadium. The Daily Graphic says, military enlistment in Accra on hold, 6 die, 5 in critical condition, and 5 injured in Kumasi. The Chronicle newspaper says, Mahama to military halt recruitment exercise. City Newsroom reported that Boja Jemfi visited family of Elwak recruitment tragedy victims. Also this week, the much-awaited and much-anticipated report of the helicopter crash was released by the committee set up to investigate it. A news conference was held at the Jubilee House where committee members or the leader in this whole investigation addressed journalists on what really caused this incident on the 6th of August 2025. And that is how the Daily Graphic reported the story. It says, August 6th helicopter incident, poor visibility caused crash. The Daily Guide newspaper, Ghana Armed Forces military crash, chopper lost altitude in bad weather. The Ghanaian Times newspaper says, August 6th helicopter crash, bad weather cause of crash investigations. The Herald newspaper says, crash military aircraft confirmed as flying skeleton, brought down by air. Channel 1 newsroom says, crash report missed account of crew response in deadly accident. That is Professor Ejekum. This week as well, the Appointment Committee of Parliament came under fire again. It has to do with the vetting of the acting Chief Justice who has been nominated by President John Dramani Mahama to be the substantive Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. I'm talking about Justice Paul Bafoboni. At this vetting, the minority members on the committee decided to stage a walkout, but yet the vetting took place. But there were headlines even before they decided to walk out. And that is how the Ghanaian publisher ran the story. It says, Afenyo Marking labels CJ vetting disgraceful. The News Center says, minority fear judicial subversion in new CJ vetting. A City Newsroom says, Parliament approves Bafoboni as Ghana's Chief Justice. And just a while ago before we came on air, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kessel Atoforsen, presented the government fiscal policy for the year 2026, or the budget statement for the year 2026. A number of promises are made in there and what the government seeks to do in the year 2026. City Newsroom says 2026 budget, Atoforsen scraps COVID-19 levy, announces major VAT reform, and also announced plans by government to purchase some new military equipment for the Ghana Armed Forces and the likes. So these are the issues we are looking at tonight on What the Papers Are Saying, coming to you live from our studio here in Accra. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, I'll introduce my guest.
This November, something amazing is coming to Accra. Are you a farmer with fresh produce? Are you into fish farming, poultry or livestock? Then get ready for the November edition of the AgriFair 2025. Yes, AgriFair 2025. It's happening on Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November. It's happening at the A4 Southern Children's Park and it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's the ultimate weekend marketplace. From fruits and vegetables to poultry, livestock and fish to agro-inputs and processing machinery. All at unbeatable farm gate prices. Whether you're selling or buying, this is your chance to connect, trade and grow. Enjoy the freshest farm produce, sizzling kebabs, and a vibrant marketplace atmosphere all in one space. Register now and secure your spot. Call 0558-973-973 for more information. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Horticulture Business Platform, Development Bank Ghana, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, Gressol, and the Ghana Exim Bank.
You're welcome back to What the Papers Are Saying. Coming to you live from our studio here in Accra. I am Sammy Wiafe. Tonight helping with the discussion is Hansen Ajimai. With us here at City FM and Channel 1 Television. And Salom Adonu also here with us at City FM and Channel 1 Television. Gentlemen, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Just a while ago, before we came on air, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kesela Tuforsen, addressed Parliament. He presented a government fiscal policy for the year 2026, or the budget statement for government. He made some announcements in there, including the scrapping of the COVID-19 levy and the desire of government to reform VAT and also to purchase some military equipment for the Ghana Armed Forces and the like. Let's go to Parliament, hear what the Finance Minister said, and then we'll come and continue with the discussion.
Recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the decoupling of Get Fund and National Health Insurance levies from the VAT tax base. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish VAT on recognizance and prospecting of minerals. Mr. Speaker, we will reduce the effective VAT rate from 21.9 to 20%. Mr. Speaker, we will raise the VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000 cedis. Mr. Speaker, we will extend VAT zero rating on the supply of local manufacturing textiles to 2028. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, we promise to abolish the COVID-19 levy. With the support of this House, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that I'm happy to announce that today, COVID-19 levy is accordingly abolished. Mr. Speaker, by abolishing the COVID-19 levy, government is putting 3.7 billion Ghana cedis in the pockets of the individuals and businesses in 2026. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will also reduce the cost of doing business by 5% as a result of subjecting Get Fund and NHIL levies to input-output deductibility for businesses. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office, Ghana's energy sector was saddled with about 1.4 billion United States dollars in debt to independent power producers. A ticking fiscal bomb, I call it. Mr. Speaker, today, that burden has been lessened. We have renegotiated all power purchase agreements led by Ghanaian experts at no cost to the state, saving over $250 million and restructuring 1.1 billion Ghana cedis over a four-year period. Mr. Speaker, government is now fully current on payment, clearing 300 million United States dollars in 2025 year to date and allocating 345 million United States dollars for 2026. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are not accruing new arrests in energy sector. Solar tariffs, projects like BXC and Mineji have dropped from 18 to 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour, cutting costs and expanding access. Mr. Speaker, this was achieved as part of the renegotiation. Mr. Speaker, the Electricity Company of Ghana revenues has risen almost 90% from 900 million to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per month, thanks to better enforcement of the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, ECG's revenue has improved.
That's Finance Minister Dr. Kesela Tuforsen in Parliament a while ago to present the government fiscal policy or the budget for the year 2026. 26. Gentlemen, Hansen, I'll start with you. You were listening to the finance minister. We did so together in the newsroom. First of all, a number of things that he said. Which one?
Hello there, good afternoon. Apologies for that interruption in normal programming. The Minister for the Interior, Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka, is currently addressing the press regarding recruitment into the various security agencies. And so we're crossing over to bring you a live coverage of that particular press conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the Minister of Interior advertised in the national dailies on the 5th of November 2025 about the ministry's plan to recruit into the internal security services, namely the Ghana Police, Ghana Immigration Service, Ghana National Fire Service, and the Ghana Prison Service with narcotics control. The advertisement indicates the challenge that our country is facing, and the government is committed to addressing it's through various initiatives, including recruitment into the security services. This recruitment exercise is a significant step towards creating job opportunity for our young people, and we believe it will go a long way in reducing unemployment in our country, and also as in line with the promise of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in the 2024 election. By recruiting into the internal security services, we are not only creating jobs, but also equipping our young people with the skills and training necessary to contribute to the development of our nation. This will have a positive impact on the economy and help to improve the standard of living of our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, our hope is to have a very seamless recruitment exercise. The following measures, among others, have been put in place to ensure that the process is smooth and safe before, during, and after. 1. The application process will begin on Monday, November 17, 2025. It will be published in the national dailies on the ministries and its agencies' website and on social media platforms. There are two major channels to purchase application voucher. Honorable Minister for Government Communication, the Minister of Interior is working to make sure that everything that we do in that ministry move from paper to paperless. In line with that, at the comfort of your home, probably for the first time, you can start the process and finish with your mobile phone. Via the USSD dial code, which will be published hopefully by Sunday, because we don't want, for lack of better words, a rush. So we'll publish that on Sunday, just before the Monday. The details of the web address and the USSD shortcode details will be in publication, like I said, on Sunday. The system we are developing is robust, centralized e-recruitment portal, and an initiative implemented to ensure harmonization and standardization of the conduct of the recruitment across various agencies under the Ministry of Interior. This process will enable every applicant to monitor and follow through the process right from the beginning till you are admitted into the training school. So you can monitor the progress of your application. When you will be called for particular exercise, if it is screening, you know through your phone. You don't need to be told by another person because you've applied. When you are to apply, when you are to appear for medicals, you'll be told if you qualify to the next stage. When you are writing what test, all those things you can monitor from your phone. But we also acknowledge network is not same across our country. There may be some areas where genuinely network issues may be a challenge. And we do not want to disadvantage anybody. So because of that, we've opened another window where you can get the voucher through any Ghana Commercial Bank branch nationwide and Ghana Post branches across the country in areas where network is a problem. But if you are in an area where your network is good and you have your mobile money account or even the mobile money account of any person, you can easily do this similarly on your phone without necessarily having to walk even to your veranda. The application process will be seamless and online, utilizing the robust and secure platform designed to handle a large volume of applications efficiently. The online portal is very user-friendly and easy to navigate. Even those of us who struggle with IT, in fact, I could go through it easily. So I can imagine for the Gen Zs, that one will be a very smooth and easy exercise for them, allowing you to apply from the comfort of your home without any stress. The portal will be accessible on multiple devices, including smartphones, tablets, and computers. Multiple centers will be available for screening applicants. In fact, one of the challenges that we have tried to use to even revise our strategy is the incident that unfortunately happened. We are trying to say, for example, in Accra, where we expect to have very large numbers, we are looking at possibly using between 10 to 15 centers a day, so that we'll make sure that there's no overcrowding at all. The centers will be strategically located across the country to ensure accessibility and convenience for all applicants. Very importantly, this exercise is going to be regionally based, so everybody can do it from your region, and depending on the size of the numbers that we get, in each region we could have up to 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 centers happening on the same time, just to avoid a situation where there will be overcrowding. Several phone numbers will be provided on the portal for assistance. So operational 24/7. Whether you apply for Ghana Police Service or the prison service or immigration or even Ghana Prison Service, there will be numbers that will be provided so that if you have difficulty, you can call, and it will be 24/7. Our dedicated team will be available to answer your question and provide support throughout the application process. The system will automatically allocate applicants to screening centers. So, for example, we have decided that every screening center should not screen more than 1,000 a day. And even the 1,000, you screen 500 in the morning and screen 500 in the afternoon. So if you are for afternoon and you decide to rush in the morning, that itself becomes basis for disqualification, because then you want to be a security person, but you don't want to comply with rules. So if you are scheduled for afternoon, say Legon Stadium for afternoon starts from 12, after 12 noon, and then you come there at 11:50, that becomes basis for us to disqualify you because you don't want to comply with the rules. So the system will automatically allocate. So if you apply from, say, Tamale, and Tamale has maybe 3 centers, say maybe Tamale Secondary School Park, the Aliu Mahama Sports Stadium, and probably, say, Ghana Secondary School Park, and you have to go there in the morning, it will show you, let's say you are in Tamale and you have these 3 centers, the system will automatically assign you to Tamale Secondary School or Aliu Mahama Sports Stadium or Ghana Secondary School Park automatically. And to also designate whether you are going in for the morning or you are going for afternoon. So we want applicants to pay serious attention to every information that they have so that they do not go and get themselves unnecessarily disqualified because they couldn't follow simple instructions. To avoid overcrowding and unforeseen situations, the screening exercise will be done in teams. The police service will complete its screening before another agency starts its screening, ensuring no congestion. So this is what we are going to do. So let's say the portal is going to open from 17th November to 15th December 2025. After the portal is closed, we'll set a date for screening. We will not want a situation where fire service is doing it at the same time with Ghana Immigration Service and police, so that the chaos. So what we'll simply do is that all across the country, same day, police will be doing it. They'll be doing the screening. And when they are done, then fire service may come on, then probably Ghana Prison Service, and then immigration. So we'll announce all that, and you will see that on your portal. And we know a lot of young men in our country may want an opportunity to say that, okay, my first option is to join Ghana Prison Service. What if I don't get? Maybe I may be able to qualify for Ghana Police or Ghana Immigration. So the options are there to enable our young people to be able to try their choice of maybe 1 or 2 or 3 as they may wish. Honorable Minister, let me emphasize that the recruitment process will be free and fair. The system will select qualified candidates based on merit. It is not true that selection have already begun, as some have claimed. I can tell you on my honor, and I can assure you that under the watch of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, this will not happen. Nothing has started. Nobody in this service today will call, or anybody call to tell you that there's some other route that can be used to get to this recruitment. If you have those, we are going to create possible lines where you can make complaint, and even if you have recordings of people who call to claim to assist or have one way or the other by you paying some monies, if you give us, we'll be able to track them and be able to deal with perpetrators. We have broadened the scope, as many of you might have checked in our publication, where for graduates and professionals and even ordinary recruits, we've moved the age to 30. And for craftsmen, for the first time, probably, for a very long period of time, for the first time in many, many years, now we are focusing on craftsmen, where we are looking for electricians, we are looking for painters, we are looking for carpenters, we are looking for fitters, and what have you. And the qualification there, BEC, MVTI, City and Girls, and the others. So broaden the base, and the age is 35. So with this, we want to believe that if you are not qualified with all these criteria, then I'm sorry, I'm sure even God may not want to help you. So there will be nothing like, oh, just don't apply. There's a route that we can get to the minister or this thing. I have been cautioned seriously by His Excellency the President, and I will not want, because of somebody, I should suffer the fate of getting to be accused of doing the wrong thing. So please, the only way you can get through is through applying and going through the process. That is an assurance coming from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and we want the young people of our country to take this very seriously and don't rely on anybody assuring you that he can get you through any other means rather than applying through the process. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to reassure the public that we are committed to transparency and accountability throughout the recruitment process. We will ensure that all applicants are treated with dignity and respect, and that the process is conducted in a fair and impartial manner. To our young people, I say that this is an opportunity to serve your country and make a difference in the life of others. We encourage all eligible Ghanaians to take advantage of this opportunity and join the internal security services. We are looking for talented, dedicated, and patriotic individuals who are committed to serving their country. If you are qualified and interested, please apply. This is a great opportunity to join a noble profession and contribute to the development of our nation. We are looking for you, and we believe that you have what it takes to make a difference. In conclusion, I want to thank the security agencies for their cooperation and support as we begin the recruitment process. I also want to thank the public for their understanding and cooperation. We are committed to making this recruitment exercise a success, and we look forward to welcoming all our new recruits into the internal security service of our country. I thank you so much, and may God continue to bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. So, please be seated. So we'll move straight away into a question and answer session. So if you have any question for the minister in respect of the presentation he just made, please step forward, take the microphone and ask your question. So please come forward if you have any questions for him. Yes. So the minister will moderate the session himself. Yeah. Thank you.
Right, Minister, my name is Lord Idwasari. I'm a reporter with Media General. You spoke about the assessments of the applicants and all that. Now, in July this year, the late former Interior Minister indicated that the security services can no longer rely on body selection to, as it were, assess and do the recruitment, and then added that there will be the introduction of a different assessment module. I'd like to know when this will be implemented and why the body selection is one of the phases that will have to be done for the recruitment process.
Well, I didn't get your, did you clarify there?
Yes. Okay, then that's, I'll follow on what the minister just said. I'd like to find out if, it's a general thing that as far as the defense sector and interior sectors are concerned, is a module that is done as part of the recruitment process. Now, the late Dr. Edward Omaniboma indicated that that can no longer be relied upon as part of the processes for recruitment. It's something I'm going to take up as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you for the presentation, and we hope that this is seamless and then we have a fair process that everyone can get to apply. But also, Honorable Minister also doubles as Minister for National Security. There's a news publication out there that the unfortunate situation that happened at the Elwak Sports Stadium, some top security personnel, especially at the army, have been asked to step aside so that investigation goes into the process. As Minister for National Security, I don't know if you are aware of this and if you can brief us on any information on that. All right, thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Belinda Anankwanza from Wezo TV. And you mentioned that all security services will have their screening on this, together on the same day. I want to know that with 1,000, that 500 in the morning and 500 in the afternoon, would it be across all security service or be a particular security service, like maybe the police 500 would have in the morning, police 500 would have in the afternoon, sorry. Yeah. And lastly, I think that's that.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. My name is Nana Poku from Daily Searchlight Newspaper. I have two questions for you. One, you have indicated that nobody can pass through any source or anybody to get into the recruitment exercise. Hitherto, you have been hearing of protocol arrangement, and in fact, it's the politicians, let me put it that way, who have instituted that kind of protocol arrangements. So are you saying that you are going to abolish protocol arrangement forthwith? My second question, most people are saying that recruitment to the security services have not been the best that we have known, because those days, people's background to be properly examined and checked. But today you see people They go into it, and now you hear AK-7 flying somewhere into the arms of armed robbers, galamseyers, and things like that. Have you checked on that? And you're going to check on that and make sure that people who are recruited are properly checked and examined to find out that, in fact, they deserve where they want to be.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe I'll start from the very bottom. Well, I can assure you that we are going to take the process very, very seriously. I've told all my lieutenants, and we are combat ready. We will take everyone who has to go for training. You can be rest assured we will have gone through all the vigorous stages. Very, very vigorous stages. And maybe, I don't know whether this is a right forum to say it, including drug tests. We'll make sure that we'll check whether you are a drug addict, so that we'll make sure that we do the right thing. And I want to assure you that under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we will do everything humanly possible to make sure that this process, the right people get into the training. Take that from us, and I can assure you that we'll do everything to ensure that. The lady was asking whether the recruitment is going to be for the services, all of them the same day. I thought I had said that even earlier. Because of the sheer numbers, we don't want a situation where Ghana Prison Service is having it the same day with Ghana, say, National Fire Service. Currently, the people have not applied, so we don't know the numbers. But it may be possible, for example, let's say in maybe Northeast, let me give use that as an example, or say OT region. The total applicants from the region for Ghana Police, maybe it's 3,000. The Ghana Prison Service, 500. And Ghana Immigration Service, maybe 300. And then maybe the others, 200. When you put all together, you have just about 4,000. So with that, you may have that some of the days, a number of the services will be doing the same. The only thing we want to avoid is that we will not want any center to more than 1,000 a day. And we will not want a session like from morning, say, if they are starting at 7 to about 12, to claim that they can do more than 500. Yes, there may be situations where, depending on the facility. Let me give an example. If you take our stadia, and then maybe a typical one that is closer to us, the Ohinejan or Accra Sports Stadium, that has several entrances. The security personnel are many. They could say that, look, we have 40 gates. Can we make sure that from this number to that number, you come through this gate and you go to a particular table for the screening? Meaning that with the kind of Accra Sports Stadium, 500 people could be screened in 2 hours. Even with that, I'm insisting that with them, let's not do more than 500 a day, so that we avoid, because it's not sometimes not inside the outside. So we are trying to make sure that no center will try, no matter what they will put, measures they will put in place, to pretend that they can do more than 1,000 a day. No. We rather prefer to use 10 days in doing a particular screening than to say that you want to finish it in 2 days and therefore try to create a problem. We don't want to do that. We restrict ourselves. We've told ourselves we may not know the numbers that may be coming, but let's say we all always know that anytime there's recruitment, the police usually get huge. So let's say police in Accra alone gets, say, 30,000. And they have to do 1,000 at a center. We would rather prefer to look for more centers to say that maybe instead of our target of trying to get 15 centers, can we get 20 centers so that we are sure that they are able to do 20,000 in a day? Rather than to say that, oh, this center is big, so because the center is big, can 3,000 people go there? No. We are restricting ourselves to 1,000 a day, 500 per section, so that it will be seamless, so that it will be easier for our young people to go there without stress. And I've also asked, and I'm even been told that the police in the past used to do that. Say, look, let's treat our citizens with decency and dignity. So we intend to provide canopies, we intend to provide chairs, so that people who come for the screening We will not just come and be standing in the scorching sun, but we'll try and make sure that there are seats where they can sit. And we are even talking, because today, graciously, the Ghana Prison Service has partnered a private person, they are producing water. And we are saying that let's get water and maybe chill it and give it to even our compatriots. So we are trying to learn from our own mistakes and the mistakes of others to make sure that this exercise is seamless. And the last one has to do with whether we want to learn anything from the previous statement of the minister. Fine, I can't authenticate that. But the difficulty that I have is that, is there any other way you can do body selection or check people's body system apart from doing body selection? If there is, why not? We'll exploit it. If there's any other way that you can check the physique, because sometimes large cars create problem. There are a number of ailments that sometimes through just even body selection, you'll be able to detect and all that. We'll discuss that, and if there's need for us to devise some other method to do it, why not? We'll do it. But for now, there'll be body selection. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Michael Ado. I work with Metro Television. I would like to find out that will it be possible for the government to adapt a proposal that recruitment is done all year? Recruitment is done all year round to avoid crowding.
Thank you very much, Honorable. My name is George Yosin Vinay, and I report for Pan-African Television. Honorable, in your submission, I did hear that you want to do the morning and then afternoon shift. I just want to find out if in the morning shift we have a backlog. Are they still going to feature into the afternoon session? That's one. Two, there's this notion that government of the day actually knows the total number of personnel that they need into the service across board. But they end up opening up the application, and then at the end of the day, they have their total number that they have to absorb. I just want to get your response. What do you make out of the notion that if indeed government of the day knows that we need 10,000 personnel into the service, therefore the portal should be open to only 10,000? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Adnan Adams. I report for Newsguide Africa. Honorable, as a member of parliament and also the Minister for Interior, public safety actually is one of your concerns. And looking at the situation that just happened, it being also a public safety situation, and I was just to seek your opinion if as well you can also raise it in the floor of parliament, if compensation could be given to the victims of the incident that just happened 2 days ago. Secondly, with the okay, all right, thank you. Okay, thank you. Because I'm a member of parliament, that's what I was just thinking. Anyway, okay. So with the situation of forms, when applicants buy forms and they are not selected, some are just rejected right away, like as happened in the army recruitment. Right after applying, if you don't meet certain criteria, you are rejected. The issue of refund of application fees, is it possible?
Thank you very much. One of the interesting things is that I'm sure when the portal opens, and like I said, it's I saw it, very easy to follow, and you see each category, the basic requirement is there. Apart from what we publish on the website, before you apply, I've seen it, it takes you through the stages, and the tail end, and they're now ready to apply. Meaning that you've gone through it very well. So let's assume, the portal is going to open, like I mentioned earlier, even professionals. This is not exceeding 35. I don't need an ND. You don't need an ND to tell you I'm more than 35. then I still go and apply. Then I'm coming to talk about refunds. I mean, the criteria is there, saying that these are the criteria. You've read it. You still maybe try, thinking that maybe you can do try and error. Please, take your time and read which section you are qualified for. Because sometimes people, let's say I'm a auto mechanic. So I qualify for the, the craftsman section. Then I go to open a portal for professionals, like accountants, doctors, lawyers. And then I try and put it there. Then tomorrow I'll go and stand and say that, they said that even auto mechanics cover, but when I put my, it made me disqualified. Because you're going to pick the wrong section. So we want to plead with our citizens that don't be in a hurry to apply. Because there's this also notion that if you apply within the first 2 days, you qualify. No, the portal is sad. It is IA driven. Whether you apply on the 17th or you apply on the 15th of December, it is going to treat all of you same. Yes, probably the only difference will be that if, let's say you are in Accra and we are going to have like 15 centers, and maybe the centers we've categorized, for lack of better example, Tesano Police Training as number 1, Accra Sports Stadium as number 2, Legon Sports Stadium as number 3, Botoman Sports Complex as number 4. And it's going to be alerting, pushing people. So after the first 1,000, it says that, Tesano is full. So it will push you to Legon or Accra Sports Stadium. Apart from that, I don't see the need to say that I want to rush and apply the first day, because if the first day I don't get, it's lost. And that pushed me to the other question that was asked. The government knows that they can take only 10,000. Why do you keep the portal open for 15,000, 20,000? The interesting thing is that my colleague, the Minister for Government Communications, said, as we stand here, we don't know how many we are going to take. We know that we are going to take people into the services, but we are trying to see how many people will even qualify. But let's even assume that I know that I'm going to have 10,000, and I close the portal at 10,000. Remember, I have to go for body selection, I have to go for tests, I have to go for medicals, and all that. If I'm not careful, I'll have to reopen the portal. Because if I take only 10,000, definitely maybe some people may not pass the test, some people may not pass the exams, some people may not pass the medical examination, some people may not pass the body selection. How do I just take 10,000? I will not be able to know this. So that's why you have to also keep it as an opportunity for everybody. Because one of the things that I know may end up happening is that at the tail end, when we now know that those who have qualified all the stages and are now ready to be trained, let's say if they are 15,000, and maybe government was originally thinking that he wants to take 12,000 or 13,000. Those are, if they are just 1,000, why not add them? It can happen. But if government decides that he wants to take 10,000, and even 30,000 people apply, I don't know the screening, government has only 8,000 that are qualified for training. They'll say that let this 8,000 go, and then let's reopen for, the others to also come in. Why are we not going to be doing them all year round? I mean, that would mean the security services will virtually come to a halt. You cannot be doing the exercise all year round, so that every month people just apply. No, there's no way they do it that way, where you do it all year round. The only probable thing I think maybe the questioner may want to ask was maybe to say, just thinking for him, can't we do the recruitment every year so that we don't leave a huge backlog, so that young people may want to come, and maybe for 5 years no recruitment has happened. That's why now a lot of people are rushing in. That hinges on so many things, because the spaces for security persons is not endless. If you look at they have what they call established post. So because they have the established post, if there can be only one IGP, there can be only one chief fire officer, there can be only one Director General Prisons, and there can be only one Comptroller. So you cannot just go looking for Comptroller when there's already one. If there's no space to take individuals and you bring them on board, even workspace where they will sit and work becomes a problem. But I can assure you, and I know His Excellency President Mahama has made this promise, we will do everything humanly possible to restructure and retool our security services so that they'll be able to serve us better. If that requires that every year we have to recruit, I know His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will do. But if there's no need for it, obviously it is not just about recruiting people for recruiting sake. You have to have the need for the recruit before you go ahead and recruit. I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to have this interaction, and we pray that this process goes on very seamless, so that in about a month time when we come to report about the numbers and all those things, there will not be any reason to regret that one thing or the other had gone wrong. Thank you so much and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that brief but concise presentation. So we'll bring this session to a close at this juncture. Thank you all for coming.
You're still watching Channel 1 Television. That was our live coverage of that press conference by the Minister for the Interior, Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka, speaking to the internal security services recruitment and the processes that have been instituted to ensure a seamless recruitment process. He did touch on a number of things, including, of course, the recent tragedy that was witnessed at the Elwak Sports Stadium regarding the military recruitment exercise where 6 lives were lost. He also spoke that generally the service or the recruitment process will not be as simultaneous as it is, that individual security services will run their own recruitment process. And so that means that the entire exercise will be done in turns based on which service starts when, and then the other takes over. He touched on the process going online and, of course, the plans that have been instituted to ensure that the entire process is digitized. He mentioned an e-recruitment center that has been set up to ensure a seamless and online-friendly process. Now, admittedly, the minister mentioned the challenges regarding internet connectivity across the country, where in certain areas they may have internet challenges, for which reason it might not be feasible to do or to roll out an online process only. And of course, some arrangements have been made for persons in areas like these who are interested in applying for recruitment into either of the security agencies. For such persons, vouchers are available at GCB Bank branches as well as Ghana Post offices across the country, especially in these areas where internet connectivity and network challenges persist. And so the minister has touched on the entirety of the recruitment process into our internal security services. And it is yet to be communicated. We understand that the online token and, of course, the USSD code that will be used for the registration will officially be communicated soon. We await that, and of course we'll make that public for all interested applicants or potential recruits to be aware of and to apply. Hopefully we'll go through a seamless and safe and well-structured process and do not witness the unfortunate incident that occurred at the Elwak Sports Stadium here in Accra. My name is Nana Tufo Boateng. Many thanks for your time. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.
On Footprints this Friday, we have a conversation with Bishop Ni Apiakai Takiaboy, the presiding bishop of Victory Bible Church International, who shares his story about his life as a minister of the gospel.
We went somewhere to preach to some middle school girls, and then as the brother I went with, as he was preaching, he said, "Is there anybody here who want to give his life to Jesus?" And I lifted up my hand. He thought he had made a mistake because or thought that I didn't understand what he was saying, because he knew me in Scripture Union. So when I lifted up my hand, he repeated about 3 times and realized that I was the only one who lifted up his hand. Then he said, "Okay, pray after me." So I prayed after him, and then the moment I said amen, then I knew that I'll do God's work. And the first Sunday were about 80. So
don't say. What was the expansion like?
In fact, we had 4 services on a Sunday. 4 back-to-back 4 services.
I used to pity you.
4
Especially
services.
when I saw you preach on the 3rd service at times. The man is tired, but Charlie,
no, we were young. We were young, but the people who really had the blunt were those who were leading praise and worship.
God has been faithful.
God has been very, very faithful, because we've gone to court. In fact, they always take us to court.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 5:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. This November, something amazing is coming to Accra. Are you a farmer with fresh produce? Are you into fish farming, poultry or livestock? Then get ready for the November edition of the AgriFair 2025. Yes, AgriFair 2025. It's happening on Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November. It's happening at the A4 Southern Children's Park, and it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's the ultimate weekend marketplace. From fruits and vegetables to poultry, livestock and fish to agro-inputs and processing machinery. All at unbeatable farm gate prices. Whether you're selling or buying, this is your chance to connect, trade and grow. Enjoy the freshest farm produce, sizzling kebabs, and a vibrant marketplace atmosphere all in one space. Register now and secure your spot. Call 0558-973-973 for more information. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM, and is proudly sponsored by Horticulture Business Platform, Development Bank Ghana, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, Gressol, and the Ghana Exim Bank.
Coming soon from GH Media Productions is So.
Abstain. Why abstain?
I have been seeing through your shenanigans all night. I thought I told you that I didn't want to see that girl in this house again.
A mixed bag of emotions and incidents, Ghanaian family and intergenerational drama. Some not so good.
That boy, that womanizer. You are old enough. I would like you to man up.
In other cases, not so bad.
So does he see in her that he's not seeing in me? Look at me.
Eugene and Anekia made a choice.
You won't believe what Pam and Anekia have done to me.
Watch out for So, a brand new series from GH Media Productions. So, premiering on Thursday, 20th November at 7:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. On the Upside Down show this week, join Frema Edunyame as she sits
with a man full of talent, known for his electrifying stage performances and captivating voiceovers, Andrew Tando Adote.
Went to Presec, Legon, and then Odadie. Yeah.
At what point did acting come in?
So it was around the same time I had made the decision to do the voiceover.
All out.
I was looking around and I saw this veteran actor. He said, "Oh, forget those people. Go to the art center and join the theater group."
He was put on the spot, but he didn't disappoint.
Let's put you on the spot.
All right.
So, you know, City FM is 21 years old.
Yes.
Do something, with that, your voice.
As you know, City FM is 21 years old, and we would like you to join us in celebrating all this time that you have spent with us. All the fun, all the excitement, and all the cutting-edge news.
And to serenade us, it's DJ Blake.
Right now, I'm working national service.
Where?
In Matakana Commercial Bank.
Commercial Bank?
Yeah.
Hey, biological science?
Yeah.
You are DJing?
Yeah.
And now you are in a financial institution?
Everything's so.
Everything's so good.
Tune in to the Upside Down Show this Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Well, I don't want nobody. I love the things you do.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
Hello and welcome to People in Profit. I'm Charles Pellegrin, and this week we head to Abu Dhabi, where the world's energy leaders come together every year for ADIPEC, one of the world's largest energy events. Whether it's oil and gas or renewables, it's all being discussed there. And while temperatures are rising globally, so it seems is energy demand. At least that's what the UAE's Minister for Industry and Advanced Technology, Sultan Al Jaber, declared at the opening ceremony. Take a listen.
Electricity demand will keep surging through 2040. And as a result, renewables will more than double by 2040. LNG will grow by 50%. Jet fuel will grow by more than 30%, and oil will stay above 100 million barrels per day beyond 2040.
So what does this all mean going forward? Thankfully, we're joined by Gaurav Sharma to get more insights on this. He's an independent energy analyst and known on social media as the oil holic. Gaurav Sharma, thank you so much for being with us.
Good to be on the program. Thank you for having me.
So statements about healthy oil demand coming from energy leaders at ADIPEC, this as OPEC Plus, so half of the world's oil output, agreed to put a pause on planned output increases in early 2026. So how should we interpret those signals?
I think in terms of demand, we can take the holistic energy demand and compartmentalize and take oil demand. Now, specifically on energy demand, we keep hearing that the data centers of this world, the hyperscale data centers, are going to call more and more on the world's power grids. So that is correct. Within the next 2 to 3 years, the base load for this world, we're going to need more power than an entire Japanese footprint. So basically, you'd add the entire power demand of Japan as a nation to the world's power grids within 2 to 3 years. And that is tremendous. That's almost 1,000 terawatt hours. That's power demand for you. Specifically on oil demand, I think Dr. Suzan Al-Jabbar is right. We are possibly looking at oil demand, global oil demand, north of 100 million barrels per day. So is that something that we should consider a baseline case? Most definitely so. But Charles, one thing there is that this demand would fluctuate. Now, at this point in time, when we are being serviced by the global oil and gas community, demand growth, I should say, is somewhere in the region of 1.3 million barrels per day. If you took an average of what IEA is saying, what OPEC is saying. But look at the production. Production growth from non-OPEC alone, the Brazils, the Canadas, the Guyanas, the United States of this world, is more than that figure. And there is OPEC oil. You bring all of that together, there is too much oil in the market, my friend.
So too much oil, yet the International Energy Agency sticking by its predictions that demand will peak by the end of the decade, somewhere by 2029, I believe. So that's not the consensus among OPEC nations, for instance. So what's your take on this? Where's the peak going to be?
I think it's not surprising that IEA and OPEC have divergent perspectives on when oil demand is going to peak. You also have a range of forecasts ranging between 2029 and 2035. Now, one thing I would say, Charles, on the subject of peaking is people predict peaks and then they get recalibrated, they get revised. Now, we've been talking about, the death of coal for a number of years. But even coal has not died yet because India and China continue to use coal in their power base. Now, transfer that case to oil. It is well and good to offer projections on when oil might peak, but oil, whether it peaks or not, would still be a very, tangible part of the consumer dynamic, of the energy consumption dynamic. And at least until 2040, it will play a major role in the energy mix. So we can't just say snap and we're done with oil. But that is the conundrum. That is the investment conundrum that the energy community is facing. When coal has not yet retreated fully, how can we expect oil to retreat? And when you are thinking about 5, 10, 15, 20-year investment horizons by some of the world's largest energy companies, they cannot afford to sort of forget that oil and natural gas especially are part of this wider dynamic.
We mentioned how various oil companies around the world are dealing with the current set of circumstances and are looking to benefit from the boom or for the surge in energy demand, notably because of AI. And it seems, at least along the lines of Western oil majors, the trend right now seems to be more towards cost cutting, to trying to streamline their operations, to try and be more efficient. But investment seems to have been a key word of the day at ADIPEC. So how'd you put these two ideas together? And where'd you get the investment if everyone's trying to cut costs?
See, it's a great question. If you look at the wider market dynamic, and we discussed the potential for there being too much oil in the market, I think things will come to a head early in 2026 or to the middle of 2026, and there is a feeling that there'll be too much oil in the market. In such a scenario, if oil falls below $60 and potentially even $50, companies have to optimize their operations. Now, at a time like this, they may cut costs elsewhere, but what they do is they try to upscale some of the state-of-the-art technologies they deploy. And that includes automation, that includes AI, because these technologies help these companies produce more efficiently, go to a place where they can improve their margins in what is, how shall I say, a very cyclical business where prices keep going up, they keep coming down. So they have to plan for the future, and AI and automation are helping them plan for the future. I think one thing also to note is that some of the big state-owned entities of this world, they're out here in the Middle East, ADNOC, Aramco, Qatar Energies, they've got deep pockets, they've got robust balance sheets. So these guys can come forward and invest in automation and invest in AI. I've done some research for Schneider Electric, and some of that research is coming to the fore. It involved asking, it's part of an ongoing global report, which involves asking a number of C-suites all around the energy sector, what will they do with AI and what is their investment towards automation going to be? And 80% of the C-suites that Schneider Electric polled in this region replied by saying that they will invest more and more on automation for one simple reason alone: improved efficiencies, improved throughput, and you know what? That's joined at the hip with better sustainability performance, improved carbon targets. So technology, in the simplest of terms, has become an enabler.
And what about investments in the diversification of energy sources, in renewables, for instance, for some of these legacy oil and gas groups? We've heard, for example, BP scaling those back. Is there no more room to invest more in the renewables for these groups?
I think what you have seen so far was that the market had a bit of a froth in it. Now, it's not just BP. Total Energies, Chevron, ExxonMobil, they will not overtly say that they have parked their renewable energy targets. But what has happened is that the froth has gone out of the market, the realism has returned, and the expression that you hear around these parts at ADIPEC and in Abu Dhabi is that it's a return to a hark back to oil and gas basics. So what some of these companies are doing is their investments are continuing at a reasonable pace when it comes to renewable energies, but their core focus has returned post-COVID to hydrocarbons, especially natural gas.
I want to move on. We've got so much ground to cover here. I want to move on to another topic that's come up a number of times during this ADIPEC. It's the EU's Sustainability Directive, which requires all companies doing business with the bloc to address any environmental and human rights risks on their globalized supply chains, potentially facing fines of up to 5% of global revenue. It's not seen favorably at all by the energy sector. Take a listen, for example, to Darren Woods, the CEO of ExxonMobil.
Well, we're continuing to advocate, make sure that people really understand the disastrous consequences of this legislation. At the end of the day, if we can't be a successful company in Europe, and more importantly, if they start to try to take their harmful legislation and enforce that all around the world where we do business, it becomes impossible to stay there.
Gaurav, I want your take on this. What's so bad about this law? Is it just about the bottom line for these producers? Why can't they get in line behind a law that really just aims to improve outcomes for everyone?
I think there is the premise of the law and what it aspires to achieve is not wrong. The execution and the way it's being rolled out, or what some people in the industry feel that it's been forced upon them, is where it's gotten wrong. So I think it is not the law itself, but it's the diplomacy that sort of, should wrap around it has gone spectacularly wrong. Now, what Mr. Woods here was saying may appear a little bit strong, but what the Qatari government has said is even stronger. They've said if this comes into play, they simply stop selling natural gas, liquefied natural gas to Europe. And that could, in the post-Russia-Ukraine war climate, have disastrous near-term consequences. Now you have Mr. Woods talking about it, and that's the Americans and their shale gas exports to Europe, which are also now a huge part of the European dynamic. All of that comes together, it will fester near-term problems. So I think what is lacking here is the approach taken by the EU. If the approach was a little bit, if I may say so, more diplomatic, involve all the stakeholders, give it a little bit more time, then perhaps gradually have gone. It's just that a lot of the industry think it's been suddenly, dropped on them. And that is where the consternation is coming from.
Gaurav Sharma, you are an independent energy analyst speaking to us from ADIPEC in Abu Dhabi. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us on France 24.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, that's all we have time for this week. As usual, you can follow People and Profit on the podcast platform of your choice or watch all of our previous shows on the France 24 website or app. In the meantime, thank you for watching and stay tuned.
Welcome to People in Profit. I'm Yuka Huaye. Your morning boost keeps getting pricier. Here in France, a recent study shows coffee prices jumped as much as 37% in August from a year earlier. Volatile weather affecting harvest, uncertainty in global trade, and rising production costs could soon make everyday treats like coffee, tea, and chocolate a luxury. But are the farmers growing them getting a fair share of the price surge? August Hackinson has more on the global coffee market and about how the fair trade certification system is designed to help farmers but is facing challenges.
Coffee prices are hitting record highs. Both Arabica, which makes up most of global production, and Robusta have seen soaring prices in recent years, according to Bloomberg. In December, prices hit a 52-year high. Global tea and cacao markets have also surged. Much of this is driven by unpredictable climate conditions in producing countries. Some say higher prices could help farmers. Others warn that volatility can hurt them. For many, it's therefore crucial to create systems that provide stability and support. The Fair Trade certification system started in the 1980s. For consumers, products with the label cost a little more, but the impact is big. Fair trade helps farmers in two main ways: securing a minimum price even when global prices drop, providing a community premium, extra money that can be used for schools, better tools, etc. Fair trade also provides education and support to improve quality, negotiate better prices, reach more buyers, and build resilience against today's volatile markets.
They have really helped us to teach us on how to care for the environment, and then the coffee bushes becomes healthy, and then we get now better quantity, good quality, and the women have got better income.
However, the cost of joining fair trade is a heavy burden for many, especially as they face the impacts of climate change. Out of roughly 570 million farms worldwide, fair trade includes just 1.9 million.
For more on the topic, let's bring in Jason Archie-Champong, Sustainable Sourcing Lead for Coffee and Cocoa at the Fair Trade Foundation. Thanks for joining us, Jason.
Thanks for having me.
Now, first off, why has coffee got so expensive, even as overall food inflation has calmed down?
Really important question, and fundamentally, the primary driver we see is underinvestment in farmers, right? I think there are fundamental challenges that farmers are facing on the ground that have been compounded by climate change, and as a result, farmers are unable to really invest in their farms, enhance their productivity, and get the yields that are required to meet the demand at the current time.
And why aren't the producers and the farmers not getting paid more if prices are surging, if they are unable to invest to cope with climate change and face the challenges? Then obviously, if they get more money, then they can reinvest that to bolster their production, can't they?
Yeah, so as it currently stands, cocoa and coffee farmers typically earn less than 10% of the final value of the retail price of chocolate or coffee, right? And that's really important to recognize. You know, we're in a situation where studies have shown that by 2050, nearly 50% of the global surface area used for coffee and cocoa farming would no longer be suitable. And as it currently stands, for years as Fair Trade, we've been really advocating the need for farmers to earn more. But ultimately, that's not fundamentally trickling down to farmers as it stands. So here at Fair Trade, last year, for instance, as a global system, nearly £210 million was generated an additional premium to go back to farmers to help them invest. And it's that type of activity, that type of additional investment that we're really encouraging businesses to continually do and invest in to ensure that farmers can be supported to address these key issues, because ultimately we as consumers will continually want to buy chocolate, continually drink coffee, but without farmers farming the coffee and supported in doing so, we ultimately won't see coffee and chocolate, at least at the prices that we would want to, or at least struggle to be able to access these important commodities.
If we go back and look at how fair trade started, it was obviously to help farmers facing steep declines in prices. Does fair trade then, you're saying that fair trade still matters even with rising prices?
Undoubtedly, it still matters. You know, when we see situations of high volatility and high prices, generally what we see is that there's issues in supply. So whilst demand still remains high, there's an issue in supply. So without fair trade and without important networks of support for farmers, farmers are unable to actually invest in their farms adequately. So we found with the premium, as we've implemented the premium for many years now, we see businesses being able to invest back into farmers and farmers then being able to invest back into their farms. And that ensures that the supply that is so greatly required is still there. We also then implement a whole range of programs as well. So it's not just the pricing mechanism that we have in play, but also programs. And those programs are key to enable farmers to address some of the key climate risks that they face. So, for instance, we have programs all across Latin America and also in East Africa, for instance, where farmers are able to plant more coffee, more climate resilient varieties of coffee. And we see that similarly in cocoa, where we see challenges with disease. And so helping farmers address their productivity is a really key piece. So yes, there is the pricing, and there's also the programs which we continually work alongside our farmers to deploy on the ground.
And yet, as we saw in that report earlier, only a very small fraction of global farmers work with the fair trade system. Why isn't that number growing?
And this is where we're working with businesses to see that number grow ultimately. For a long time now, we've been really stressing the need for businesses to really look up and understand what are some of the fundamental challenges existing on the ground and how we can work more closely with farmers. So as it currently stands, within Fair Trade Network globally, we have about 2 million farmers and workers around the world that are benefiting from fair trade sale. We want to see that improve. And so we are encouraging consumers to go out and, yes, buy fair trade certified products, because that goes a long way in ensuring that actually further investments can be deployed on the ground, but also encourage other farmers and support other farmers as well in being able to grow and sell fair trade certified coffee and cocoa, as well as other commodities.
For consumers, though, that fair trade label has been around for over 2 decades, and many people now recognise that, and quite a large number of people are willing to spend a bit more for ethically and sustainably sourced products. Yet your study also found that only about 10% of tea sold in the UK, for example, was fair trade certified. Why are companies, or is it the fault of companies not selling more of them, or is it where does the problem lie?
You know, currently as it stands in the UK alone, we have about 400 businesses, and that's around about 5,000 fair trade products that consumers can buy in the UK. So it's a good foundation, but there is definitely more to do. And so what we are doing as fair trade, as it currently stands, is also working alongside government to create an enabling environment that would level the playing field for those businesses that have made that step in the right direction to actually address, human rights issues within their supply chains. Because by doing that, a business is able to actually help make, the situation much fairer for farmers. But then by encouraging and working alongside government, that would be really important and is really important in creating that environment for other businesses to also do the same. So right as it currently stands, I feel we have a good foundation of businesses, but there is more to do. And I think it's partly getting alongside partners, ensuring that there's a good regulatory environment, but then also creating a framework in which businesses can also do this. And so with our framework, we believe partnerships through programs, which I mentioned earlier on in this response, but then also through pricing, premium, which we believe is important, and then also further advocacy work that we're doing alongside with governments, with various other stakeholders across value chains as well.
But you just mentioned a key feature of the fair trade system is the so-called fair trade premium. That's an extra money that farmers get on top of rising prices. Is the money being wisely spent, though, by the farmers?
We see many farmers use the premium to invest, not just back into the cooperatives, so that's also important. So firstly, investing back into cooperatives ensures that farmers have an infrastructure. As a smallholder, you have an infrastructure of support to be able to pull on in times of challenge and in times of crisis. But then also what's really critical to understand is that cooperatives are able to independently, with their farmer membership, make a decision on how they invest that premium back into the communities. When we see nearly over £210 million of premium generated for farmers, imagine if that wasn't there, what other options do some farmers and cooperatives have to pull on? Sometimes those options are very minimal. So we believe that with that additional premium, which is actually in many cases gone to invest in, community infrastructure, also invest in enhancing productivity for farmers, so they can address specific issues that they're facing right now around climate change, and then also, what really importantly, also invest in young people. And so what we're seeing across many of our cooperatives and across the fair trade network is many younger people, and as we know, where there's already a challenge to encourage the younger generation to get into farming, because of the investment of that premium, many cooperatives are able to train younger generations to go into farming, train them with the skills to use technology and how they can adapt to climate change and so on. So we are seeing the premium being used for really meaningful outcomes.
Well, Jason Archie, a tampon from the Fair Trade Foundation, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
And that's all for this edition of People and Profit. Thanks for watching. And remember, you can catch up with this and all our previous episodes on our website, france24.com, or listen to them on your favourite podcast platform. If you have any questions or comments, you can also reach out to us on social media. Until next time, goodbye.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut.
How Zebaut there?
Zebaut won Chaboke Walako.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
This November, something amazing is coming to Accra. Are you a farmer with fresh produce? Are you into fish farming, poultry or livestock? Then get ready for the November edition of the AgriFair 2025. Yes, AgriFair 2025. It's happening on Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November. It's happening at the Ifosadan Children's Park and it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's the ultimate weekend marketplace. From fruits and vegetables to poultry, livestock and fish to agri-inputs and processing machinery. All at unbeatable farm gate prices. Whether you're selling or buying, this is your chance to connect, trade and grow. Enjoy the freshest farm produce, sizzling kebabs, and a vibrant marketplace atmosphere all in one space. Register now and secure your spot. Call 0558-973-973 for more information. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Horticulture Business Platform, Development Bank Ghana, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, Gressol, and the Ghana Exim Bank. On Footprints this Friday, we have a conversation with Bishop Ni Apiakai Takiaboy, the presiding bishop of Victory Bible Church International, who shares his story about his life as a minister of the gospel.
We went somewhere to preach to some middle school girls, and then as the brother I went with, as he was preaching, he said, "Is there anybody here who wants to give his life to Jesus?" And I lifted up my hand. He thought he had made a mistake because I thought that I didn't understand what he was saying, because he knew me in scripture union. So when I lifted up my hand, he repeated about 3 times and realized that I was the only one who lifted up his hand. Then he said, "Okay, pray after me." So I prayed after him, and then the moment I said amen, then I knew that I would do God's work. And the first Sunday we were about 80.
Oh,
so
don't say. So what was the expansion like?
In fact, we had 4 services on a Sunday. 4 back-to-back 4 services.
I used to pity you.
4
especially
services.
When I saw you preach on the 3rd service at times. the man is tired, but Charlie,
no, we were young. We were young, but the people who really had the blunt were those who were leading praise and worship.
God has been faithful.
God has been very, very faithful, because we've gone to court. In fact, they always take us to court.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 5:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Are our relationships all about money? Well, for Gen Z, it's a wild mix. We're plugged into global ideas of romance, equality, and modern love. Yet we live in a space where family, tradition, and society still cast big shadows. Trust me, even I have been there. And when you throw in the money, it gets even more complex. I'm Rachel Ndwati. Welcome to the show. Coming up on the show, our street debate in Kenya asks what money has to do with love. South African women tell us the dangers of becoming a sugar baby. And we meet a Maasai tour guide who escaped a child marriage. But before we get into all of that, let's talk about how we've all spent hours online, doom scrolling, swiping at how people portray their relationships on social media. And yo, the pressure is on. And for Gen Zs on the continent, we all know it's even more complicated. Like seriously, we're tearing up the rulebook over what's expected from a relationship. Who should pay for the first date, or even who should plan for it? Joining me now to weigh in is SK, who's in Nigeria. I have a question for you. Do you think about money when going on a date with someone?
Well, Rachel, what can I say? That's a very big conversation in Nigeria. And honestly, with the rising cost of living, many see spending as a reflection of effort and respect. But don't just take that from me. Let's get to hear what young Nigerians are saying on the streets. Do you think of money when going on a date with someone? Do you think... Ooh! Good evening. Do you think about money when going on a date with someone? Ooh! Date with someone. Wow. Right. Oh, hold on. Let's talk for a minute. I got her to talk to me. So, do you think about money
when
going on a date with someone?
Probably I'll have to have my vex money. Yes, definitely vex money is a thing. So I'll have my vex money before I can go cast.
Me as a lady, I have to have my own money. The man too should have his own money. So that in case misunderstanding can come, ask vex money. So at least have money in case of incasity. Vex money.
Okay. Explain vex money for us.
You can't put the men of nowadays past anything. So like, just in case.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, why?
If you're going on a date with someone and you're the one who initiated it, of course you don't want to. You don't want to be the one to foot the bills, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so of course.
Over to you, Rachel.
Vex money is something I'm definitely adding to my vocabulary. Those guys are not shy about sharing their opinions. But there is one city that I know that even has more to say, and that's my hometown, Nairobi. In our street debate, Edith Kimani asked whether sex and money always go hand in hand.
In her 1986 single, Gwen Guthrie popularized the expression no romance with no finance. But in 2025, we're asking a rather similar question. What about sex? Can that exist without money? And if not, who pays the pleasure bill? Who better to answer this question for me than some lovely Kenyans here in the capital? How many of you believe that sex and money can exist separately? Do you believe that they can exist separately? Let me see. Oh, so you do think that? All right. So, Achibe, you don't think that?
I'm a sex worker. I've been sex work for the last 16 years. As a sex worker, I earn through sex, and I've been earning through sex. I pay all my bills with sex. But it's not that I don't enjoy sex. Sometimes I can go with a client and I feel that she's doing better, so he can just be like a friend and like a boyfriend.
So Achibela here making it a very clear thing. But you raised your hand saying that you think there's a separation between sex and money.
I feel like sex is so special, it's intimate, it's actually spiritual. And I think that when you start connecting sex and money and they have to coexist, I think it reduces people to commodities. And I feel like that demeans the whole purpose of it, because I believe that sex was introduced by God for a reason.
Mukabana, you already want to speak to me?
Because I'm already annoyed.
Okay.
So I feel like, yes, sex is special and intimate, but if we are to even still look at it from the biblical point of view, provision is important in order to create that intimate bond that creates family, that eventually creates community. So without including resources in order to build that community, how do we begin? And it starts with a nice bed to sleep on. Okay. Yeah, and a nice bed to sleep on is expensive.
All right, hold on. Achibella already wants to. I haven't even asked a question. Okay.
About sex being special, yes, it is special. Even as we know, in our houses, in our homes, if our father don't have money, you know the kind of home it will be. You see, even our mother depends on our fathers. So it's all about sex. You can't have sex with someone when you're hungry. You see, you can't have, and you have to get money to buy food.
Okay.
Yeah.
But is it realistic, Kenywa, to assume that you can actually have intimate relations without resources, as Mukabana said?
Every single aspect of life revolves around money. Because even if I want to show that gesture, I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to take babe out. I'll buy some eggs, maybe, put them in a heart shape. I'll need to buy maybe, some sugar, maybe a packet of tea, and then we go out, have a nice picnic. I've shown my gesture with 100 bob. Regardless whether I wanted the sex or not, which I did, I'll still have to remove money from my pocket to show that gesture, to start that process.
Okay.
Even as a lady, I cannot date without money. I need to get my hair right. I need to do my lashes. And this is the first date before I can be like, babe, where's the M-Pesa? If I am a respectable young woman, I have to present myself that I am capable to be amongst somebody, be with somebody who is capable of handling that kind of financial power.
Let me introduce Brian here. So the dynamics of somebody who's differently abled are very different. So speak to me about sex, pleasure, and money from your lens.
I think in my case, money is a tool to get me to an accessible room, an accessible bed, to help me get to bed, to help me get the medication that I need to get the job done. I need money to, like you said, take my lady to a nice place.
How does that then play into your ideas of manhood and masculinity? Ben here spoke about provision being a thing that drives him as a man.
I'm very much like Ben. I want to provide, and I want to provide in all ways. I want to provide in the bedroom, and I want to provide outside.
Yeah. Speaking of provision, I find it interesting that you teach women how to empower themselves financially, and yet you said to me that you would never date a man who earns less than you.
Honestly, I've already done that relationship. However, I realized that, especially because right now a lot of women, despite there being more opportunity for women are still more disadvantaged when it comes to financial power. We carry a lot of the burden of bearing life, of emotional labor.
I think as a man, you should be cognizant of that fact. You should be cognizant of the fact that maybe when she gets pregnant, she's going to get the most heat, career-wise, health-wise, body-wise. There's definitely that. And maybe as a man, you need to consider maybe just to see how you can make her life a bit better, just by the way you're trying.
Shanta.
I think the problem comes in when, especially for men, when they look at somebody and they want them, but they can't afford them.
Okay, so there are a few things that were said here, but I just want to pick up on the first one that you mentioned, that the reason why men are constantly complaining that women want money is because the men always want to date beyond their means.
Checky. Very simple. Everyone should afford themselves. Because sometimes you put very high standards that even your own father can't afford. And then you are expecting another man to do that for you, instead of you working and do for yourself.
I know that there are itchy fingers here, but let me come to Winnie here for a second.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Cheki said, because she started she started by saying that I need money to make my hair get a complete makeover so that I attract someone. But why are you giving this other person pressure to afford you when these are things that you're supposed to be doing for yourself to make yourself feel good? And you, what happened to invite me out on a date? Let's go to Uhuru Park. Groundnuts are like 5 bob or 10 bob. Let's chill, let's connect. If the sex comes after, well and good.
Let's start with the first you. So why not just come up with the money for your own hair, your lashes? You look very beautiful today.
I did not say that the person that I'm going to date is the one who needs to provide that. I said that even I, as a girl in Nairobi, I can't date without having some kind of resource to put myself together. And I'm not pressuring anyone to afford me. I'm saying that I want to present myself to the standard and caliber of the kind of person I want to attract.
But let me get a comment from Brian here, because we've heard about financial incompatibilities when it comes to relationships, right? But sometimes you start a relationship and you're on an equal footing and something happens and you lose the finances.
What I'm feeling from the panel here is that most people are in relationships with the wrong people. I think they should find people that are more compatible with them. And if you want someone who is a provider, then look for someone who has those qualities. If you want someone who is a nurturer, go for those. So the problem is that you're looking for a provider in someone who is just trying to build at that time.
Let's hear from Shanti.
Somebody said that our parents' relationships is to last longer. But those women suffered. In fact, what is happening today is that more and more we are discovering that women, especially in marriages, have a lot of financial abuse. Because you take a loan for this dude. He probably goes and spends it on his Mpango Kando. You build with this man. When you're in your 60s, he hooks up with this 25-year-old secretary. I'm like, at least give me a dowry when we get married so I can...
Also joining us are some of our former EP officers who served in his reign. We also have present this afternoon our national directors of all Assemblies of God departments. We have them present. Ladies and gentlemen, if you may please be on your feet. If you are a national director of an AG department or ministry, please let's put our hands together for them. Directors, thank you very much. You're all welcome. You're welcome. Also joining us today at this event are our district pastors who are running the show at the district level. Our district pastors, please, if we may see you, let's put our hands together for them as they stand for us to acknowledge them. Thank you. On our list this afternoon, we have some very special and distinguished invited guests. We have CEOs of state-owned and private-owned organizations and businesses who have accepted to grace today's event. Our special guest of honor is also in the house. We will introduce him in due time, but for all invited guests, would like to welcome you this afternoon. Now, to tell us why we have pulled you on this sunny Friday afternoon in Accra, Ghana, to gather here, we will invite upstage Reverend Andrews Awintia. He is the chairman of the local organizing committee for the Global Congress 2026. He is running the show at the local level. Thank you, Reverend Awintia.
Thank you, Mami. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The global chairman of World Assemblies of God Fellowship, Reverend Dominic Yeo, and wife, the General Superintendent of the Assemblies of God Ghana, Reverend Stephen Yenusom Wingam, the Mali General Superintendent, the Zambian General Superintendent, the immediate past General Superintendent of Assemblies of God Ghana, Professor Paul Frimpong Manson, district EP officers, EP members, our special guest of honor, Deacon Eric Sedi Kutoche, Executive Chairman, First Car Group, Senior Pastors, EC officers, EC members, present and past EP officers and members, senior pastors of our dear organization, special guests, and invited distinguished members of our organization, Assemblies of God, brothers and sisters in Christ. Good afternoon to us all. The World Assemblies of God Congress 2026 looked like a distant dream when the LOC, of which I'm privileged to chair, was inaugurated by the General Superintendent of Assemblies of God Ghana, Reverend Stephen Wingham, last year. Today, the feeling has all changed. History is unfolding. The countdown is well and truly on. Simply put, the purpose for this auspicious gathering is the host General Superintendent, to give us a taste of the World Congress garnished with Ghanaian flavor. It is indeed our privileged lot to have in our midst the Global Chair of the World Assemblies of God Fellowship, Reverend Dominic Yu, to officiate at this official launch of the World Congress and to unveil its website. It will then be the responsibility of the LOC and Assemblies of God Ghana to maintain the momentum and to scale up activities leading to the clamors of this historic event. Members of the LOC and I are acutely aware of the enormous and daunting task ahead of us. Global Chair, we pledge to do our best, and God will do the rest. A local proverb has it that no one person can embrace a baobab tree, giving it gigantic size. Contextually, it will take intensive prayers, collaborative efforts, and heightened interest from all Assemblies of God members and affiliates on every continent, in every nation, every city, every town, every village, and every community for the historic Accra Congress to succeed and to succeed overwhelmingly. Global Chair, the LOC in particular will stop at nothing to leverage the all-sufficient grace and all-surpassing power of the Almighty God to catalyze action on all fronts till it is all over. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I thank you so much for coming, and God bless you us all. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Reverend Awentia, the chairman of the local organizing committee, We Can Do Better. We have been joined here by many distinguished men and women, and as the day unfolds and my list is updated, I will duly acknowledge all of us. We have here the board chairs of our agencies of Assemblies of God Ghana. They have accepted our invitation to grace this afternoon's occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, board chairs of our agencies. Let's give it up for them. We also have His Lordship Justice Osei Tutu. We have acknowledged, yes, thank you. And joining us are not just the EP officers and members, but their wives as well. So the wives of our leaders of Assemblies of God Ghana, thank you for coming, and let's give it up for them. Going back towards the beginning of my protocol, the global chair of the World Assemblies of God Fellowship, come all the way from Singapore, did not come alone, but he has been accompanied by his dear wife, and Madam Chin is here to grace the occasion. Please, let's put our hands together. I know the sun is pretty hot, but shall we please acknowledge our guests? Thank you very much. Next on our list, we would have the host General Superintendent of our 2026 Congress come up to give us an introductory address. Ladies and gentlemen, our leader of the Assemblies of God Ghana, Reverend Stephen Yenisom. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Our global chairman of the World Assemblies of God Fellowship, Reverend Dominic Yu, and your beautiful wife, Mama Chin. General Superintendents of Zambia Assemblies of God, Reverend Lipenga Banda, and then the chairman of the West Africa Assemblies of God Alliance and Benin General Superintendent, Reverend Benjamin Soji Gosu. Assistant General Superintendent of the Assemblies of God Ghana, Reverend Gordon Tito Ejeyi. Members of the Executive Presbytery, our former General Superintendent, Reverend Professor Paul Frimpong Manson, and other former EP members and officers. The chairman of the local organizing committee of the 2026 World Congress, Reverend Andrews Nelton Awintia. Our special guest of honor, the founder and executive chairman of First Sky Group, Deacon Eric Kutoche. District officials, senior pastors, friends from the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first obey the biblical injunction to mourn with the families of the 6 potential female soldiers who lost their lives in the most tragic circumstances at the Elwak Stadium last Wednesday. Assemblies of God deeply shares their pain and fervently bears them in prayers. May the God of comfort strengthen and sustain their families. May we please rise and observe a minute silence in their honor and memory. May their souls rest in perfect peace. Please resume your seats. 2 years ago, I led Ghana's delegation to the World Congress of the Assemblies of God Fellowship in Madrid, Spain. Eventually, we returned home with a historic tag as the host of the 2026 event in Accra, the launch of which has summoned us here this afternoon. I'm glad to mention that the World Assemblies of God Fellowship is the fastest growing denomination in the world and currently the largest Protestant church globally. Our membership now stands at 89.9 million. With 451,000 local churches, and in Africa we number 20 million with 98,000 local assemblies. Currently, we have close to 8,000 missionaries who work in over 190 countries. And the World Fellowship has invested close to $328 million in missions and developing communities and societies. On behalf of the Executive Presbytery and entire members of the Assemblies of God Ghana, I express our praiseful gratitude to the World Assemblies of God Fellowship for the righteous imposition of this gigantic assignment on us. We are profoundly blessed to have in our midst the global chairman of the World Assemblies of God Fellowship, who doubles as the General Superintendent of the Singapore Assemblies of God here, Reverend Dominic Yu, to perform the launch of the Accra Congress. His extravagant love for us shrinks the psychological distance between Singapore and Ghana. Hence his regular shuttles between the two countries. And since he arrived, Reverend Yu has had no rest at all, as he allowed himself to speak to pastors and spouses and leaders to drink from his fountain of knowledge at a 2-day seminar held at Cedar Mountain Chapel, which ended a few hours ago. Global Chairman, God bless you indeed. We also owe a huge debt of gratitude to Mrs. Yu for being here for the launch and for permitting her husband to globetrot and pay inordinate attention to Assemblies of God Ghana. Pastors' wives are powerful. Don't joke with them. To all our pastors and their spouses from far and near, brothers and sisters in Christ, we extend a special akwaba to you all. From the very moment we earned the right for the very first time in Africa to host the 2026 World Congress of the World Assemblies of God Fellowship, we have been under no illusion about the magnitude of the assignment. We saw it and still see it as an all-consuming task which must be executed with all-consuming seriousness. To this end, we have set up a local organizing committee headed by the Greater Accra East Regional Superintendent, Reverend Andrews Nelson Awintia. Membership of the committee is made up of people with rich but diverse backgrounds, including internationally acclaimed event organizers. We have a functioning secretariat headed by a lady of varied experience and indisputable competence, Madam Gifty Eje Fianco. We have also embarked on a series of strategic engagement with individuals and institutions which have high stakes in the Accra Congress. The latest on security happened just yesterday with the Inspector General of Police. With the confluence of time, we'll cast our partnership net wider afield to rope in more stakeholders. The most prominent on the stakeholder list is the government of Ghana, which is headed by a member of our church, Assemblies of God Ghana, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. We paid a courtesy call on him this morning. He assured us of government support and partnership in hosting and organizing this historic Congress. We are grateful to him. We will explore to the highest extent possible how the church and state can maximally benefit from the 2026 World Congress of the Assemblies of God. Furthermore, we will consciously and tenaciously forge a deep sense of ownership among members of the Assemblies of God Ghana in particular and the Christian community in general. Global Chairman, there is no doubt that their scale of appreciation and degree of consumption on the array of programs which will be lined up during the Congress will largely define its success. At the levels of the Global Assemblies of God Fellowship and Africa Assemblies of God Alliance, where I serve as the Vice Chairman, enough briefings have taken place there. So more talks may be tantamount to preaching to the already converted. All the same, we can't do without their critical support and strategic direction. Indeed, we have a collective responsibility imposed by heaven to closely work together to vivify our church and glorify our God. To the business community, market women, tourism agencies, transport operators, food vendors, dressmakers, shoemakers, and the general public, the 2026 World Congress of the Assemblies of God presents an unmissable opportunity to make it big. To the delegates, visitors, tourists, and investors who flock Ghana during the Congress, our profuse Ghanaian hospitality awaits you. By dint of will and the grace of God, Assemblies of God Ghana will vindicate the rectitude of choosing our beloved country as the host of the 2026 World Congress of the World Assemblies of God Fellowship and leave an indelible imprint on the rock of time. Once again, welcome and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Reverend Stephen Wengam, the General Superintendent of the Assemblies of God. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, we are here to make history for the very first time in the history of the World Assemblies of God Fellowship. We are about to host the World Congress in Africa.
The 7th President of the Republic, His Excellency.
Yes, and as we are all excited about making history, we are about to watch the launch video that is setting us off for the purpose for which we are gathered here this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, our launch video. Thank you.
A dedicated 7-member board and a secretariat have been set up to plan and implement the Congress. Additionally, a web portal has been developed as a registration and information hub. Assemblies of God brings the world to Ghana. The time has come to officially say Unifying theme, commissioned, one mandate, every nation. During the day, plenary sessions, workshops and talks will be held at the Black Star Square. In the evenings, the focus will shift to the Accra Sports Stadium for powerful revival rallies. To ensure a smooth world-class event, a dedicated 7-member board and a secretariat have been set up to plan and implement the Congress. Additionally, a web portal has been developed as a registration and information hub. Furthermore, a fantastic opportunity for vendors and exhibitors to showcase and sell their wares to a diverse global audience is also available. Be a part of the 2026 World Assemblies of God Congress and step into an atmosphere of revival to experience the power of the living God. Connect and network with thousands of participants. Beyond the spiritual impact, hosting this Congress in Ghana will usher in tremendous socio-economic benefits, including a boost in the tourism industry. Join the 2026 World Assemblies of God Congress in Accra, Ghana from October 14th to 16th, 2026 and answer the call to be commissioned. One mandate, every nation.
You would do it better. Not just for the video you just watched, but for the Lord as well. Please put your hands together. His mandate, our mission. And to officially do that this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, we are very privileged to be joined here in Accra, Ghana, by our global chair, Reverend Dominic Yeo. Please, let's put our hands together. Yes, a standing ovation will do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You may be seated. To the General Superintendent of the Assemblies of God, Ghana, Reverend Stephen Wangam, wife of the General Superintendent and the President of the Ministers' Wife Association, Lady Monica Wangam, Executive Presbytery of the Assemblies of God, Ghana, special guest of honor, Chairman of the local organization, 26 World Assemblies of God Congress, regional superintendents, district pastors, senior ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My heart is always flooded with joy whenever I find myself in Ghana, the land of freedom. The reasons are not far-fetched. Ghana occupies a special place in the family of God worldwide. In fact, Reverend Wangam particularly and our members here generally always serve as a magnet to pull me to several places in Ghana with absolutely no resistance. I love coming to Ghana. The sheer frequency of my visit, the pure love of the people, the chemistry between us qualifies me as a candidate for full citizenship in Ghana. And I'll look forward to that honor. Once again, I'm deeply honored to stand here as we launch the World Assemblies of God 2026 Congress. And I want to thank my dear brother Wangam and his team for making me a slice of history. So as far as our launch is concerned, it stems with divine purpose. At our last World Assemblies of God Fellowship Congress in Madrid 2023, Ghana stood out clearly as the nation chosen by God and prepared in every way to host this global gathering. Ghana now has become the first African nation in history to receive this honor. In fact, let me say here, when I was doing my count this morning, it could take us all the way to 2042 or 45 before the World Congress comes back to African soil. So you are going to be a part of history. Genesis chapter 1 verse 31 reminds us that God looked at all and he made it as he declares, very good. So God placed this nation in a strategic position, and it is evident that God says, very good. In Africa and beyond, Ghana is known for its demographic stability, credible election, peaceful transfer of power, respect for the rule of law, religious tolerance, freedom of media, and endurance. Ghana is indeed a beacon of hope, spiritually, socially, economically, and politically. Are treasures that must never be taken for granted. And so hosting the 2026 World Congress of the Assemblies of God, I believe it's going to open a floodgate of opportunities for this great nation. Thousands of delegates will come, blessing local businesses here, boosting tourism, increasing the international visibility of this nation, and strengthening investment opportunities. It will also complement Ghana's role as host of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is poised to shape a continental market of 1.3 billion people and lift 50 million people in Africa out of poverty. So this Congress stands as a very strategic milestone. But while economic advancement is important, in the World Assemblies of God Fellowship, we believe that the battle against spiritual poverty is even more urgent. We remain steadfast in our calling to reach lost souls, to ensure that every person everywhere has the opportunity to hear and to respond to the gospel. That is why the 2026 World Assemblies of God Congress is so important, because it provides a special platform to advance the MM33 agenda. It is a covenant-driven, spirit-empowered vision to establish 1 million Assemblies of God churches by 2033. And it marks, in that year, the 2,000 years since the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ and the day of Pentecost, the birthday of the church. Through MM33, we will ignite revival, strengthen pastors and congregation, raise missionaries, empower the next generation, and mobilize the entire global fellowship for unprecedented kingdom impact. With 89 million members, and in fact this stats was 3 months old, and it is said that every 18 seconds somebody comes to know Jesus Christ in and through an Assemblies of God church. So with 89.9 million 3 months ago, we have now become the largest Protestant church in the world. But we refuse to rest. That's right, give the Lord a hand. But we refuse to rest in comfort. Instead, we will rise with renewed passion to win the lost, raise intercessors, disciple nations, plant churches, send missionaries to every continent and nations. We are encouraged that the transformation agenda of the Assemblies of God Ghana fully aligns with MM33. We commend the leadership and the churches of Ghana for your generosity, your commitment to discipleship, evangelism, and your vision to build churches and ensure healthy churches and have legacy temples across this nation. May God richly bless you and empower you as you prepare to welcome the world in 2026. We also acknowledge that hosting such a major global event comes with significant logistical, financial, and organizational demands. But the God whom we serve will supply all your needs according to his riches in glory in Christ Jesus. I believe God, Jehovah, has already gone ahead of you. His provision will match this great vision. On behalf of the World Assemblies of God Fellowship, I assure you of our full support spiritually, prayerfully, as well as in every other practical means. The success of this global conference in Accra will be the success of the global fellowship. And we stand with you every step of the way. And so now, with this great honor and deep joy, I declare 2026 World Assemblies of God Congress officially launched. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Yes. Wow, such pure joy of the Spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats live on Channel 1 TV and the GTV, as well as Assemblies of God TV this afternoon for the 14th to the 16th, 2026. The entire world is gathering in Accra, Ghana, West Africa, Africa, and Assemblies of God Ghana is playing host. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 Assemblies of God World Congress launched. Let's put our hands together for the Lord. Not just a gathering of pastors and ministry people, but a gathering of business-minded people, not just a liberation of spiritual inequities, but also economic inequities. We are inviting you and everybody else watching us today, live or recorded, to our 2026 World Assemblies of God Fellowship Congress in Accra, Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a website you were showed in the video, and the gentleman who led the team to build this website is in the house. Mr. Kofi Sedalo is here to show us how you can register, and we will have the first, not just the first, and the second registrations right here at this launch this afternoon. Mr. Kofi Sedalo, welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. We are here today to launch the website platform for the Assemblies of God World Congress 2026. And then we're going to start that with the main London page that basically has several options, but mainly is to show you what the Congress is about. So on this landing page, you have general information about the church, going down the message about the World Congress. Further down, we've got the key speakers. Then we allow, exhibitors, vendors to register on the platform. Then beyond that, we have the, this is for them to book online. And then we have a whole back office system that manages all the communication. So we also have a page, because we want this to be like an ecosystem for this Congress. So participants can actually go in, read about Ghana, check out what is available in terms of tourism and then any other activity that is available during the Congress. And then to help them, we also have an FAQ session that allows them to basically get information about the Congress, how to register and all that. And then, of course, further down, we have all the, during this period, all the publications that will be released will be published here. And also, we have access to all the social media handles of the Congress. So, back to the top of the page, we are going to go through the registration process. But before we get there, let's say this is your first time on this platform, you might want to see what the schedules are during the Congress. So you can see you have the 3 days from the 14th to the 16th. You can filter by day, go and click and see exactly what the session is about, read about the speakers and the program, the actual details of the program. So we are going to go through the registration process. So to register, we'll start with the global chairman. So we'll put your name in if you allow us, of course. You put your name and email address. But system actually allows you to use if you're doing from your phone or your laptop, you can do it using your Google ID. Otherwise, you can use this. This is just, sample. And then you continue. So you now key in your details. And since Reverend Yeo will soon be joining us as a citizen of Ghana, so we'll yes, so we'll give him a Ghana number. So we select Ghana for him. Give you a Ghana number. So because this is going to be the main platform for this event, we allow attendant to actually add documentation. That is, if they need support for visa processing, and optional. Okay, so once you get to this point, the fees are displayed, and then you click on the payment. Then it will take you to the payment page that is loading. Then you depend on what you, so we're going to use a card payment. So this system is responsive. It works on your phone, on your laptop. So when you load it on your phone, it automatically, downloads and saves on your device. So you have it as an app on your device, right? So from this point, you can now access the platform beyond the landing page or the website. Right. So let's go to the app. Yes. So now let's get into the app. So this app works on, as I said, all platforms actually, be it your tablet, your PC, or your mobile phone. So this is the app. It actually has a lot of functionalities. So the feed actually shows you all the pictures and data or media details from the conference or the event. Your schedules are here. We saw it earlier on, but you can actually book. Let's say you want to choose, or should I say, plan your event, and you want to select some of the sessions. You can do that here. Okay, and then any information or alert can be sent from the back office. general information, or if there's anything, let's say you need help to process your visa or whatever it is, the or alert, so if you have to, let's say, go and apply for your visa, or the visa letter has been delivered to you, or whatever help you need, the information will be sent here. Okay. Then the attendees. So we, as I said, this is not just a platform for registration, but you also want a situation where you create, that cohesion in the community of attendees. So we actually allow you to search people and then connect to them directly through the through this platform. So you have the list of the people who are registered, and you can send the messages and connect to them directly. Then there's a map of the venue, okay? And then when you go to services, it allows you to, from the platform, you could book your own hotel, okay? Shows these are the hotels currently available on the platform with the booking booking link. So you go in there and then book. And we also have the transportation, sorry, please go back to the services. Transportation, and then more service providers are coming on board, and then as and when they come on board, we'll be adding them to the platform. Then we also allow you, when you physically meet at the event, to connect, so you can generate your digital code or QR code here, that when you meet friends or you making new friends, you can just connect to them, you scan, and then you exchange contact. Okay, so you can set up your profile, your own profile here. By the way, this system is multilingual. You could easily switch, languages in here. Okay, so personal info, you can put your picture, all your preferences in terms of language. You go to, if you need support, any information you need, you could do that. And we also have a chat. So from the chat, you could, let's say you're from Ghana, and then you have a friend from Zambia, and you know the friends around, you can just search in here and then send them a message. You don't necessarily have to go outside the platform to do that. So these are some of the key functionalities we have, and then the system is quite dynamic in the sense that as and when we go along, new stakeholders will be brought on board, as in added to, be service providers or sponsors or speakers will be added to the system. So as you register on the system, you see that system will be growing, with time. So by the time we get to the event next year, October, all the information will be readily in there for to make this event a successful one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Wow. Yes. When the team came from Madrid and they said we are hosting 2026 Congress, like the LOC chair said, it felt like forever, but it's here. It is coming. It is coming. It is now here. Accra, Ghana, West Africa, Africa, officially hosting the 2026 World Assemblies of God Fellowship Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take some remarks from our special guest of honor. He is in the person of Deacon Eric S. Kutoche. He is the founder and executive chairman, put it together for him, of the First Sky Group. He will give us his remarks, and we will go back to the media for a few interactions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ikia. It is with deep humility and a profound gratitude that I stand before a noble man of God this afternoon at the launch of the 2026 Assemblies of God Congress under the theme Commission, One Mandate, Every Nation. Permit me to acknowledge our global chairman, Reverend Dominic Yo, and the wife, my General Superintendent, Reverend Stephen Wingham, the Executive Presbytery, the past and the present here, the local organizing committee chair and the members, and my own father, Reverend Paul Fripon Manso, the local organizing committee, and the General Superintendent of Assembly of God. I thank you for your unwavering commitment to this sacred assignment. Your excellence, discipline, and the prayerfulness have earned Ghana the privilege of hosting what will be the greatest, the largest, and the greatest Assemblies of God gathering over the soil of Africa. Brothers and sisters, over a century, the Assemblies of God Ghana has been more than just a denomination. It has been a global movement, a fellowship born in the fire of revival, strengthened through sacrifice, and carried across the continent by men and women who believe that obedience to God is the surest way to change the world. And the next year, for the first time in 110-year history of the Global Fellowship, and after 93 years of Assemblies of God ministry in Ghana, Africa and Ghana will welcome the world in worship, in prayer, and in mission. That is not just a history being made. That is a destiny unfolding. And for me, the 2026 World Assemblies of God Congress is not just another international event. It is a divine appointment, a heavenly summons. We will gather not merely to celebrate the church, but to reignite a cause and a mandate, which is to build 1 million churches by the 2000th anniversary of the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ as a congregation. And as a member and a servant of Assemblies of God, I am proud of the spiritual vision and the global outlook that this Congress presents to the nation Ghana. To be commissioned is to be entrusted with a mission that is bigger than our fears, wider than our abilities, and deeper than our ambition. But commission comes with cost. It means standing for the truth when the world chooses convenience. It's loving the unlovable, serving when it is uncomfortable, and believing when the evidence runs low. Because we live in the age of disruptions, where technology moves faster than the truth. And many knows how to make a living, but not a life. But the message of the cross has not lost its power. In the world that prizes fame, the gospel still calls on us to be faithful. In the culture that worship powers, the gospel still teaching us to be humble. In the economy that measures wealth by your wealth, the gospel still says, "How shall we profit a man when he gains the whole world and loses his soul?" Mr. Chairman, as Ghana prepares to receive the world, may this Congress become a moment of awakening, a revival that reshapes how the world sees Africa Church today. A new Africa is rising from Accra to Nairobi, from Lagos to Lusaka, A generation is emerging that believes Africa is no more a mere mission field. Rather, Africa is a mission force. So let the 2026 Congress to be our declaration that the gospel has completed its cycle from Jerusalem to the nation, and now from Africa back to the world. But this vision will not fulfill itself. It will take prayer. It will take sacrifice. It will take all of us working together, giving together, believing together. At this juncture, I wish to call on all of us to partner the church assemblies of God, especially the corporate Ghana, the businessmen, the lovers of the gospel, the kingdom investors, to ensure the success of this all-important Congress on the soil of our dear nation, Ghana. It is a national program, and it must be accepted in that honor. And also, this afternoon, my brothers and sisters, let me say this plainly, and our global chairman, to you, Ghana is ready. We are ready to open our doors. We are ready to welcome the nations. Come and experience the country where the beauty of the land meets the depth of our history. Come and feel the strength of our culture. Come and witness the warmth and the dignity of the peoples whose hospitality is as peaceful as it is profound. Chairman of the local organizing committee, to you, as said by our global chairman, so long as that this Congress is of the Lord, it will never lack provisions. God bless you all for your rapt attention. Thank you.
Let's put it together for our special guest of honor, Deacon Eric Kutucha, the executive chairman of the First Sky Group. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 Congress has been launched. The website has been launched. We're ready to welcome businesses. We're ready to welcome vendors, exhibitors. We're ready to welcome delegates. At this point, we are open, I'm sure, that our friends from the Inc. fraternity may have some questions they would like or need some clarity to. So would like to take some questions from the media as we progress towards the end of the launch day.
Many thanks to you for always keeping faith with us. That was the official launch of the Assemblies of God World Congress, Ghana. The Congress is scheduled to take place here in Ghana, and just gone by was the official launch. Thank you for staying with us throughout that coverage. Next, we have Newsfeed. Hello and welcome to Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Nanatufuo Boateng. Coming up, Interior Minister postpones security services recruitment to November 17 after military recruitment stampede. Also, minority blames government for withholding 2025 budgetary allocation for ministries and agencies. Coming up in business, NAFCO directs a local sourcing of vegetables and palm oils. And later in sports, Kudus praises Tottenham Hotspur for supportive playing environment. Let's bring you details of our stories now. Now, the Minister for the Interior, Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka, has announced the postponement of the nationwide recruitment exercise into the Internal Security Services, which was originally scheduled to begin tomorrow, November 15, 2025. The decision, he says, follows the unfortunate incident that occurred on Wednesday during the Ghana Armed Forces recruitment process in Accra. Now, addressing the media at a press briefing, the sector minister indicated that in consultation with security chiefs, the ministry has resolved to shift the commencement of applications till Monday, November 17, 2025, in honor of the victims and their families.
As you are aware, the Ministry of Interior advertised in the national dailies on the 5th of November 2025 about the ministry's plan to recruit into the internal security services, namely the Ghana Police, Ghana Immigration Service, Ghana National Fire Service, and the Ghana Prison Service with narcotics control. The advertisement indicated that application forms will be available on the 15th of November 2025, which is tomorrow. However, in the light of the unfortunate incident that occurred on Wednesday during the Armed Forces recruitment process, the Ministry of Interior, in consultation with the security chiefs, has decided to postpone the start date of the application from the 15th, which is tomorrow, Saturday, to Monday, November 17th, 2025, as a mark of respect to the bereaved families and those who were injured.
Moving on, the minority in Parliament has accused the Finance Ministry of failing to release the 2025 budgetary allocations for goods and services to various ministries, departments and agencies. The caucus claims the government's fiscal indiscipline has left some ministries unable to purchase basic tools and inputs needed to execute their mandates. Ranking member on the Finance Committee, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, says the situation validates the minority's earlier concerns about the government's ability to deliver on its 2025 policy document.
Some ministries do not even have basic things, such as toilet rolls, and are unable to even provide fuel for government work. A close look at the data presented in the 2026 budget confirmed the fear by the minority early this year that this government was incapable of implementing its programs they presented in the 2025 budget. For example, goods and services. The government programmed to spend 5.1 billion Ghana cedis from Q1 to Q3, but ended up spending only 3.8 billion Ghana cedis. This compares to the annual allocation of 6.7 billion Ghana cedis. The amount released for goods and services is about 56% of the total allocation for the year, yet the year has come to an end.
The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources says the allocation of 150 million cedis to the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, will help wage a more ruthless war against illegal miners. The Ministry of Finance, during the budget presentation in Parliament yesterday, announced that 150 million cedis has been allocated to the NIMOS Secretariat to combat illegal mining. Now, speaking in an interview with the media at the NIMOS Secretariat in Accra, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa, issued a strong warning to illegal miners, indicating that the amount allocated to the NIMOS Secretariat is evidence of government's commitment to waging war against them.
We are helping you with the right licenses to mine responsibly. We are even changing the categories from small scale to medium scale. We are transforming our laws in the mining sector. We reach out to you with the olive branch. But this is our message. If you don't listen, you'll be hit so hard you won't believe it. And I trust the soldiers will do that. And in this budget, they've allocated 150 million to this fight. And I think it's a message. What the president and this government is saying is that we are going into this year very sure that for those who have decided that they want to destroy our water bodies and forest reserves, get ready. We are coming after you.
Well, let's still stay on this matter because the UTAG KNUST president, Professor Eric Abavari, is urging government to quickly release the $150 million allocated to the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat in the 2026 budget. Now, speaking to Channel One News, Professor Abavari says a timely disbursement will show real commitment to tackling the Galamsey problem and support effective enforcement.
I don't know when that money is going to be released, because now we are in November. If the Honorable Minister waits until October next year to releasing that money, what will be of its use? That's point number one. The point number two, if it's released on time, let's say tomorrow, then we are confident that the NIMOS will be in a better position than they are now. Why? Because you don't wait until the dying end. Because one, we are also on the war front. The NIMOS are right now, as we speak, are on the battlefield, if I should call it so. They are on the battlefield. The war is ongoing. So I will plead that this money, as soon as possible, if indeed it is not for the optics, but they mean it, then that money must be released as soon as the budget is approved by Parliament.
You're still watching Newsfeed on Channel One TV. I am Nanatufo Boateng. Still to come, 2 persons have been killed while another is in critical condition following a violent gang clash at Mpasaso in the Ashanti region. We'll tell you more shortly. Do stay with us.
Tote pays 3 salaries. This book keeps 2 children in school. This cream supports 5 households. Every product creates a job.
AfriQuality. Buy African, build Africa.
Welcome to the Africa Prosperity Dialogues, where business and political leaders meet to drive Africa's single market.
Distinguished guests, this is our moment to make history. We must act not in isolation, but together as united Africa.
Under the patronage of His Excellency John Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, and in partnership with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, the Africa Prosperity Network presents the Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2026 under the theme Empowering SMEs, Women and Youth in Africa's Single Market. Innovate, collaborate, trade.
Ghana is proud to be the home of this important dialogue series, and it will continue to enjoy my utmost support to make subsequent summits even greater.
Register now at africaprosperitynetwork.com or call or WhatsApp at +233 536 098 325.
You're welcome back to Newsfeed on Channel One TV. Let's bring you some more stories. Now, 2 persons have been killed while another is in critical condition following a violent gang clash at Mpasaso No. 2 in the Ahafua North Southwest District of the Ashanti region. The incident, which occurred around 3 a.m., today was reportedly between rival gangs from Mpasaso number 1 and Mpasaso number 2. Now speaking to Channel 1 News, a youth leader of the community, Kwadwo Asare, narrated that a similar incident happened 2 years ago at Banie Krum, where 3 people were shot dead. He alleged that a man identified only as Commander 1 is believed to have been training a group of young men engaged in violent activities. Was one of those killed in the incident. Although the cause of the latest clash remains unclear, police have since launched an investigation into the incident, but no arrests have been made. Let's bring you some other stories where Africa World Airlines has donated 60,000 Ghana cedis to the breast cancer unit of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital in a bid to support breast cancer patients. The initiative, inspired by the airline's experience of losing a staff member to breast cancer, has now become an annual event reflecting the airline's strong commitment to supporting individuals living with cancer. Head of Brands and Corporate Communications for Africa World Airlines, Godfred Essel, emphasized that the donation forms part of the airline's corporate social responsibility. General Surgeon at the Breast Cancer Unit, Dr. Josephine Insafo, noted that the timely support is welcome and will go a long way to cover treatment costs for patients.
Africa World Airlines does not only believe in making profits, but we believe in corporate social responsibility. And that is why we deem it important to come and make this donation to the breast cancer unit at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. We believe in society as a whole, and we believe in the well-being of Ghanaians. So we say thank you to our passengers, thank you to the staff of Africa World Airlines, and thank you to management.
I'm most grateful for this donation, and the purpose of it is to support our breast cancer patients on treatment. It's a very timely donation, and it's going to go a long way to support those who cannot afford the treatment. A lot of the treatment indeed is covered by NHIS, but there are some parts of it where we need to pay out of pocket. So this is a timely donation, and it will be put to good use.
This is Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Next is Business with Neteli Nete Ajaho. Hello, Natalie. Good to have you.
I'm fine.
Kindly give us the details in business.
Okay, let's get straight to it. The National Food Buffer Stock Company has directed all vegetable oil and palm oil supplied to schools across the country to be locally sourced. The company says all suppliers providing these products to schools under its program must register with the Oil Palm Development Association of Ghana to help curb smuggling and strengthen traceability within the supply chain. CEO of the National Food Buffer Stock Company, George Abredu, speaking to the media, said the directive aligns with government's broader plan to commit $500 million towards the development of the palm sector. Meanwhile, the president of the Oil Palm Development Association of Ghana, Paul Amening, welcomed the directive, noting that it will help reduce smuggling, boost revenue for the state, and guarantee the safety of food products supplied to schools.
Need to track all the liters of oil that is going to the schools. And we, the association, have a traceability system, blockchain technology, that we extend it to the suppliers to be able to track a liter of oil that is going to the schools. And before you can do that, you need to register with us. And we've appealed to Buffer Stock to let us know those who are doing the supply so that we don't take them off board, because they need to be part of this intervention so that the oil that we are producing in the various regions or zones will be able to offtake it and supply to the various schools. So if we agree that we accept the traceability system, we agree that those who are supplying to the schools through Buffer Stock need to also come on board and register with the association, or to extent secure the contract in the name of the association and onward give it to the same people who are supplying, so that we'll be able to monitor and track all the oil that is going to the school.
Stakeholders in Ghana's quality and food safety sector are urging greater government support to strengthen the country's infrastructure, enabling small and medium-sized enterprises to meet international standards and compete globally. They highlight that despite increasing awareness of standards, many Ghanaian SMEs face challenges in obtaining certifications due to the high costs associated with infrastructure, capacity building and training. This report has more. The call comes despite growing awareness about standards. Speaking in an interview after the launch of the annual Quality Summit and the 10th anniversary celebration of QA Consult, CEO Johnson Opoku-Boateng highlighted several systemic issues that continue to affect Ghana's quality landscape. He explained that these standards are essential for Ghanaian companies seeking to export to markets in Europe and the United States.
All these standards, they are very, very crucial for us to be able to transform and move beyond the shores of Ghana. Before you can put anything on the European market or the US market, you need to be certified to some of these standards. So for example, you cannot go to the European market with food if you are not HACCP certified. HACCP is hazard analysis and critical control points, and I've explained that one earlier. So standards are very, very key to us. The thing that we see, or the challenge that we have in Ghana, is the fact that the items or things that we need to actually put in place in terms of infrastructure, capacity, in terms of training, it's a little bit missing because, for example, infrastructure is a bit cost intensive and SMEs struggle a lot to be able to make these infrastructure available.
The Ghana Standards Authority also highlighted the authority's shift towards smart regulation, a model that protects the public interest while supporting innovation and business growth.
How are we able to tell what they produce in the market, what they sell in the market are really verified or tested and approved by Ghana Standards Authority? So in the last 3 years till today, we have recruited close to almost 550 STI, the Standard Inspection Officers, who go around the market to look at things that are being sold and inspect them. And those that are found not to be of standards, they are confiscated. The people make follow-up, and we ensure that they are able to go through the processes.
And that's all for business. I am Neteli Nete Ajahu.
Grateful to Neteli for bringing us the latest in the world of business. And next is Yao Ejay Minta with some updates from the world of sports. Hello, Yao. It's good to have you.
Hi, wonderful.
Black Stars were in action today.
Yes, they were in action today, and they ended up losing to Japan by 2-0. We'll have more on that in our subsequent.
Quite a disappointing outing, but let's hear from you.
Yes, it was disappointing. And still on the Black Stars, Black Stars midfielder Mohamed Kudus says he is grateful that the environment at Tottenham Hotspur allowed him to express his technical ability. The versatile Ghanaian player is widely recognized for his dribbling skills, and since making the switch from West Ham to Tottenham, Kudus has been given a ton of creative freedom by Tottenham manager Thomas Frank. In 10 Premier League appearances this season, Kudus has registered a goal and 4 assists.
I just keep trying over and over again. Like, even if I don't succeed 1, 2, 3 times, I keep trying, and happy to be in an environment where I'm being encouraged to also keep trying, not playing safe after not succeeding 1 or 2 times, because the 3rd time might be a chance or a goal. So dribbling is a very difficult skill to be able to beat a man. So you have to keep doing it over and over,
And being in an environment where you're able to take risks and keep going and try again, what does that mean to you on a personal level?
It means a lot to be in an environment where you are appreciated and understood by the players around, staff, to get you in the positions where you can use your personal attributes to have an impact for the team, and I get that a lot here, The main example was talking about was taking players on, and I get the opportunity to do that here, and encouraged to even keep going more, even if I lose the ball or I don't succeed, because they know that once I beat a man or succeed, then it's either a chance or a goal or assist or anything. So I'm really happy about that encouragement, and I really hold that in high regard because I'm not restricted or play with a lot of freedom. That's how I understand and see the game as a player.
Now, Manchester United legend Andy Cole says players need to be mentally tough to succeed at the club, with the former striker stressing that it is not as easy as people on the outside believe. It's been a year since the Red Devils appointed head coach Ruben Amorim, and Cole pointed to the manager's journey as an example of resilience. The Portuguese coach, who started out poorly, is steadily guiding the team back to the top.
I know they're going through a tough time at the moment. Everyone talks about goals. You know, you always need goals to win football matches, but sometimes when you're at such a big club as Manchester United, it's not as easy as people make it out to be. You've got to have that right kind of mindset. You've got to have a little bit of luck as well to try and hit the ground running, and when you're in good form, you know, take those opportunities.
Šeško in particular has come from abroad, still a young player. For somebody like him, is patience the key?
Yeah, definitely. Coming to England anyway, and coming to the Premier League is totally different to any league. But coming to Manchester United and trying to make it at Manchester United as Manchester United number 9, you know, there's going to be massive expectations on you. It could become daunting, of course it could be. But you just got to go out there, you got to do your own thing, keep working hard and continue to do what got you to move in the first place.
Ruben Amorim has just had his 1-year anniversary and things are looking very positive.
Yeah. Everyone's happy for him, you know. It's I think managing a club like Manchester United at such a young age as well, it's never going to be easy. Obviously, they're not challenging for major honours as well, and you know, needing a manager that can try and get them back to being involved in competing for major honours. So yeah, it's been tough for him, but you know, he's persevered. And
That's all for sports. I am Yao Ej Minta. Well, in some news coming in, the Home Magistrate Court 1 has remanded all 77 accused persons arrested in connection with the November 5 disturbances at the Ehi police station after they were charged with causing unlawful damage, causing harm, and rioting with weapons. During proceedings, Joanna Akofa Osei, counsel for the first 39 accused persons, argued that her clients remain presumed innocent until proven guilty or until they admit otherwise. Meanwhile, Benedict Kofiche, counsel for the accused or the other 40 remaining accused persons, maintains that the available video evidence should be sufficient and does not warrant extended investigations.
So we have forcefully argued, though, that the fact that they were arrested in their respective homes following the fact that they were captured on videos, which have gone viral, we believe that was in itself enough not to warrant any further investigation anyway. That was the crux of our submission. But then, if they believe there's a need for further investigation and the court says it so, we don't have any problems.
Meanwhile, police PRO for the Volta Region Chief Inspector Francis Gomado says the rights of all accused persons will be respected, adding that the police's request for remand is to enable a thorough investigation.
Investigating the whole incident and the suspects that were arrested. And after the screening, today we are in court with 77 of them who are now accused persons. We don't want to break the 48-hour rule as law enforcement officers. From day one of the exercise, it has been very peaceful. The right of each and everyone was respected. We want to continue on that target. That's why we deem it fit that, yes, to avoid infringing on their rights, we need to bring them to court, to court, to remind them into proper custody.
And that's it for Newsfeed on Channel 1 Television. I am Nanatufo Boateng. Many thanks for watching.
Hello there. Welcome to Beyond Borders on Channel 1 Television. My name is Caleb Kuda. For the purposes of my new location, you can call me Al-Kal bin Maktoum. No, Sheikh Al-Kal bin Maktoum. Yeah, man. No, because we are in the Emirates. We are in the United Arab Emirates. Specifically, we are in Dubai. Now, my guests, two of them this morning for today's conversation, exciting personalities. I tell you how we met. So last night, after a very long day, beaten by so much work, traveling in the metro, going to and fro, go back to the hotel very tired. The rest of the story we will tell you after this break. But we want to appreciate Copan Hospitality for today's episode. Yes, thank you, Copan. If you want to travel to Dubai or anywhere around the world, they have beautiful tour packages for you. So speak to Copan Hospitality. So after this break, I'll introduce you to my guests. I'll tell you how we met, and then we will find out the amazing lives they are living here in Dubai. Stay. So, welcome back from that break. This is Beyond Borders on Channel 1 Television. I am Caleb Kuda. To my left, hello, sir. Good to see you.
Hello, hello, hello.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Nice. It's your mustache for me. Very heavy.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And to my right, please join me here. Boss, how are you?
I did like something.
Maybe so. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
How did we meet? Tell us.
It was coincident though. We also came here to visit a friend.
Right.
And it's like visiting a friend to meet a friend.
Right.
So that's how we met.
Explain. What kind of... give us details. We want the juice. No, so he tells me that as I entered the hotel last night, he saw this tall guy and noticed something familiar. But the guy went past, came back, and now he saw something much clearer.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. We, at the time he entered, we saw somebody entering, but we were like, do we know this guy? So we also entering at that time. Then we couldn't find him again. Later on, my brother just called me, is that not Caleb? So which one? The one, the national security.
Oh, what kind of, yo, bro, what is that? Is that all I have done in my life?
Oh, no, it's part of it to make it nice. So we were like, Caleb, Goto.
That's not hot.
And then we were like...
Yeah, because the moment I saw the mustache and the team, that's
good. I'm proud of the language.
Yeah.
So as I said, Caleb, and then you responded,
yeah.
Oh, Goto, I was so much happy because I love to speak it wherever I am.
Right.
Yeah.
So let me start with this. What's your name?
I'm popularly known as Felix.
Okay.
But we write Felix Joffrey.
Felix Joffrey.
Yeah, Joffrey.
Okay, Joffrey. What about you?
I'm Fernandez Joffrey.
Fernandez Joffrey.
Yeah.
So where are you two from? Are you related?
Yeah, brothers.
Brothers.
Direct.
Brothers. I'm the senior.
One mother, two father?
No, one mother.
How?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
You're talking to an Anglo man.
Mother Kuku, wake up.
No, but one mother, two fathers.
Because to my left, the size and shape of the head is different from what is on my right.
Well, you have twin, and then
they can be unidentical.
Yes, unidentical. And they
so where are you both from?
As in country?
Yeah, and in Ghana. Which part of Ghana are you from?
Oh, we are from Angloga.
You are from Angloga, is it correct?
We are from Angloga, but basically based in another town called Jita.
Jita.
Yeah.
I know Jita. Very beautiful beach there.
Beautiful.
Wonderful place.
Beautiful.
Meet me there.
You're going to meet me there.
So the lagoon and the sea. Oh, beautiful place.
Yeah. I know my people are doing very well. Even they've taken it upon themselves. They put in an initiative whereby some people volunteer themselves cleaning. Look at that vast stretch of the beach. They are cleaning it all the time. And it's making the beach look...
All the time. Now, what I am just wondering is, if you're from Anglogan, what is this Joffrey business I'm hearing? Usually it must be Bomita, Dachomo.
That's true.
Isn't it?
I would say it's a new generation coming up.
No, you are not the new generation.
Like I would say, yes. My brother and I, we are starting a new generation. So let's take it that way.
No, I'm not taking it. What changed?
I think the change came when we were very young. We knew nothing about it and all those things. So there's something about this whole change. So that's
what I want to know.
We don't have details for now.
Before the Joffrey, what was there? Because you are telling me there's
we have you know as Anglos we have various family names.
Yes.
Because if I mention my family names for you, there are many.
Then everyone will get to know each other too.
Part of my, that's my father's side. Yeah. Part of them writes Agbaizan.
Agbaizan?
Yes.
Thank you. Agbaizan, what does that mean?
We will do that.
I'm learning. Oh,
I know you are learning, but we will do that. Let me complete this.
Okay, you finish.
So some write Agbaizan, some write, how do they call it? Afuglan. Yes. So that tells you I'm an Anglo, pure Anglo.
Of Avu.
Yes. The gland of Avu. And my mother's side, for them, they have a lot of names they write. They write Huchika. Okay. They write Monyo. They write Vaji. Yes. And some part also writes the name you are bearing, Kuda.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Kuda?
Yeah.
K-U-D-A-H.
I don't know whether you met a man who I don't know whether he still works in Parliament. Yeah. Parliamentary sir. Yeah. Emmanuel Kuda.
Yes.
That's my uncle.
Is it?
Yeah.
And we are related though.
You see, for Anglos, the moment you speak Anglo, I know that somehow, some way, we are related.
Oh, Charlie, we are related.
Very, 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 very true.
Nyamacho Agbozume. That's corner.
Anglogan.
Eh. Nyamacho Agbozume.
We're from Anglogan, but we grew up in Jita.
Then I should have brought some Keta school boys, Abobitadi,
You see, mistake on one or the mistake I did is I should have brought you some akpakanami.
Do you have some here?
I tell you.
Oh, but you know I'm struggling in this Dubai.
we didn't know.
Why didn't you bring
we
some?
We didn't know actually. We didn't know. If not that, we try to visit our sisters here. Like,
sisters, God bless you. What men came to search has benefited me.
So though we are here, but we are also enjoying the local food from Ghana.
That's amazing. Let's talk about life back home. Where did you grow? Who were some of your friends? What's your childhood like?
For me in particular, I have lived in so many areas. Because, mostly we've been with our mom, so it's like wherever our mom moves, we migrate to those areas. So I've lived in so many, but most part of my life was in Accra.
Okay.
Let's say airport residential area.
Okay.
Sukura, Russia.
Thank you.
What was it? Tangas Line. I don't know. You remember that place? They have a special name for it. I've forgotten.
You're asking me if I remember, like I was there with you.
No, the name is popular.
Tangas Line.
Town Council Line.
Okay.
But they just the Tangas Line. Tangas Line.
Accra.
Yeah, around going to Mamprobi area.
To be honest,
yeah.
I haven't heard.
And then finally we settled at Sakumono Lashibi.
Okay.
So that's where, if we go back home, that's where we live.
So all along, have you always been together from all these?
Yeah, we grew up together,
Same
and then
household.
at some point we separate and then come back together.
Okay.
Depending on where we are, maybe school or work, then we separate and come back together.
Right. So which secondary school? Take me through your early childhood, school, friends.
So I went to, I think I schooled in Jita.
Okay.
Yeah, I think up to primary 3 or something. Okay. Then I moved to Accra. Then I went to Prisons Primary in Roman Ridge. Okay. From there, I continued to Jolu JSS, which is JUSEC, and then to Accra High.
Jolu JSS is JUSEC?
JUSEC.
Okay. Then you went to Accra High?
Accra High.
Regimentis or Portumitatum?
Yeah, make hay when the sun shines.
So you're making hay now? Because the sun here be too much, bro. The sun is the
sun is good.
Oh, no. Oh, Massa. What about you? Secondary school, basic school?
Funny enough, I also started my schooling from Jita.
Okay.
And then moved to Ghana Prisons, Roman Ridge.
Okay.
And that's where I ended.
You ended at Roman Ridge, JHS?
Yeah.
You didn't go to secondary school?
No.
Why?
Due to some circumstances.
Like what?
I don't know. I don't
No, that's okay. But you are in Accra High.
Yeah.
What did you pursue there?
I did technical. That's more of applied electricity,
Okay.
physics. Those are my elective maths. Technical drawing. Those
Okay.
are my elective.
When you go back to Ghana now, who are some of your OGs you roll with?
Oh, a lot. As I said earlier, that I ended at DHS. I also did a tradesmanship. I went into electrical installation and then solar installation.
Solid.
So I have more knowledge on that. I was doing that partially back home before I traveled.
Okay.
Yeah. I have a lot. But I would say currently the ones I have in Lashibi area, yeah, those are the guys I like Mauto, Viceroy, Francis, Apotobo, a lot.
What's your nickname? What kind of names you call each other? Is it printable? Nick, can you share the way you are laughing? The way you are laughing.
Oh well, I was. It's not anything horrible.
So tell me.
We have a lot. We have Opianto. Opianto.
Opianto. What does that mean?
We have Obarebo.
What?
Does somebody respond Obabebe?
Okay.
But for me, they mostly call me Lieutenant Colonel.
Lieutenant Colonel.
Yes.
Because you look like one. Did you try?
It's a long story. No, it was my dream job to be part of the military. But it got to a point, I have a little issue with one of my uncle, who was then a major. You know, he tried to, my father reported me to him, and then he also tried to come and discipline me. But I ended up disciplining them.
Your father, your uncle?
No, not my father and my uncle.
But the people who came to discipline you?
The people who my uncle brought to discipline me.
Because there was that. When we were growing up, I mean, I'm sorry, I had this cousin who was quite a bad boy. You know, sometimes he wouldn't listen to the parents, so forgive me. And sometimes the parents would invite some soldiers to come and discipline them. So that's what they did for you. And you ended up disciplining them.
Yes.
What do you mean
not
by
in terms of fighting them.
Okay.
You know, I suspected my dad that there's some conspiracy going between he and then my uncle. So later I heard my uncle saying he will come and fetch water because at the time he was living around Adenta and they were having this water.
Yeah.
So he will come late in the night to fetch water. I was like, but this man never come late to fetch water in our house. So how come? So in the night we went to sleep. Whenever I heard my dad opening his door, I'll be alert. When he gets out, then I also sneak out. So like that, we were going back. So around 1 a.m., then I got a sign that they are in. So as they were coming in with their car, they off the headlights, and the car was, automatic, slowly. Then I saw two guys jump out of the pickup. I said, no. Then we have an uncompleted building. I rushed to that side. They didn't see me. So they went to the room straight. They couldn't find me.
Yeah.
So they were searching for me. Military torchlights.
Yeah.
So they were searching, throwing it. Then it flashed on me.
Oh, sure.
Then I started the speed. Funny enough, we have sugarcane plantation in our house.
Okay.
And then palm plantation in our house.
Right.
I knew where they grew, the one that are old, they are tall.
Yeah.
And the one that are young, so that's where I run through. Because I know the spaces, I was able to maneuver.
Yeah.
When they are passing, the thing is hitting the yeah. So by the time I realized, I just hold a wall and I jump over.
And you scaled, you left.
That's all.
So that was the disciplining. No, but you must have been a bad
so because
boy.
of that.
What at all did you do that your father called military, your uncle?
I think one way or the other, one way or the
Or
other,
your father was
you
too
might go wrong
strict?
somehow straight.
No, but I mean, we all do bad
Yes,
boys.
yes.
But for your uncle to bring
No,
soldier man for
you are an woman.
Yes.
You know how
Very
disciplinary our dads are. Something little that you
And
can
this
you can
no, it can be
well, don't do it again.
No, but get a home.
Then that's it.
You know you are dead.
As if you know.
Get a home.
As if you know exactly.
They don't like repeating it.
No, get a home.
Get a home once. It ends there.
Bro.
But the next one, there's something.
It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. No, my own is not because I've done something wrong.
Okay.
I was given a portion to read. And I was like,
Oh, Charlie, but why?
man.
I'm tired. I'm not going to do it again. When there's a
My dad didn't say anything, no. The eye alone he used to look at you. You know that tonight you receive it.
Hell will break loose.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So that was the cause. So as I finished JHS and I wanted to go into military, he was like, you. Because he can hold me, go, that's
And that would
it.
have been enormous.
Not him alone. We have one, at the time, I think Colonel Akafia was in service.
Right.
There was one W. Togobo also in service. And those guys, when they hold your hand,
You're done.
that was late 90s, early 2000.
Right.
That, because I could have finished JHS 97, 98. But due to travel and migration of those countries, changing of school, so it delayed my that's the
education a bit,
a bit.
right.
So I end up finishing the JHS 2000. So immediately I want to go into the military. Then my uncle said, "You."
Oh,
Because of what you did.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. But let's talk about life in Dubai now, right? What brought you here?
I'll talk about life in Ghana brought me here.
Okay.
Okay.
Which part of life in Ghana? Because I'm still
when
there.
we talk about work,
Yeah.
youth employment,
Right.
these are the things that are making most of the youth leave our country.
Right.
Because I believe we have a better country, even as compared to here. If you forget about infrastructure, policy, and how the government is doing things, when you talk about natural resources, the land, the fertility of the land, and all that, we have a better land than even here. But when it comes to employment, this is where the problem is. So due to that, we have to find
So
ourselves.
you came looking for a job?
Yes. I actually came with a direct contract.
Okay.
So I came straight to the company accommodation. I started work. After a few months, we were terminated.
Wow.
We were terminated. You know this Expo 2021 that Dubai hosted?
Sure.
Yes. So we came and were sent to that particular program. We worked for the 6-7 months. The 7th month we were terminated. The Expo ended, and they said they are not getting more contracts. So we are about over 100 plus.
More than 100 people.
More than 100 people. And majority were Africans.
Wow.
Majority were Africans.
80% were Ghanaians. The people they laid off, about 80-85% were Ghanaians.
Wow. That's serious.
It was cruel at the time, and because most of us were new in the system, we were a bit frustrated. And those who couldn't take it went back home.
Right.
So those of us who said no, though it has happened, we have to still continue the fight. And God being so good, we were able to settle down or settle in somehow.
So this was how many years ago?
We came here, that was 2021, August.
2021.
So it's
been
exactly 4 years.
4
now.
years.
Yeah.
It's been 4 years.
Yeah. Though it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. You know, we Africans, we are not getting it easy here due to some of our African brothers' behaviors and things. So it's making things difficult for most of the African guys. I would say, and mostly for you to see an African to have a white-collar job, it's not easy. Mostly these blue-collar jobs, menial jobs, cleaning, security, construction, and those kind of things, mostly. And then this waiter and waitresses, and then barista things, that's coffee making, and those are the most of the work you see most of the Africans do.
I actually work in Ghana for About 11 to 12 years.
Before coming?
Before coming.
11 to 12
Yes.
years.
I worked for one company for 4 years. I went for another company for 3 years, another one for 3 years, then contract works and all those things. I work for Margins. You know Margins?
Yes, Margins Group.
The one doing the ID.
Moses Bailey.
So yes, Moses Bailey, my boss.
Bailey.
I worked with them from
correct, sir. Right.
From 2018 to 2021.
Right.
During the mass registration. Yes.
Okay.
I was part of the technicians.
Then you have a lot of work
Yeah,
experience.
I worked in the microfinance for 3 years.
Right.
The microfinance was part of those that the MPP government collapsed and during the cleanup exercise. And I also worked for Cocoa Beach Hotel, Nungwa. I don't know if you know, Ramada.
Okay.
I worked there 3 years as an IT officer.
Right.
So
You
all
have
these,
been
IT.
Usually the IT people create a lot of jobs for themselves in Ghana, and there's this impression that you can be in Ghana and you get jobs from around the world.
It depends. IT is broad. You know, when you tell somebody an IT officer or an IT personality, they see it to be just one thing, but IT is very broad.
Right.
Somebody is doing programming, which is the coding aspect. Somebody is doing networking. Somebody has diverted to cybersecurity.
Right.
So it depends on where you find
which
yourself.
areas
Mostly what you are talking about
Yes.
is more of the software programmers.
Okay.
Because you just connect remotely and work.
Right.
But when you come to pure networking, where you have
It's
physical,
hands-on.
yes, you need to be on site.
Okay. I'll come back to you so you tell me more about what you do with your IT here in Dubai. But you mentioned that a lot of the African migrants who are in the Emirates who are here are doing blue-collar jobs. And just this morning, I went to the hyper market just across the road, and there was a lady cleaning.
Yeah.
I took a close look at her and I said, "Auntie, what you saying?" And she said, "We are the who's a me Ghana." So that's how we got me who. And then she went on to tell me she works like 11 hours a day.
It's 12 hours.
12.
12 hours.
12 hours a day.
Yeah.
You're right. 12 hours a day. And there was a day she felt unwell, so she worked 11 hours.
Yeah.
And then the next day she went home. At the end of the month, it was deducted from her earning.
That's true. That's what we go through here. You know, before you get a contract and you start work, they'll portray the whole thing so nicely. So you think it's a bit, okay. As the lady said, when you are sick and you go to clinic or hospital, maybe you are given, like they tell you need to rest, maybe a day or two. You need to ask for sick leave. It's not for free. They will give you 2 days, you have to pay 160 dirhams. You have to pay for the sick leave.
Well, asking they will deduct that from your earning.
No, you have to pay cash at the hospital.
In order to get that note
Yeah.
for the sick leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't we pay? We don't, eh? But I think it's police form and medical
it's
form that
only
we
here
pay.
that you have to pay. It's only in Dubai that you have to pay.
In the whole world. I mean, you're
That's
saying that
in the
it's
UAE,
so-
that's what I've seen, or this is what I'm aware of.
Right.
That it's only Dubai you have to pay. Because I have a friend in Abu Dhabi.
He
That's the
doesn't have
capital.
to pay for
When
the-
you go and they give you the sick leave, you don't need to pay.
Right. Right.
If it's 2 days, 3 days they give you, they will just give you the form.
So you're working 12 hours a day?
Yes. Some work 12 hours a day. The whole 30 days in the month, you get maybe a day off or 2 days off.
Why is she?
No, I hope Ghanaian employers are not listening.
And sometimes, I think
12 hours, bro, that's...
Some of these things can be changed when we talk about diplomatic connections. Because if our people should speak on our behalf, that when our people come here, this is what they should do. Maximum hours, minimum hours, minimum salary, wage per position you are holding. Some of these things can be done.
So you think that Foreign Minister Okujeto Ablakwa should be looking at the working conditions of Ghanaians? Are other nations?
I've heard of the Philippines that are doing that. So you can be in a company with a Philippine and you are doing the same cleaning job. He or she can be taking more than you because they have a minimum wage.
That their nation has put.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
can confirm this.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, so it's not just that our people have traveled, they are seeking job, and we are waiting for them to bring remittances. We should pursue their welfare and interests at that. We should check their working hours, we should check their minimum wage.
That is it.
Wow.
Africans are going through a lot. They are going through a lot.
But you know, back home, there's this craze. A lot of young people, men and women, want to move into Dubai because they say it's a land of opportunity.
Now, let me tell you, the opportunity is here, but the qualification matters. If you don't educate yourself to some level, you find yourself doing some of these jobs.
Right.
You see, and our people are also refusing to learn. We come here, we see opportunities of trying some courses so that you can also upgrade yourself. But I know it's not easy. People want to do it, but the salary they are receiving cannot take care of their family, themselves, and then the course that they want to pursue. This is some of the challenges. Not that everybody's lazy, but some do not.
The earning is not enough.
It's not enough.
And when you look at the kind of stress, financial and emotional, that people go through to get here, is it worth it?
You know, we are on downfalls because we don't tell the people the truth if we want them to come here. Yes. They lie to them, they present the thing so nice to them. Some will tell you, after taking money from you, like 60,000 Ghana cedis, 40,000 Ghana cedis, minimum will be like 30,000 Ghana cedis for you to come here.
Wow.
Then you come, the moment you reach here, the story changes. Not that you'll be here for a week before you start experiencing that.
Once you get here,
the story changes.
In fact, the heat that will meet you at the airport,
the story changes.
Tell you that you have to express something.
That's the best welcome you can ever get. Yeah. So, like he's saying, the story changes right from the airport. If you're not lucky, the person you're supposed to contact or you're supposed to meet,
we even go in communicado.
You just vanish, and that ends it. I don't know if you've been to Union, the metro
yes,
station.
I've been to Union.
You came out. You saw the number of people sitting out there.
I spoke to some Momo vendors.
Yes.
Bro. Okay, so someone said that he's gotten a new job. Now he has to get his current employer to sort of like terminate his employment so he can get a new visa with a new employer and get paid there. Yeah. And the employer refused to.
Yeah,
actually, he wrote, what did he write on the thing? Absconding.
Yes.
Absconding.
Some of the employers, that's how they behave. That's how they'll put abscond on you, and with that you can't work anywhere. Even traveling back home will be difficult for you.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Will you?
That's very true.
Even going back home will be.
Yes, you have to clear all those things before, because you reach immigration at the airport, they have every information about you. Yeah, you know their database synchronized everywhere. Whatever you do, forget it. If you get to the airport, they'll pull out your details for you.
Wow.
You know, for the government of UAE, they are doing exceedingly very well. I won't lie to you. In terms of how they put their system in place, top notch. There's nothing that you can do in this country. Let's say you misbehave, thinking you are hiding. Nobody will forget it.
They will find you.
They made up their mind to find you.
If they said they will look for you, they can give you like 3-4 years. One day you'll be sleeping on your bed.
They will just come and pick you.
They will come straight. They will leave all other beds. They will come straight to your bed and pick you up. You'll be surprised.
Wow.
Their systems work. Even if you mistakenly misplace your ATM, somebody saw it, took it, and it's used. You know, for here, it's just tap and go, tap and go. You don't need PIN.
Okay.
So somebody can find your ATM and then start using it.
Right.
But the moment you make a report, be rest assured, they will call you that come to the police station.
Straight.
Come and see the person who took your...
Clean. I was told that I could leave my camera, my money,
I had a personal experience.
Tell me.
I bought a metro at one station.
Okay.
Then when I was sitting down, I was holding my bag and other things. So my wallet was on me, and then the wallet fell.
Okay.
Because my metro card was inside the wallet, so it fell down and I joined the metro. I got to my destination. Yeah. I was searching for my wallet. So I reported there, right there at the metro, that they say, punch. I say I cannot punch because I don't have my card. Then they called a police officer. Every station has a police officer.
Okay.
So they called the police officer. He just used the Motorola, talking, and then communicated.
You went back to the metro.
So I went back to the metro station, and officer called me. They look at me. What's the color of your wallet? I mentioned, and then they removed the ID. There was an ID inside. They removed it. Look at me, and then they invited me. When I went, there was a woman sitting inside, an African, and the police officer told me the woman was the one who saw the thing. The mistake she also did was there was money inside, and then she pulled out part of the money, and I don't know. She brought the wallet, and then left, came back, brought the money again. That when she put the wallet into the packet, the money dropped into the packet. So there, the police was like.
And when she put the wallet into
yes,
the pocket, money entered.
So
money from the wallet entered the pocket.
So the police officer was like, it's not possible. You see how they are not strong as in physical, but they think they are very smart.
They're like me.
He was like, it's not possible. Then he quickly went to check into the camera. You know, in Dubai, everywhere there's camera.
Camera everywhere.
And I think this lady is new, and she didn't know. So she checked. He checked, and then they have to lock. They have to lock her there. Yeah, until I came, and I think that she placed a call, and I talked to the husband. I said, "Oh, bro, it's my wife. She's new here. She doesn't know." I said, "Whoa, that's why. Because she didn't know there was a camera."
You can't steal.
You can't steal. So at the end of the day, they remove everything in the wallet, put on documents, make me sign, check everything is intact, sign, and then they ask me, "Do you want to play charges against her?"
Wow.
And then she, being an African woman, it's my own sister. I just considered the whole thing. And she's a baby mama too, so I just considered the whole thing. I said, no, since everything is intact, let her be.
But would they put that on her record?
Yes, possible.
They put it on her record.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
That is also going to my record also. And then recently I found some ATM cards in the Metro Union.
Yeah.
I took it to the police. You can just hand over and go. But they have to take my ID and record I'm the one who brought it. Maybe there's some expenses done on the ATM card.
Just in case some expenses have been, and then it is not the honest,
Yeah.
then they call
Yeah,
you.
yes.
Then you bring the money. Quiet. Yeah. I spoke to a lady yesterday. She bought an iPhone 16, a Ghanaian lady. She forgot the thing and the box, everything in the taxi she took. She disembarked only to find out that she left the thing. She picked another taxi to chase the other taxi. And this taxi driver noticed that they kept changing the route because you could track where the phone was. So the thing kept moving, and the taxi driver said, "What is wrong?" And she said, "Oh, I've left my phone in a taxi." And the guy said, "Oh, go and sleep, you will find it." She said, "No.
Maybe she's not aware.
She doesn't trust the system. So she kept running, chasing, and they said, "Oh, no." And she kept calling the taxi because then she had the details of apparently the taxi driver had slept. So when he woke up, he called her and she said she left her phone. He said, yeah, you left your phone, ABCD, where are you? And the guy brought the phone and left it there.
And there are cameras in the taxi. There are cameras in the taxi. The taxis have camera. The buses, the metro, they all have camera.
Cameras everywhere.
Yeah, cameras everywhere.
So you can't steal?
No.
So if you stole, what will happen to you as a migrant?
I can't say pray that you will not be caught. One day, they will reveal what you did.
Will you be deported?
It depends.
Or you'll be jailed?
It depends. They might jail you for some time, at the end, then deport you.
I remember the security guy they were attacked, Felix. The security guy who said some guys came to attack him. After some years, they went for the guys.
Wow.
So don't think you are not caught, so it ends there. No. Your record is there.
If you did something in this country, you can't cross, even go by road, or you can't.
Wow. That's interesting. You did mention that people spend minimum 30,000, sometimes 80 or 60 through agents, try to come here and get a job. And once they get in there, they've realized that the story is different. If I had as much 30, 50, 40, and I'm in Ghana and I'm considering coming to Dubai, and someone is offering me a direct job, or I'm seeking to get here on my own visa and get a job, based on all that you've seen in the last 4 years, would you advise? Or you think I should go and rest, Niels?
No. You see, as my brother said, it's all is your ability, your IQ, the way you've learned things that you know that whenever you travel, it will help you. Yeah, you can travel and come to UAE.
Right.
You understand? As you said, your education level must not be like mine. Right. Because with that, you find it difficult to get a better job to do.
Right.
And as you get here and you start getting something doing, try and upgrade yourself.
Okay.
They have short courses, 3-month, 6-month courses, whereby after work you go and you study. And mostly they recognize the certificate from here, Europe, US, Canada.
I understand they don't put a lot of value on our education
For that one,
certificate.
no matter how they tell you, do, how do I call it? What's the name? Attestation and bring all those. Nobody will ask you about your certificate.
Wow. So if you have
But the
masters
moment you
from
are holding-
Legon, Tech,
Forget it.
UCC.
You attest your certificate before you
Oh,
come.
Legon certificate.
Yeah, you attest it.
I'm more Diana.
You have to attest it. Your degree or whatever, you
Hey,
have to attest it.
Yeah.
what name's credit hours, Yamabre?
It doesn't matter. You have to attest it before coming here.
Really?
Yeah. Even at times, since they know that you are from Africa, unless you are a professional,
Okay.
top-notch professional, and the company hiring you value
Know
those things.
What you are. Okay.
For them, they will see those things and then employ you.
Sure.
Apart from that, forget it.
I'm having a conversation with Felix and Fernandez, right. When I return from this break, I will go into what they do, what kind of work they do, and the impacts they make, and the kind of lessons we can draw from their experiences working here as, as they've moved in here. This is Beyond Borders on Channel 1 Television. My name is Caleb. Could I remember the name now? Alkal bin Maktoum. Welcome from that break. This is Beyond Borders on Channel 1 Television. I am Caleb Kuda, hanging out with Felix and Fernandez Joffrey. We're in Dubai and we are reflecting on their experiences so far. So, Fernandez, while we were on break, you actually had a notice. You had to make some payment. What was that? Show
That's
me.
a car park.
Okay.
We brought a car which is parked outside, and every hour you have to pay.
Okay.
I'm paying with my airtime.
Okay.
If you have airtime on your phone, you can just pay with your airtime. Or you walk to the machine and then put in some coins to pay. For the number of hours you want to spend there.
Yeah. So what did you do? You extended the hour?
Yes, I already pay 1 hour, so I just extended another hour.
Because you've been here for more than an
Yes.
hour. So you have to extend.
Extend. If
Right.
not, I'll get a fine of 100 dirhams. Instead of paying 2 dirhams.
What?
Yes.
Instead of paying 2 dirhams,
Yeah.
you pay a fine of 100.
dirham. Yeah. Even it's now that they've reduced it. Before it was 150.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how is the payment done? How do you know that I've not paid? How, can't I run away
for the
from
fine?
paying? Yeah.
You can't run away. You can't run away because for this one it's on the car, so you can somehow. If let's say the car is registered in my name, and the car got a fine like this, the moment I get to the airport, about to travel through the immigration, they will tell you have a car which have a fine of so and so.
Oh, so if you don't pay, you're not leaving the country.
Yeah, they'll not allow you to go.
Nobody will chase you.
No. For the fine, if you have been fined, nobody will harass you. Come and pay. No. At your own leisure time, you go and pay.
But you can run. You can't hide.
You can't hide.
Have you experienced this fine penalty thing we were talking about before?
I've experienced one, as he was saying. It was in the bus, the metro bus. So what happened is I forgot to punch.
Okay.
All of a sudden, by the time I realized we were at a bus stop, and not that somebody is getting down, there's an officer, which is RTA, that's Road Transport Authority. An officer of Road Transport Authority just entered the bus. The bus have 2 doors. But if he's coming to do inspection, they'll open only 1 door, and then when he enters, they'll close it. Each and every individual in the bus, they'll check your card, whether you've punched or not. So, and at that time, I can't punch. Because if I punch, not that it's too late.
It will be obvious you are the one who did it.
Yes. So the guy was scanning and got to my turn. I scanned and said, why didn't you punch? So it escaped me. Come. They will not argue with you. They will not struggle with you. So you have to follow. Give me your ID. So they just put in the details, scan it. Then that's it. Meaning it's attached to your ID. So you must go and pay. Say, anytime you have money, you go and pay. I said, oh no, I have money right now. Yeah. I opened my wallet, there's money in it. I took it out. Even times the fine I have, times 3, I can pay. Yeah. But they said, no, you can't take the money. There's a particular place that I can go and pay the money.
Once you pay, it comes on your record.
Yeah, it clears.
It clears.
Yeah. So it made you fine free.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
There was a friend who visited UAE here, came to Dubai, and then visited a friend in Abu Dhabi. You know, here if you cross the road anyhow, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
That's
jaywalking.
Jaywalking. So the guy didn't know. When he got to Abu Dhabi, he just crossed like twice. So nobody approached him. So he thought he's just crossing and going and coming. The time he was about to leave from Abu Dhabi to Dubai, then trying to exit from Dubai, he got to the airport. He said, you cannot go.
Unless you pay the fine.
Yes.
And funny enough,
but me too, I've been working a lot.
The Emirates system is connected.
I hope I don't have a fine.
Wherever
no
you
matter
do something,
whichever Emirates,
whichever exit you want to go through,
it will be because it's all connected.
It's all connected.
Wow. Let's zoom into what you do here.
Okay.
IT. What
so,
exactly?
I work I think a year maximum as an IT officer, and then dive into traffic survey. Though it's more of a camera work, which is more of a CCTV technician.
Okay.
So, you know, IT, CCTV, they all relate.
Connected.
Yes, it's still the same networking and cables. And
right.
So, right now, we are into traffic survey.
Traffic survey?
Yeah.
What's that?
Traffic survey is all about collecting data of the road. It can even be pedestrians also. You can collect data of pedestrians, how many pedestrians uses this crossing. And that data will be used to do certain changes on the road. Okay, so let's say a junction, let's say a cross junction, and there's always a traffic jam there. Even though there are lights that controls the movement, by the time it's red, the queue will be longer. So they realize a lot of cars move within a minute or something. So we collect the data by fixing cameras to record. So the junctions are named A, B, C, D. Vehicles from A to B, vehicle from A to C, vehicle from in that order. So when this data is collected, and then this data is used to do changes on the road. Now you realize Dubai has a lot of interchanges. These are some of the things that the data they use to do.
So the data informs where
what is happening on the road.
Is, okay. And where the interchange
needs to
needed.
be. Yes. So the interchanges are done to reduce traffic so that there can be a free flow of vehicles. Instead of them coming to a junction where somebody has to stop for another person to go and it's traffic jam wherever they have to keep.
You're saying this includes pedestrians, human beings?
Yes, even car park.
Why is that important?
This car park, they can do a traffic survey in this car park to see how many cars enter within a minute, how many cars are able to enter within 30 minutes, and then if it is congested, they need to expand or they need to do something else so that to reduce the parking there.
We were talking about some sensors earlier by the road.
Yes, there are some sensors mostly at the traffic lights. Okay, so when it is red, you know, in Ghana, when the green is blinking like this, that's when we change our gears. When it is yellow, that's when we accelerate. But here, the moment you see the green blinking, you have to start calculating whether you should stop or you should continue. And when it is red, there is a sensor on the road. When it is red and you hit on that sensor, By the time you get to the other side, there's a flash of a camera light on you, and the number plate is captured. And that
You've
is
jumped the
going
red
to
light.
cost you 3,000 dirham, and you, the driver, 1,000 dirham, making 4,000 dirhams.
Hey.
Yes, for
So
crossing,
3,000
for jumping
the
at the
car,
red light.
1,000 for me.
1,000 for me, 1,000 for you, 3,000 for the car. And
How
if you don't
much
want to
is
pay the
4,000
3,000,
dirham in
if you don't want to
dollars?
pay 3,000, you have to pay the 1,000. The 1,000 you have, you have to pay. The 3,000, they will impound your car for 30 days. You are not moving the car. It will be at a stable place. They'll put a tracker on it for 30 days. They'll come back for the tracker. Then you can start using your car. Then that 3,000. But if you want to continue using your car, then you have to.
For 30 days.
You have to pay that 3,000 plus your 1,000, making 4,000.
I spoke to a Ghanaian who said that he's parked his car at Abu Dhabi because the fines on the car are plenty.
Yeah. For here, they don't joke with that. It's to save the accidents that happens on the road. You know, they have speed limit on the road, okay? If it's 60, you must go 60. If it's 80, you must go 80. If you go beyond that, you'll be fine. And here in Dubai, when you go beyond the limited speed that is being put on the road, you'll be fined 600 dirhams. If you exceed the speed limit, you are driving and you exceed the speed limit.
Then we say that 600 is 1,800 cities. 800 cities for the
speeding.
For speeding, for over speeding.
1,800.
Yeah.
For
And
speeding.
yes. You know, there are so many fines. That's the speeding one. If, let's say, you are changing lane and then there's a traffic, you want to go to your left, wait. You just stop straight like that. Don't tilt halfway. The moment you tilt halfway, one side of your car cross the white line, the middle lane,
you'll be fine.
That's lane discipline. You'll be fined 400.
That's 1,200 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
This one, Fiesta Royale.
Yeah.
It will get Ghana billions.
You see?
Because people are going towards the Legon bypass. And then they are using the Accra Mall, the N1.
Yeah.
So they are going now, then when this one turn green, then quick, they will cut inside. So those of you at the back, you will be there.
You know, when there's straight road and you want to exit to the right,
yes,
there's a space left in between that they draw a line, like a V line. In Abu Dhabi, if maybe you forgot to go right and then you drive through that line, you get a fine.
So they are telling you that whenever you are stepping out, plan your routes, know where you are going. You don't just change lane anyhow.
Yeah.
Even for you to overtake someone and then immediately stop in front or just branches immediately, you'll be fine.
Kaneshi, 37.
Exactly.
It is there like something.
I know, you know,
some truck driver or taxi, they'll just cross you, then they will just park.
I'm a driver by profession. I've driven in Ghana for almost 14 years.
Are you driving differently in Dubai?
Yeah.
No,
it's not us. You see,
It's
for
the
me,
culture,
I said, if they put systems in place,
Yeah.
we can drive better in Ghana.
Yeah.
Yes, you say motorways, maximum is 100.
Yeah.
What systems have you put in place to check that maximum thing?
No, even the road sign that has the 100, someone has run into it. We've not replaced the street light is not working.
Let me tell you, in this country,
Yeah.
it is UAE, not Dubai alone, UAE.
Yeah.
If, let's say, by mistake, your brake fails you,
Yes.
and you don't want to hit other cars, maybe you want to veer off-road, and there are some flowers there,
Yeah.
you can't run into the flowers. They will find you. You pay for the flowers. They will count it one by one. You pay for it, pay for new one, pay for labor.
I like it. I like
yes.
it.
You can't dodge it. And if accidents happen in this country, you don't need to go and be chasing somebody. Hey, you hit my car. No. You go to the police station or you call in the police. Who hits who? If I hit your car, I hit his car, the fine will come to me. First fine will come to me, 500 dirham. Then the rest, they'll give me a document to present to my insurance. But if we are arguing about who hit who,
Right.
the two of us will get fined.
Hey.
Yes.
So you've not had an agreement about who
hit
caused
who.
that one alone is
The
cause
two of
for
us
fine.
will get our fine, 500 dirham each.
No, you have even learned the fines.
You have to know. No, you're on the road, so you have to know. See,
if a school bus stop, their school bus is run like the American standard. When it stop, there's this stop sign open at the side, the one at the left. If you see that and you do not stop, you try to overtake it and go, you get a fine.
How much?
Because there's a camera on the bus too. The moment you do that, the camera capture and it sends signal to police.
This is a camera state.
Yes.
And
Every school bus, they have cameras.
Wow. What can we learn from your experiences? What can Ghana learn from this?
I will not say we have a long way to go.
Okay.
Now technology is close to our doorsteps. We just have to tap into it.
Yeah.
Just photocopy. Photocopy what somebody has done and start building on it. You don't need to think before implementing something.
No, we will do procurement.
Now, when we say Ghana card, it starts from there. This thing must be done properly.
Yeah.
Because every record of every citizen is on that card.
Yeah.
And if I want to trace somebody, I want to catch somebody, I have to use the card.
Right.
Because if I pick your number plate, I know who owns the car. I'm going straight to that place.
Right.
Somebody hit me at one of the Emirates, hit my back, and we were just talking before I realized the guy just ran away. By then, we've already taken pictures of the number plate.
Okay.
Then we reported, and then they came to inspect.
I hope it's not African.
No, it's not African, it's not Arab. So it was the son, the owner of the car's son, who did that. So he ran away. When we called the police, they came to check the thing. It's okay, go to the nearest police station and report. We went there, they said, what's the car number plate? We just showed the car number plate. We were there, they called the owner, he came there. Just showing the car number plate.
Because the number plate is linked to his Ghana card,
when he came,
or his
he said,
Arab Emirati card, which is linked to his number.
Yes.
All his details are there.
He came, he said, that is my son. So the police was like, okay, if you should take this thing to court, it will be, so let's negotiate it here. The police just advised us. First of all, he give fine to the father, 500.
And that one he pays to who?
Government.
How does he pay?
Oh, there's a portal you pay, like this police app. You can pay for.
Oh, there's a police app.
Yeah, so you say pay. If I click here, then I'll put in the detail. That's all.
So the Abayin does not take money?
No.
Money never exchanges hands with the men in black and white.
Even if he issue you the fine,
yes.
As I was saying about the bus issue, I have money that I can pay the officer and then go my way. Say, go to Max and pay there. That's all.
This place is a desert.
This place is a desert.
When I came, the heat is unbearable.
Yes.
If you enter any building, the AC is so cooling, you think you are in a... Once you get
AC is working 24/7. It doesn't go off.
Once you step out, that's when you feel the heat.
Yes.
But they have water running through their taps.
Yes, but the water is hot.
I mean, it's fine. I mean, has your tap ever run dry? Have you ever opened your tap?
Electricity, internet. Never. Everything is constant.
Where is their source of water? Do they have rivers?
It's a sea, you know. They don't have rivers, they have sea.
They don't have river.
The sea.
The sea. Most of them were. The sea that they connected to that area.
So they don't have something like Weja Dam?
No.
They don't have Bonsu water treatment?
No.
They don't have Akosombo?
Everything is the sea.
No.
There's no river anywhere.
Votale.
There's no river anywhere.
Botsumtre, River Pra.
Somewhere.
Okay.
But to me, I believe they took.
That water will not flow through the taps of people who Weja Gbawe and
that maintenance thing.
Meanwhile, the Weja Dam is just very, very close.
I've never heard that thing like we are doing a maintenance, so we'll be. No. Even with electricity, if they have to cut some place and then. I have a job waiting for me. Why not? If I have a good job waiting for me, why not? Home is home.
But for now?
For now,
home is where you find your daily bread.
Exactly. When things turn around, why not? We will find our way home.
Right now, they say they are resetting Ghana. There's a new government.
Good things. I'm very, very much happy. You see, our lot of things. And I'm hearing that they are bringing the road to back, but it will not be the standing. Yes, I'm sure they pick it from here.
Is there?
They pick it from here. You not cross a road by that I'm just staying for 4 years. I want to do these things, and I know it's good, radically.
But so far, you seen that since you say you pick up things that happen even before most of us get to know.
Oh, yeah. What I'm seeing now, I know some of the leaders at least will do their best. Support. The guy is cheating you. Somebody is trying to help you, so the guy will not cheat you. Look at what some of the Ghanaians are doing.
They say he's trying to interfere with the market, and there should be a free market and all those things.
But meanwhile, as the Minister of Communication is saying, about 60% to 70% of the digibles they have from for this, they are coming from Nigeria.
So you like what is going on back home?
Yes.
You support what is going on?
You see, that is the right thing to do.
So when are you coming back to help us continue the right thing?
That's what I'm saying. If we are able to support what our leaders are doing, meaning if I come down and I'm also bringing up in a year, somebody will support. But if you are running the person down, if I bring me bringing something support me, will you? No, they'll run me down. So
me do work, mamle to emak bro mamle la fia, la phone la fam.
Oh, well, my brother, and yet your number madogo la fia, and I got your number by me do work because Hogbanya and he came a Danaraji Viento, Madogana, Hamato. Jinyalao, Daniel Clofonio, Novinio, Gameplay, Gita, Anglogan, Katama Dogban Washiama.
Hello, box it too much. Tell them I break it down.
Madogana Honoha.
I love you. I'll go over there.
Madogana Honoha.
I'm run a young boy.
Uncle Safako Ayaji.
Oh, your whole Safako
Ayaji.
I put cameraman a glonara vivine.
Nyajilolo.
Allah.
Safako Ayaji.
Were you?
Maybe so like that.
Oh,
Magachijo. I just forget be you go together. I see you got you crowd.
Yeah, man, Gloria. Oh, how do work by?
My brother,
cameraman.
Nedu beto henami. Abale mi egbedono nyata besha egbena. Nyonye lisesi.
This is the last point before you enter Burkina Faso. Now, the Paga border is divided in such a way that we ensure that this is the main entry point into Ghana. This is the main entry point into and out of Ghana. There are other routes. However, as you can see, we have a skeletal staff here. So we deploy our men to all the unapproved routes to ensure that nobody uses those routes. And everything is funneled through this place. I hope it's well understood. The Paga border is manned by the Ghana Immigration Service. The Ghana Immigration Service is the lead agency for border management. We don't just stamp passports. It's the lead agency for border management. Border management includes border patrols, it includes entry and exit, it includes border security, and it includes the security of all our entry points. I hope it's well understood.
I just came back from Benin with 4 other friends who traveled on Ghanaian passports. I used a Ghana card. When we got to Togo, they were charged 2,000 CFA.
The Ghanaians were charged?
Yes, with a passport. And when we got to the Benin, border, Grand Popo, they were charged another 4,000 CFA. I went through with a Ghana card, just a Ghana card. So I don't know whether it's peculiar to just here or there, or I mean, is it scattered? Because I went through with Ghana, I didn't pay anything, but they paid. They were charged. With the Ghana passport? Yes.
I cannot speak for the other countries. However, before you cross any border,
it's advisable you have your passport with you. I hope it's understood. All right.
With the exit of Burkina from the ECOWAS and everything, has that taken effect? Looking at how now the ECOWAS thing happened and all that, how that was.
Yes. So they have exited ECOWAS, so they claim that they've exited ECOWAS. Why I'm saying so they claim is because they still enjoy ECOWAS, exactly. They still enjoy it. And with trade and goods and services, they still go through the same processes. The only difference is they no longer call themselves ECOWAS. So if you look on their passport, I wish I brought a copy of their passport. Their new passport doesn't have the ECOWAS logo on it anymore. I hope you understand this. Is there any other? Yes. So it's what we do. What we do is that we have officers who take these registrations of their vehicles and Okada riders to ensure that when they enter the country, they've been registered and they are booked. And then when they're exiting too, they're registered and they have been booked. I hope you understand that.
You pay money to cross?
No, we don't pay any money to cross. Yes, entry and exit has no charges unless you are not of the ECOWAS membership. Anybody outside of ECOWAS has to pay for the cost of a visa. However, ECOWAS members, we have what we call the ECOWAS Treaty. The treaty allows them free entry and exit into Ghana and out of Ghana. When you're in Ghana, you can spend a maximum of 3 months, 90 days before you are supposed to exit the country.
But Burkina is not in ECOWAS anymore.
They are out, but they are still accorded. They are still accorded the courtesies of ECOWAS.
So on the back of this whole ECOWAS protocol, with my Ghana card, can I just walk across to Burkina and spend 3 months and come back?
Now, please, this is very important. The Ghana card is not a travel document. Now, travel document, according to the ECOWAS Treaty, must have a machine readable zone. It must have the biometric picture. It must have endorsable page. I hope you understand this. So, any document is not a travel document. Due to the relationship we have with our Burkina counterparts, when you have the Ghana card, they understand that this is a Ghanaian. If it identifies you as a Ghanaian, so they understand. They say, okay, you're coming to Burkina, you can enter. It's the same way with the Burkinabés who have their card identity, their form of the Ghana card. It is understood that they are Burkinabés. And as long as we can identify them as Burkinabés, they are entitled to the 90 days maximum. Hope it's understood. Yes.
With the card, where do you stamp? Because your passport is like direct.
No, with the card we don't stamp. We just take it through the system. Yes, but we have to go through the system to ensure that you've entered the country and then you are exiting the country under the right ways. That's right. So we have officers around. So
Do you have custom officers?
On that side. We have officers around. Go to us. So you would like to go and see the Burkina side? Yes.
The one that is taking us. We are going to the Burkina side. It's not Ghana.
You can see trucks of tomatoes coming from the Burkina side into Ghana. And you know that Burkina Faso are one of the biggest tomato producers right here in Africa, and they supply Ghana. A lot of our tomatoes are coming from Burkina Faso. So if you've ever eaten a Burkina Faso tomato, this is where it passes through to come to your plate. I'm having fun. I don't know about you. I'm having fun. But, you know, like I said, I'm in Ghana. I'm in Burkina Faso. I'm in Ghana. I'm in Burkina Faso. I'm in Ghana. I'm in Burkina Faso. I'm having too much fun with this. The immigration officers will be telling us more about the rules along this border, and we're going to learn about what the rules are. there are a lot of points of entry that are not approved, and how they man those points of entries, and what the relationship between Burkina Faso and Ghana is, especially now that they are no longer part of ECOWAS. Stick and stay. This is Heritage Caravan 2025.
Allons-y, allez-y. Vous allez voir, au revoir, vous allez au revoir. Bien, merci.
So we walk and then we get into Burkina Faso. Just ahead of us.
I hope you can see the guest house. Oh, sorry, this is a guest house. Because of the boundary demarcation pillar, part of the building is in Burkina, the other part is in Ghana. That is why you see the Ghana flag and the Burkina Faso flag. I hope you understand. So some of the rooms are in Ghana, the other rooms are in Burkina Faso. So the hotel or the guest house is sitting on the border demarcation line. So that is why you see the flags. Oh, it's allowed. Just that ideally, at every border, there should have been no man's land. But in our case, it has been encroached upon. That is why you see structures of this nature. But there are engagements. In the future, they may move it if only the owners come to terms with the reality.
Welcome to Paga Chief Crocodile Pond. Yeah, this is the main crocodile pond in Paga. We have other crocodile ponds, Zinga Pond, Nania Pond, there are many. But this is the main one. So that is why they call this one Chief Crocodile Pond. So the crocodiles in Paga, we believe that they are our totems because they saved our great-grandfather. That's the founder of this town. The man named called Nave. So he moved from a certain community in the present-day Burkina Faso called Kampala. So he was a prince in that community, and he happened to be the only son of his mother in the family, but he have stepbrothers. So after the death of their father, they want to contest for the position. So the stepbrothers believe that he's likely to win the title. So they want to kill him because of the throne. So one day he was chased out of the community by his own brothers. So while he was running towards here, he got to a very large river in Burkina Faso. So the river was flooded, and he has no means to use and cross the water. So the man saw a crocodile in that water, believed that this should be the spirit of their ancestors who turned into the crocodile to come and rescue him. So when he approached, the crocodile moved closer to him. So he sat on the crocodile and crossed the water. So from there he swore that on the rest of his life he will never kill crocodile or eat its flesh. So when he moved down here, he came and found this community and named here Ayi Pagayo. Ayi Pagayo. That is the full name of Paga. Ayi Paga means my eye is pleased here. So it's pleased. So he settled here, and not quite long, he found crocodiles closer to him in this town. So he believed that really that is the spirit of their ancestors who followed him up to this place. So you have to also protect them. So he swore to everybody that whoever that is coming to settle with him, or if you are from his family, you have to taboo killing a crocodile. So as times go on, they realize that the crocodiles, they also multiply. They lay eggs in the community and hatch and bring the babies back into the waters. So as times go on, they realize that one crocodile died in the water, somebody also died in the community. So through consultation to the soothsayers, they were told that they now represent the souls of the people of the land. So when you kill a crocodile, that means you have taken somebody's life in the community. So you don't have to kill crocodile. So during that time, I learned that when you kill it intentionally, they have to kill you to serve as a deterrent, the people of the land. So if you mistakenly kill it, even as at now, and if it is intentional, let's say intentionally, if you intentionally kill it, they will banish you from the community because now there is law and order. You can't kill someone. You can no longer stay here. But they sometimes move out of the water and go into the community. They lay eggs in front of our houses, bury the eggs there and come back into the waters. They know the actual day that the eggs will hatch. They will go and take the babies through their mouth and bring them back into the water. Yeah. And children can swim inside, they can fish inside, and they don't cause harm to anyone. Yeah. They can swim in the water. Yeah. 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 Anybody, let's say anybody at all can swim. But it's only that you being a stranger, you will not agree and go inside and swim. And you will be scared. But for the natives, they will go. They will swim, they can fish inside, they can swim inside. And sometimes you can find them in the community. Crossing the streets, yes, the crocodiles. Yeah. Yes. Like in the night. They can't move on daytime. Because they can't see clear outside on the daytime. So one day, they do it in the evening. Yes. Yeah. Yes. They will not disturb anyone. They won't do anything. They won't do anything. Yeah. Yeah. So once you are living here, sometimes you can see them crossing, and you go. Yeah. They are all in the water. Yeah.
How do we call them out?
We used to call them with chickens. You buy a chicken, they will use the chicken, at the same time they whistle to call it. So that is why we used to call them out. It's because of the weather. If not because of that, you could have seen some of them lying outside. They do come out. Yeah, you see some. I mean, you could have seen a number of them. Plenty, yeah. But because, over 200 roughly. Yeah, yes. Over 200, yeah. So, chicken. But they go for the fish too in the water. That is what they feed on. Yeah.